So welcome back, aliens. This is Navin Reddy from Telusko Learnings. In this video, we'll talk about how Servlet works. So just imagine we have a client machine there and we have a server, right? So when you talk about this website world or this web world, so a client sends the request to the server expecting a page, right? Again, you can ask for anything on the internet, but let's say you're asking for a page now. Now this page can be a static page, it can be a dynamic page. When you say static, it means it is already made, and when you say dynamic, it means it will be built at runtime. So let's say a client sends the request, which is a static request, so it goes to a server. On your server, you already have a file, right? So that file goes to the client, request done, and so we got the request and response, finished, right? But let's say if you're asking for a page which is different, which is from the which will be built at runtime. So a client sends the request to the server. Now server says, hold on, I don't have any page with this link. So you have to make that page, right? And you have to build that page. So that request goes to a helper application. Can you see that we got a helper application on the server? Now this helper application is also called as web container. Okay. So in this web container, you'll be having servlets. Now what is servlet? So servlet is basically a Java file which can take the request from the client on the internet, and it can process that request. It can provide you a response in the format of HTML page, right? So this servlet will convert your request, and it will take your request, it will fetch the values, it will process the information, and it will send the HTML page, right? So let me just go back once again. So from client side, request goes to server. On the server side, since it is a dynamic request, it will go to your web container, which is, so what type of web container we have? So we have Tomcat, we can also use Glassfish, we can use JBoss, we can use WebSphere. In fact, all these other servers, those are called as app servers, but they also have a feature of web server. So basically, we always use Tomcat. In fact, in my subsequent videos, you will find all the things inside using Tomcat, right? So that Tomcat is a web container. So on your server, if you want to achieve the dynamic web pages, you need to install Tomcat. Okay, so you can see that is Tomcat there. So that web container is a Tomcat. So when request goes to your Tomcat, Tomcat says, hold on, I got a request now, but that request is for abc.htm, and we don't have any page as abc.htm, right? So we have to build that page. So that request goes to a servlet. Hold on. Servlet will be having a Java name, right? Example, when you create Java classes, let's say I want to add two numbers. Again, a basic example, if I want to add two numbers, I will be having the servlet name as add servlet. That means when a request for abc.htm, the page which should be getting called is your servlet. How can we do that? So what we have is, inside your container, you have a special file which is called as deployment descriptor. And this is how it looks. So you have a file which is deployment descriptor, in which you mention for which request which servlet should be called. Okay, so let's say in your Tomcat server you have maybe 50 to 60 servlets. So every servlet will be mentioned. Every request will be mapped with one servlet. It may happen that you have multiple requests trying to access the same servlet, right? Everything need to be configured in a file which is called as deployment descriptor, and the file name is Web.xml. So this file here is your Web.xml file. So let me repeat, when client sends a request, it goes to the server. Now server thinks, okay, this is a dynamic page. Let's send the request to the web container. Now web container will check, okay, this request will be mapped by this servlet that can be done with the help of Web.xml file. So you can see in the Web.xml file, we have two tags. We have servlet tag and we have servlet mapping tag. So in the servlet tag, you have to mention the class name, and in your servlet mapping tag, you have to mention the URL pattern. So for this URL, we need to call that particular servlet. But hold on, how do we get a servlet now? And that's very simple. You can see we have a file here. So this is your file structure. So when you want to create a servlet, it's a normal class, okay, which extends HttpServlet. Since we want these servlet features, right, we cannot create normal Pojo, which is your normal class. We have to create a special class which extends HttpServlet. because this HTTP servlet will provide you all the features which you need. Okay. Now, when I say all the features, it means it should be able to take request from the server, it should be processing the request, and it should be sending the response. How it will be done, that we'll see in the next video, but it takes the request, it processes the information, and it will send the response. Now, that response will be in HTML format. Again, you can send the response in JSON format or normal string. You can send the response in XML format. You can also send the response in the HTML format. Now, that HTML page, which is a dynamic page, goes from your server to your client machine in the format of response object, right? So now we have one more thing, right? We have Web.xml file here. Do we have a replacement for that? Because the problem is we are Java programmers, right? And we don't like XML. Okay, that's not the case, but let's say we try to avoid XML. Now, how do we avoid XML? So in this Servlet 3.0, we got a new feature which is called as annotations. So we can use annotations on your servlet. So you don't have to use XML files or Web.xml file. You can do your mapping using annotation. Again, how that is done, that we'll see in the subsequent tutorials, but this is how your servlet basically works with the Tomcat servers. Okay, so a quick recap: we have a client machine, request goes to server, from the server request goes to your web container. Web container uses a file called as web.xml to detect which servlet to call, and it calls the servlet. That servlet will process the information and it will send the response to the client machine. That's how it works. In the next video, we'll talk about how exactly your web container searches for the servlet and how it gets loaded and the lifecycle of the servlet. Now let's start with the actual work. Now, where do we code? To work on a project, you need to use one of the app or the software which is called IDE. Now, IDE basically stands for Integrated Development Environment. It means it's a software where you will code, where you will compile the project, and where you will run the project. Now, there are different IDEs available for servlets. In fact, for Java field, we have certain IDEs available. So one of them is Netbeans. We have Eclipse. We have IntelliJ. So that these are the three topmost softwares available for Java developers. Now, which is the best one? I would say IntelliJ is one of the best IDE available for Java. But the only thing is, it has two versions. One is community version and second is the ultimate version. And if you want to work on server-side coding, you need to use ultimate one. And unfortunately, you have to pay for that. Otherwise, you can go with Eclipse. This is the next best IDE available. And the awesome thing is it is free to use. And then we have Netbeans. Normally in academic purpose, they use Netbeans a lot. But I've never seen a development environment where we are using a Netbeans. But then people may be using it. But I prefer Eclipse. In fact, the industry which I visited for training, they all use Eclipse. Now, we will see how do you get Eclipse in your machine. Now, the first thing would be open your browser. So just go to Google and search for Eclipse download. Now, if you search for Eclipse download, you can see it will show you this option, which is Eclipse IDE for Java EE. Just click on that. And now you can see we have, for different OS, we have different setups here. Now you can go for any version. Depending upon your OS. Example, in my machine, I'm using Mac, so I will be going for Mac OS X. If you're using Windows, depending upon which bit you're using, maybe 32-bit OS or 64-bit OS, you will choose one of them. And if you're using Linux flavors, you can choose this one. Now, since I'm using Mac, I will be going for the third option here. Click on this, and then you will click on download. And in some time, it will get downloaded, and you can see it is getting downloaded here. Now, it will take some time based on your internet speed. Now, we don't have to actually wait for this. I already have a setup in my machine. So if I go to Finder, you can see I already downloaded this software on my machine. And the only thing is, since it is star.gz, you can simply double click it and it will give you the unzipped version, right? And the unzipped version is Eclipse. And the moment I double click on this, you will get your IDE. So the version which I'm using is Eclipse Mars here. You can also use Neon, that works fine. Now it will ask you for a workspace. Now workspace is basically a folder where you will put all your project. So all your working projects will be there in this folder. You can choose whichever folder you want, and I would choose a servlet, I would say a servlet workspace. I will click on OK. And as you can see, this is the Eclipse IDE, so let me just make it full frame. And I will close the welcome window. Again, you can enjoy this welcome window where you have some tutorials. You can see some sample code, but then let me just close it. And this is how your Eclipse will look like. On the left hand side, you have your project explorer. So all your project will be explored here. On the right hand side, you have some task list. You have some outline to work with. So we don't need that at this point. Now this is the area where you will get your code window. As you can see, we don't have anything here yet, but then this is where you will code. And these tabs are very important. Now this is one of the tabs which will be helpful for debugging your application. Whatever wrong with your project, you can see that here. Then this is the tab which is important, the server tab. Now you might have guessed it till now, since you are working with Servlet, you need a server to run it on, right? And in the theory video, we have talked about it. We need a server, which is a Servlet container where you will run the servlets. And the Servlet container which we are going to use in the course is Tomcat. So of course you need to link your Tomcat here. But how do you do that? That's a different thing. Then this is for data source if you want to explore your database connections. Now this is what you have on this side. Now let's talk about this one. This is a perspective. So if I click on this perspective, these are the perspectives which are available. Now you might be wondering what this perspective means. Now, if you are working on servlets or any enterprise level code, let's say Servlet JSP, EJBs, you will be selecting Java EE. Now, Java EE offers you those features where you can configure Java EE stuff. Example, the server tab which you are getting here, thanks to the Java EE perspective. Because if I change different perspective, let's say Java, which is used for normal core Java development, and if I click on OK, you will see there's something changed and the server tab is gone now. So these are the perspective you have. So you can see if I click on Java EE perspective, you will get servers. If I click on Java perspective here, you will not see servers there. And if I again open the perspective, there are Git perspectives. So if you want to see the repositories, there is a JPA perspective if you want to work with JPA. Now time being we want to work with Java EE, so let's stick to it. Click on OK, and you got Java EE perspective. Now the next thing would be you need a project and you need a Tomcat server. Now once you have your Eclipse up and running, it's time to configure Tomcat. So before configuring Tomcat, first you have to make sure that you have downloaded Tomcat, and we don't have it yet, right? So let's go back to the browser and search for Tomcat download. Now it will take you to the official website of Tomcat. So let's go for the versions. Now you can see we are getting option of Apache Tomcat 7, Apache Tomcat 8. I would choose 8 here. And you can see we have certain versions. Now this is 8.5.24 and the below one is 8.0. I prefer the complete version. So 8.0 is something which I will be using here. You can also use 8.5, nothing wrong with that. Now in this, which one to select? Again, depend upon your OS. I would select tar.zz because it works on Mac perfectly. So I will click on this one and it will download the software. And then you also need documentation. Now, why we need a source code here, that we'll see later. But time being, we got these two softwares. One is the Tomcat and the documentation. Oh, we have to click on that as well. So it will download the documentation as well. Now, I have those things here. So if you can see, I have the setup for Tomcat and the source code as well. Time being, let's not think about the source code, think about this Tomcat. Double click this one and it will unzip and it will give you the unzipped version of Tomcat. Can you see that? We got Tomcat here. But how do we use it? Of course, we can use it on command line or terminal, but then we want to configure that to Eclipse. So go back to Eclipse and now you can see in the server tab. Now, maybe you will not see a tab there on your machine. How do we get it? So in case if you don't find this tab here, just go to window and say show view, click on servers. It will show you the tab there. Now we have a Tomcat downloader. We just need to connect it. Now, how do we do that? Just click on this one. Now it will ask you which software you want to connect or which server you want to connect. So click on Apache and you can see it shows a lot of versions. This is the old version. Let's click 8.0. Click on next. And then it will ask you for the location where you have your Tomcat. So click on browse and move to the location there. So I came to a folder where I have my Tomcat. Can you see that this folder? Double click that and click on open. So there's no error, click on finish. And this is how you link your Eclipse with Tomcat. But you're still not sure will it work. Now how do you verify if your Tomcat is perfectly working? Right click here and say start. Now if it is getting started perfectly, you can see it says started. That means your Tomcat is properly configured and it is working. But maybe sometime it will not work. Now when I say sometime, there might be different issues. One of the most common issue is the port number which Tomcat is running on is used by someone else. Maybe you already have a HTTP server in your machine, let's say a XAMPP server, let's say some other server which is using the same port number. Now which port number I'm talking about? So if I double click here, this is the port number which is used by Tomcat, which is 8080, which is the HTTP port number. Now if you have any software which is using this port number, then your Tomcat will not start. Now in that scenario, what you will do is you will double click here and you will change your port number. You can change your port number, you can make it 8081. So now your Tomcat will run on 8081 if you save this. But I don't want to do that. I will say I'm happy with 8080. So since it is working on my machine, I will not play with that. Now, how do we access or how do we use Tomcat here? So what you can do is you can just go to localhost and type :8080. Now before hitting enter, what I will do is I will go back to my Eclipse and I will stop the server just to see if I don't have the server there. So if I stop it, and after stopping it, if I go back to browser and if I say enter, it will give you an error. It says the site cannot be reached because of course you don't have this port number running here. Now if I say start, let's see what we get. So if I say start here and go back to the browser and say enter, now can you see that we got a different error? It says the page not found, but that's fine. Is it your Tomcat working? Yes, can you see that? The response is you got it from Tomcat. That means this URL is hitting the Tomcat. That's what we wanted to check. But you can also get the amazing homepage of Tomcat if you do one more setting. You can see in this server location, you can also choose use Tomcat installation. It will show you the server page. If I go back here, okay, we have to restart the server, right click and restart. This is how you restart the server and go back to your browser. I hope it will show you the homepage of Tomcat. Yeah, I can see that we got the page. Now in which you can use these options as well if you want to deploy any application. But this is for only seeing stuff, because since we are using Eclipse, we'll be deploying everything from the Eclipse. You don't have to use this page anymore, but it's your choice. You can use it. So your Tomcat is working. Your Tomcat is up and running. Now the next step would be how to create a project. And in this video, we will see how to install Eclipse and how do we configure Tomcat on Eclipse on Windows. So step one would be we need to install Eclipse. Of course, you need JDK as well. So I hope you have JDK installed on your machine. In this machine, I have Java 9, but that's fine. You can also install Java 8 or Java 7. Okay, so step one would be you have to download Eclipse. So I will search for Eclipse download. To be specific, we want Eclipse Java EE version. So I would say Eclipse EE download. And you can see this is the website you will get, and if you click on this, okay, now the version is a bit different. This is a version Indigo, but we want the latest version, so I would select Oxygen packages here, and from this we have to select Java EE developers, and in that also we will be going for the different versions. As it is Windows 64-bit machine, I'll be using 64-bit here. Once you click on this, it will give you option of download, and you can go ahead and you can download this. The moment you click on download, it will get downloaded. By the time it gets downloaded, let's go back to the page, and you can see that's why Eclipse is so famous. You know, there are different flavors available. So if you're working on Spring framework, you can also go for Spring, which is based on Eclipse, or for different reasons they have different IDs available. Now once you got Eclipse downloaded, the second software we need here is Tomcat. Tomcat being a server for your servlet, I would say Apache, Tomcat, you can go for any version. I will go for Tomcat 9, and let's click on this one. In the earlier video which we have configured on Mac, I have installed Apache Tomcat 8 and Mars. It's just to give you a different flavor that you can work with any version. We are installing 9. Now once you get this page, you have to search for, so first of all, this is in beta version, but that's fine, it will work. You might be facing some issues, but then we can handle that. This, you can see we have so many options. Now we will be going for the zip version because we don't want to install it, we just want to load your Tomcat in Eclipse, right? So we'll click on the zip version. This will download the Tomcat 9, and we also need a source code distribution so that you can see the source code as well. So click on zip. Again, how to configure this, that we'll see later. But you can see we got these three softwares. These three softwares are there in my folder here. So if I go to softwares, you can see we have these three files, and now let's unzip this version. So I will right click and say extract here. And by the time we can also unzip the Tomcat version, so we can right click on Tomcat and then we will say extract here. So once we got these two softwares, you can see we have this two folder, and now I will open Eclipse. Now inside this folder, you can see we have a software called as eclipse.exe. Double click on that and this will open Eclipse. Now it will ask you for the workspace. Now workspace is basically a folder where you can put all your projects. I would say the workspace here is my Servlet workspace, and I will click on launch. It does take some time to open because this is the first time I'm opening Eclipse on this machine. So once we got this IDE available. You can see we got the welcome page. Let's not touch it here now. And click on this welcome page. Now you can see we got different areas. This is where you will, on the left hand side, you will get all your projects. We don't need this outline and task as of now. Now this is important, the server tab here. Now if you are working with Servlet, this is very important. You need a server tab. Now sometime you will not find these tabs here. Again, you can see we don't have console tab here because that is where you will get your system.out.println messages. Now if you want to see this thing, you can click on window. There's an option of show view. In show view, you can select console if you want console there. Let me just click on console. You can see we got console here. If you want server, you can also click on server. Now since we already have it here, we don't have to do that. Otherwise you can select that and it will show you the tab. Now you can see it says there is no server available. Now how do we connect our server here? So we'll click on this one. Now it will ask you for which server you want to connect. You can see it gives you so many options here. Now we have to expand Apache. In Apache we have, you can see we have different version. Now since we are working with Tomcat 9, let's select this one and click on next. In this you have to select the path where you have your folder. Let me just go to that path. So as you can see, I have selected that path here. I will click on OK. So this is the path where I have my Apache Tomcat, which we have downloaded and unzipped. Now once you got it, let's click on next and nothing to configure here. Click on finish. This is how you connect your Eclipse with Tomcat. So this is your Tomcat here, but we have to also verify, right, if it's working. So whenever before creating a project, it's always better to test your Tomcat. So I would say start. And you can see something is happening behind the scene. We have to make sure that it is starting at some point, and it started. Now how do you verify if it started? Now first of all, you need to know which port number your Tomcat is using. So if I double click here on this is the port number you are running your Tomcat on, which is 8080. To verify this, let's go back to your browser, and here to verify this we'll type localhost:8080. So we'll type localhost:8080, and if I enter, you can see we got the response from Tomcat. Now since your Tomcat is up and running, that's why you got this response. Now if you want the awesome Tomcat web page, you can also select this option, the second option, which will show you the Tomcat homepage if you want to see that. And once you do that configuration, you can also restart your machine. Now again, sometime your machine will give you some issue if you already have a service running with this port number. Maybe you have a XAMPP server or some other server which is using 8080 port number. You can change it from here. You can change your Tomcat port number to 8081 or 8082, your choice, and save it and restart your server. Everything will work. Once I've done that configuration, let me go back to my browser and I will say enter. You can see that we got the awesome Apache Tomcat homepage. So this is how you install Eclipse on Windows, and this is how you configure Tomcat. Now once you have your Eclipse and Tomcat configured, it's time to start with our first project. Now how do you build a project, or how do we create a project in Eclipse? It's very simple. You can just go to File, there's an option of New, and click on a project. So it's very easy, just go to File and click on New. Now it will give you certain options like JPA project, Enterprise Application Project. Now which one to select? We will be selecting Dynamic Web Project. Now this is one option you can go for, or the other option would be just right click on the Project Explorer and say New. Now there's an option of Dynamic Web Project. Let's choose it from here, and now it will ask you for a project name. We can give any project name here. I would say the project name is Demo App. Now that's the first thing you have to mention. The second thing is you have to mention the target runtime. Now target runtime is basically a runtime where you will run your project. If you remember, we have installed Tomcat 8, that's why you're getting this option. You can also choose a new runtime. You can configure multiple runtimes in your machine, but one project will use only one runtime at a time. Next is the dynamic web module version. So this is the version of Servlet API. So basically Servlet is the API using which you can build web application. The first public release was 2.2, but now we are using 3.1. Let's choose that. And nothing specific here. Everything will be default. Click on next. Nothing to specify here. Click on next. Now it will ask you for the context that we'll discuss that later. Now this is important. Generate Web.xml deployment descriptor. Now this file is important here. We'll checkmark this and we'll click on finish. Now by doing that, it will give you your first project. You can see that we got your project here. Let's try to understand what are these folders we have in this project. So the first folder we will be looking at is web content. Expand it. You will see there are two folders. One is meta-inf and one is web-inf. Meta-inf is not that important as of now. Once you start working on the enterprise things. We can see that. But now the most important part is this web.inf folder. Now it's actually very important because this folder has this file which is Web.xml. What if I say this is one of the most important files for your servlet application? This is where you will configure most of this stuff. Now we'll not be looking in deep in this file yet. We'll close this and minimize the web content. The next important folder which we're going to use is the Java resources. Now you might guess it right, we are working on Java, so of course we have to write Java code. Now if you're thinking Servlet will be something very different, not exactly. Whatever you have seen in your core Java, Servlet will look on the same page. Now this is where you will create all your Java codes. So whatever files you will write, you will do that here in the resources. But time being, again, will not do that. Let's go back to web content and let's create a simple page, because that's what we wanted, right? We wanted to create a page which will print hello world. So what I will do is I will right click here and I would say create a HTML page, and that's the beauty. It's not just about Java, it's about making a web application, and HTML remains the default design language. I would say the page name is index.html. That's the page I want to create. And in this page, you can see the page went to the web content folder. This is where you'll be having all your public pages. Now in this, it will give you certain tags like head tag, title tag. We will not be using that. Okay, I should be increasing the font size here. So you can see we got our page here, we got the text. So you can see we have head tag. We don't need those tags yet. Now we have a body tag and we'll be using, so yeah, we have a body tag here. And in this body tag, I will simply print hello world. Okay, we got hello world here. And then simply save this. But how will you see the output? It's very simple. Just right click on your project. That's one way. Or you can right click on the page itself and you will say run on server. If you have a server, it will of course run on that. I will click on run on server. It will ask you for which server. As I mentioned, you can have multiple servers. We'll mention that I want to work on Tomcat 8.0. Click on next. Now it will say, okay, configured app, which is we are working here. Click on finish. It will restart the server which you are running here, Tomcat server. Click on OK. It will restart the server. It will deploy your application on the Tomcat, and that's why we said deployment. It will shift your project into your Tomcat. And you can see that we got the output. We got the output as hello world. It's as simple as that. So yes, we can create a static page in your Java web project as well. This is the address which we are using, and we got hello world. Now you might be wondering, this should be getting opened in a browser, right? Why it is getting opened in Eclipse? The amazing thing about Eclipse, it has an internal browser. So you can see the browser here. This is the internal browser. Using this browser, you can actually go to any website. You can say I want to go to google.com. Even it will take you to google.com. Yeah, this is the internal browser. So in case if your external browser not working, someday you can use Eclipse browser. But that's not the main reason why you use this. So yes, we can write our code, we can test our code here, we can see the output. But I'm not a big fan of internal browsers. I love external browsers because let's say if you are also using some designing tools or designing things like maybe jQuery, JavaScript, CSS, in those terms, it's better to test your app on the external browser. So what I will do is I will switch from internal browser to external browser. The way you do that is by going to a window and say web browser, and you can see that it gives you option of internal web browser. We don't want that. I want to go for the default, or we can go for default one, or we can go for Firefox. So let me select Firefox here so that I will see the output on the Firefox, and let me just close this window now and let's rerun this. So I will simply click on this. And okay, I know that we have to select Tomcat. Why you're asking me every time? So you can say always use this server and click on next and click on finish. The moment you do that, it will take some time and it will open Firefox. You can see that you got the output on the Firefox browser now. So this is how you create your first project in in Java. But then we are not yet started with Servlet. Why do we need Servlet here? So let's create a scenario where you will need Servlet. Let's say you want to add two numbers. How will you do that? You might be saying, hey, we can use JavaScript and we can add two numbers, but then hold on. Adding two numbers can be done with JavaScript, but what if you want to do some server-side coding? You want to fetch data from database. You want to perform some operations which requires some server-level processing, not just on the client side. In that terms, you need to use server-side language, which is Servlet in this case. So just to explain that, I will go for a normal code, which is form action. So this is how you send a request to the server, right? We use form action. So you say form action, and here you will ask for two values. So let's say I want to ask for the first value, the second value. That's what you do on the page. So I would say enter the first number, and I will give a colon, and here I would say input type equal to text. I will say name equal to num1 because this is where you will enter the first number. So I will say num1, and after that I want a break tag, and I would say this is the second number, and I will change to num2. I got two numbers, I mean two text field where I will insert the numbers. I want a submit button here, so I would say input type equal to submit. Now this is where you will submit your request. But the question arises, where, I mean, who will handle the request? Once I've done with the coding here, let's go back to Firefox and let's verify if we got the design. And yes, we got the design here. And if I say maybe 7 and 8, it should print 15, right? So if I click on submit query, you can see nothing is happening. It's because we have not specified anything in the action. You will say, hey, add those two values. So this is the URL which you are using, which is add. And now if I go back and if I say the same request, first of all, we have to refresh the page, and I will click on submit query. You can see that now it is sending a request to add, and see in the address bar, the request is going for the add request. But unfortunately, we don't have any page called as add page. So how it will work? And that's where you need to create a servlet. So in the last video, we have seen how do we create a project in Eclipse, which is a web project in this case. And we have also created one page, which is index.html. So what we are trying to do here is we are taking two values. The moment you click on submit, we want to call add. But what exactly this add is? The purpose here is just to add these two numbers, that's it. We can do that with JavaScript, but here I want to use a server-side technology and we want to use Java, and the only option you have is servlet. So what we will do here is let's create a servlet. But how do we do that? It's very simple actually. Just right click on your project and say new. Here I will select a class. But you might be wondering, we are making a servlet, right? It should be something new. Not exactly. We can create a simple class and that will behave like a servlet. I know you don't trust me. I will click on class here. I will create a simple class which will add two numbers. So we will call this as a add servlet. Again, you can use any name. I love this name, which is add servlet. I will go with that. And here in the package, I will mention the package name. I would say com.telusko. You can use any package name, but then you have to make sure that your package name is unique. And that's why we always use a reverse of your domain name, because your domain names are unique. So of course your package name will also be unique. And here I will click on finish. A very simple class. So you can see we have a very simple class which is doing nothing. Now, in order to make a servlet, you just need to do one thing. There are different ways of creating a servlet. We will talk about the lifecycle of servlet and what are the complete hierarchy. Time being, just to make it simple, I will use a class name which is, so we just have to extend a class which is HttpServlet. So you just need to extend HttpServlet and your job is done. The moment you extend a servlet class, your class becomes a servlet. So you just have to extend HttpServlet. Okay, now this sounds cool. The next problem is, when you click on the submit button, it will call add, right? And we are expecting when you call add, it will call add servlet. Will it be happening automatically? That's a different thing. We'll talk about that later. But imagine if this class is working, if you want to perform any operation, you need methods. That's what we have learned in Java. If you want to do any task, you use methods. Now here as well, I have to use a method, but which one? Now Servlet says if you want to use a method name, you can use a service method, because Servlet is a server component, right? And what server does, it provides service. So we can use a method name which is service. Can I use some other method name? The answer is no. If you want to make it working, you need to use a service method name. Now service is a method which belongs to a servlet lifecycle. So of course you have to go with this method name. So I would say service, and here I want to accept the request from the user and I want to do some task. Now the question would be how a user will send a request. I mean, that's okay. So let's say if you got a request here, how a user will able to send data and this servlet is able to receive data. As we have seen in the video, the theory video which we have done, whenever you work with service method or any server, you have to work with two different objects. One is the request object and second is the response object. So you have to pass a request object here. So I will say HttpServletRequest object and REQ. The thing is, you don't have to actually create this object by yourself. This object will be created by Tomcat. You just need to get a reference of it. So you don't have to say new keyword or nothing, something like that. You simply say HttpServletRequest and you say REQ, and then you will say HttpServletResponse. So basically we need these two objects here. Now using the request object, you can fetch data from the client, and using the response object, you can send the response to the client. So it's all about request and response, right? Now in this method service, once I got this object, what I will do is I will try to get data from the user. Now a user is sending two values, right? So I would say int I, where you will have the first value. So I would say req. Now this request object will have your data. So I can say get parameter, because when a user is passing values, a user is passing parameters. And I would say I want to accept the first value, but what to mention here? Now as a user, you are sending two values, right? You are sending values in num1 and num2. The first value is there in num1. So I would say I want to fetch value from num1. Okay, now there is one simple problem. Get parameter will give you a string. What we are expecting here is an integer. So we have to convert that, right? And the way you do that is by using parseInt, our favorite method, which is parseInt, and this string will be getting converted into integer. The same thing can be done for the second variable. I would say j here. So this is int j integer.parseInt, and here I will say num2. Now you can see we got both the values. We got I and we got j. The only thing we have to do now is add them. And the way you do that is by saying int k equal to I plus j, a simple core Java concept. Okay, now the question would be, we have done with the addition, how do I print it? So normally in core Java, what we do is we say system.out.println, and I would say result is, and I will print the value of k. So I'm expecting that this should work. Now will this work? Let's try. I will run this application. I will go back to index. I will say run on server. So you can see we got this page here, and in this page I will say 34 and 21 or 12. So the answer should be 46. Let me just click on submit. Oh, it's not working. It says 404, our favorite error, right? And there's one thing which you have to observe. Look at the address bar. We are sending our add request, that is perfect. And we are also passing the values. So we are passing the value of num1 and num2 in the address bar. So this is called as a query string. So query string is a part where you can send your data from a client to a server. So let's go back to the server. Now the question would be, why you're not able to call this add servlet? For the obvious reason, right? If I look at this add, when you click on the submit, you're calling add, right? So you are calling add, and you have a servlet name which is add servlet. Don't you think it will get confused between these two? We have an add servlet here and we have add here. To solve this problem, let's try to understand the flow. The moment you click on submit, now since you are using Tomcat, Tomcat will say, okay, you are requesting for a page. The request will go to Tomcat, but Tomcat don't know that this is the class you have to call. Now it will ask you, hey programmer, a user is trying to call add servlet. You must have defined the flow, right? So whenever a user call add, it should call add servlet where you have configured it. And unfortunately, we have not done that yet. So Tomcat will look for this file, which is Web.xml. Web.xml is also called as a deployment descriptor. This is where you will have all the configuration. So if I open this, you can see we don't have any configuration for this servlet. This thing we don't need as of now. I can remove all this stuff. That was a welcome page. What I want here is I want to configure my servlet. So I want to say whenever a user requests for add, I want to call add servlet. And the way you do that is by putting two tags here. One is a servlet tag, and the next one is servlet mapping tag. You just need to use these two tags. That's it. A servlet tag and a servlet mapping tag. Now inside servlet tag, you have two sub tags here. So one is a servlet name and the second one is servlet class. In the servlet mapping, again, you have to define two tags. One is the servlet name and the next one is URL pattern. Now this is unique, right? We have a servlet class name, that makes sense. We have a URL pattern because you are sending a request, right? So if you look at the address bar, this is basically a URL. So that makes sense. But why we have servlet name? It's because in your application, you might have multiple servlets. May not be one, maybe 10, 12, 50, 100. You're not sure. Now for every servlet, you need to create a servlet tag and a servlet mapping tag. So there will be a confusion which servlet mapping is linked with which servlet, and that's where we use the servlet name. So these two are linked, so they should have the same name. And I would say the name is ABC. Again, you can go with any name. Time when we are going for ABC, you have to make sure that if one pair, which is servlet and servlet mapping, they should have the same name. If you have another servlet, you will be having another pair of this. Now, what about the servlet name or the servlet class? The servlet class is the servlet class name you have to mention, which is add servlet. And the URL pattern is your add. So /add, because you're requesting for an add request. So add will call add servlet. But then we have to provide a fully qualified class name. And when I say fully qualified class name, it means with the package name. So the package name is com.telusko. So you have to mention fully qualified name. So a class name with a package. So com.telusko.add servlet. Now everything seems good. It should work now. Now, how to verify? Let's right click on your server, say restart, go back to your browser. Let's refresh this page. I will say submit. Oh, something has happened. You can see there is no error. Okay, so we have done with the first step, at least we have not getting any error. If I go back to the browser or the Eclipse, you can see we got the answer, but the answer is coming in the console. But why on the console? For a very simple reason. In the code, if you can see, we are printing the data on the console. So whenever you say system.out.println, you always print data on a console. I don't want to print it on a console. I want to print on the page, the client page. You can see we got a page here, but this page doesn't have the data. Now, to understand this, question arises, who is sending this page? It's actually a servlet. Servlet is sending that page in the format of response object. Now, in order to write the data on response object, you cannot say system.out.println. You have to say it is response.getWriter.println. So basically you are taking the object of response and then you are fetching a writer object of it and you are saying println. I know this looks confusing. So what I will do is I will try to create this object outside. So I will say response.getWriter. So if you can observe this getWriter returns an object of printWriter. So I will say printWriter. This is what it returns. So I will say printWriter out equal to rs.getWriter. We have to import the package for printWriter first of all. And here, instead of using response.getWriter, I will say out. So what you're doing is you are printing data on a response object. This is the object which goes from the server to client. Now it is throwing an exception. It says it might throw IO exception. So you can say throws. That's one of the best options you can go for. So I would say add throws declaration. Our job is done and it should work now. The data should be printed on the client machine. I will go back here, right click on the server and say restart. It's doing something. Let me just go back to my browser and I will say refresh, click on submit. Can you see that we got the output on the client page? This is what we're expecting. So this is how you create a simple servlet which will accept two values and it will add those and it will print data on the web page. Just to repeat, we have created a class, a simple class in any package you want. You just need to extend a HttpServlet class in which you just have to define a method which is service. You cannot go for any other name other than service. You cannot say ABC, PQR. Yes, we do have some two extra methods we can use, but time being, let's focus on service. It takes two objects, request and response in the same sequence. And then you need to fetch those two values, add those two values, and you can print it. You can do anything you want, but this is what we have done in this example. So I hope you understood how to get a servlet and how to send a response. So let's make a quick recap whatever we have done till now. So if you can see, we have an HTML page here. So when you run this code, let's run this code first. I will say run as on server. So it's opening a browser and you can see we got the output page, it is asking for two numbers. I will say 3 and 4 or 34 and 4 just to test what is happening. So as you can see, we got the answer as result is 38. Now the point is, when you talk about this protocol which we are using here, which is HTTP protocol, now this protocol has certain methods to work with. Now if you are coming from networking background, if you read about HTTP protocol, we have 5 methods. We have get, post, put, delete and options. But then we don't use all in the web page. Normally when you want to send data to the server, we use a post request. And whenever you want to fetch data from the server, we use a get request. Now here, by default, it is using a get request. Now get request is something which we use when you want to fetch data, and post is something which we use when you want to submit data. Now here, you can see we are expecting an answer, but then we are also sending values, right? Now whenever you use a get request, the values goes into address bar. But then hold on, where did I mention that I'm using a GET request? Now by default, if you don't mention anything in the form, it is by default GET method, which means if I say a method, by default it is GET. I don't want to work with GET, I want to work with POST. Now in that scenario, what will happen is the data which is you are passing from the address bar will not be using the address URL to send data. Example, if I remove this GET and if I use POST, because by default it is GET, I want to use POST. By doing that, I will go back to my page, I will refresh it, and I will send the same data which is 34 and 4. Now this time you can see we got the same answer. But look at the URL. It's not there. The query string which you are passing is not there. So that's the beauty about a POST request. Now when to use GET and when to use POST. So whenever you want to fetch data from the server, go for GET. Whenever you want to submit data to the server, use POST. Now when you're submitting data, it can be also your username and password. So when you want to verify your credentials, you use username and password, right? So in that scenario, use a POST request. Now here as well, I mean, in this case, we don't want to maintain any secrecy. We can actually use GET request, but then just to understand how POST works, we are doing this. So POST will not put your data into a URL. Now it doesn't matter if you're sending a GET request or a POST request, request will go to service method and it will execute. Now I have one more point here. The point is, I don't want to work with GET request. I mean, as a programmer of this servlet, I want to say, I want to accept only the POST request. I don't want to accept a GET request. Now can we control that? You know, you can, once you get the request object, you can actually fetch what type of request you are getting. Is it a GET or a POST request? But then why you have to manage all those things? Servlet says, especially HTTP Servlet says, hey programmer, don't worry. I will give you 2 extra methods, one to work with POST and one to work with GET. So instead of using service, we can also use do GET or do POST. Now in this case, I want to work with POST request, so I can simply use do POST. Now by saying do POST, what we are making sure is this will only work with a POST request. It will not work with a GET request. So let's run this code and let's verify. So right click here and say, or we can simply restart the server. That should work. And if I restart the server, let's go back to my browser. And here, if I refresh this page, say submit, and you can see it is working. So with the POST request, do POST is working. But how about if I go to our client page and say, hey, I want to work with a GET request? In fact, you might be thinking as a client why they will change. Now, I don't know if you know about this, if you know the browsing tool, but then in the browser, you have a way to change it. You can see that the GET request is not working with this. So what I was saying is, you know, even if you mention the POST request on the in the code, if you mention POST request, still as a user, you can change it from the POST to GET request. So you just go to inspect element, and there's a way you can just go here and say, hey, the programmer who is designed this web application said you will be working with POST, but as a user, I want to do some experiment. I will be going for GET request. So yes, you can change it, and the moment you say submit, you can see it will not work, because a programmer says, hey user, if you want to call this servlet, the only way is to send a POST request. We will not accept GET request. So yes, that's the control you have. So it will only work with a POST request, not a GET request. So refresh and submit. This is a POST request. It is working. So yes, we have 2 methods. One is do GET and one is do POST. So we have 2 options, do GET and do POST. But what is happening behind the scene? When you click on this submit button, it will check what type of data you're passing. So you are sending a POST request. So it will go to the Web.xml file and say, hey, I'm searching for a URL, which is add. So your Web.xml says, hey, go to add servlet. But your Tomcat internally has a service method, because as you can see, we are extending HTTP Servlet. So request will go to service method for sure. Request always goes to service method. So in the HTTP Servlet, we have a service method. So if I search for service here, and this is where you have service. Now depend upon your request, it will call a do GET method or a do POST method. So even if you are mentioning do GET or do POST, it will be called through service. So that doesn't mean service is not in the picture now, because we have started this series talking about service method, right? So yes, service method is still there, but what it's doing is it is running behind the scene. So it's that cool. Now, how about if you want to work with both the methods? You can do that actually. You can define both the methods here. One is do GET and one is do POST. So you can copy this code and you can say this is do GET. So I want to have a GET request and a POST request both. And both will perform the same operation. You can do that. It's an option for you. So you can use a GET request or you can use a POST request. with the help of doGet or doPost. Now, don't you think we are repeating the same code? So do we have a solution so that we can write it only once? Yes, you can. You can just create another method. And in that method, you can just write all the statements. And what you will do in doGet and doPost is just call that method, particular method. That's it. Your job will be done. So that's how you work with doGet and doPost. For this example, we only need doPost. So let's remove this and it will work. So once we have talked about those two beautiful methods, which is doGet and doPost, in fact, I just want to do one change here. Let's continue our discussion with get method. And here also I will say doGet, not doPost. And let's verify this if it is working. So I will go back to my server as usual. Let's restart the server and open your Firefox. Here we go. Let's refresh and say submit. It works. Can you see that? It is a get request. It works perfectly. Now what I want is, let's say I want to add two numbers, which is happening in this case. And I also want to find a square of this number. Now maybe we have a scenario where you want to add two numbers and you want to find a square of that. It's very easy actually. You can say k equal to k into k and then you can find a square. But this is a very simple logic, right? Let's say you want to build a very complex logic. And the logic which is finding a square, imagine this is a very complex logic and then you are already doing that in some other servlet. Now in general what I'm talking about is, let's say if you have two servlets, one is a square servlet and one is add servlet. Can I call a servlet from a servlet? It may not make sense in this example. Why do you call a servlet from a servlet? But have patience. In the further videos, we'll discuss why do we call a servlet from a servlet, because we are also going to see JSP and we'll see how all this thing works in the real life. But time being, let's say you have a scenario where you want to call a servlet from a servlet. Because in this case, what we are doing is we are calling a servlet from a page, right? What I want is I want to get one more servlet. The way you do that is very simple. Just right click on your resources. In fact, right click on your project and say next. I want to create a new class and I want to put this class in com.telusko. I hope that's the same package we have. Maybe the class name I want here is a square servlet. And this square servlet will be extending a class which is HttpServlet. Okay, let me just browse it and it's here. Finish, and you can see we got a class which is extending HttpServlet. Instead of doing that, you can also do it here. Now in this, I want a method which is public void doGet so that I can send a request. And of course, this doGet need to accept two things. I will simply copy this code. I'm damn lazy to type it, so I will just do that. Okay, you can see that we got doGet method. Now what I want is I want to find a square of a number. Okay, first of all, I want to call this servlet. Later, we'll try to find a square. How do you know that this servlet is getting called? It's very simple. Just print something. I would say print writer out equal to res.getWriter. This is how you get the writer object so that you can write something on the page. Once I got the right object, and I would say out.println, and I would print hello to square. That's it. I just want to print this message. Now in this page, index.html page, I'm sending a submit request which will call add. This add will call add servlet. But I want to see the output which is hello to SQ. How do you call that particular servlet? It's very simple actually. Just after this line, in fact you don't need to print anything now because we are not going to print this data here. I want to print that on the second servlet. To call that servlet, basically we have two options. One is RequestDispatcher and the second one is redirect. Again, I will talk about this in detail in the theory video, the difference between these two. Time being, let's focus only on dispatcher, request dispatcher. So how do we use a request dispatcher? Because we are dispatching the request from one servlet to other servlet. The way you do that is by creating an object of request dispatcher. You will say request dispatcher and I would say RD, again you can use any name. But then how will you get the instance of RequestDispatcher? Because this is an interface, unfortunately. So the way you do that is by saying req, which is request object dot. There's a method called as get RequestDispatcher. This will give you the instance of RequestDispatcher. Here, you just have to mention the servlet name. In this case, not the servlet name, basically, you have to mention the URL. I would say I want to find a square. But the question arises, how will you use this square? Okay, when you send a square request, how will you call this one? And we have one more thing. We have to also say rd.forward by passing those two beautiful objects, which is request and response. So you have to send a request object and a response object. And you can see there's an exception. So I would simply say add a throws there. Okay, everything looks fine. And it needs to call this servlet, but it will not work. Why? Because if you remember, if you want to call any servlet, we have to make sure that in the Web.xml file, you mention that servlet mapping, right? So we need to create the servlet and servlet mapping for the SQ servlet. So the request we are sending is for SQ, and we have to change the name. If you remember, we'll say PQR here. Again, it should be a logical name, but then just to show you that it can be any name, I'm using this PQR, ABC, ABC. And the servlet is square servlet, right? So when you send a request for SQ, it will call square servlet. So let's go for this flow. So when you click on submit, it will call add servlet. From the add servlet, I'm dispatching the request to SQ, but we don't know what is SQ is. And for that, in the Web.xml file, you mention whenever you get a request for SQ, you have to call SQ servlet. And this is your SQ servlet here. Now, will this work? That's the question. Let's restart the server. Or maybe I will just run this here. So I will say run as run server. And let's enter some values. I will say 34. And this time, let's say 2. Submit. And you can see that we got hello to SQ. So yes, we are able to call a servlet from a servlet. Now, next thing would be, I just don't want to print hello to SQ. What I want to do is, so this servlet should be able to pass the data, the K value to the SQ servlet. How will you do that? Because see, we are forwarding the request, right? Now there's one way you can do that is by using a concept of session management. So normally when you want to send data from one servlet to the servlet, or maybe you want to share data between different servlets, we use a concept of session management. Now we'll talk about session management later. The easiest way to send data from a servlet, from add servlet to SQ servlet is, think about this. This request dispatcher is forwarding request object and response object, right? And the same two objects are being used here. So don't you think if you can put some data in the request object, anyway, you're passing that object, right? So can you just put the value K in request object, something like this? Can you say req.set attribute? So yes, you can set an attribute by saying, hey, this is a K value, and the value itself is K. Now what is 2 Ks here? This is a key and this is a value. So you're passing a K value, which is maybe whatever value you're passing from the user. And then you are naming it K so that when you want to refer this on the another servlet, you can refer that with K. So basically we are able to send this K value from add servlet to SQ servlet. But how do you fetch it here? Now, since you're setting the attribute in the request object here, you will fetch it from the request object. So I would say int K equal to req.getAttribute. So we got get attribute, and here you have to mention K. So we are passing the value from K. Okay, now it returns an object of an object. What you do is you have to convert that into integer format. So you can simply typecast it. So whenever you have an object format, you can typecast it to int, and that will perfectly work. And here I just want to print, first of all, we have to find a square of a number. So I will say K equal to K into K. And here I would say, I don't want to print the value. I don't want to print hello to SQ. I want to print result is K. So now it will, so when you send a request now, it will first get added those two values, and then you will get this squared as well. Will this work? Let's verify. Let's go to our index page, or maybe I will just simply restart the server and then go back to the browser. Here I will say refresh, and I will send a value so that we can see if you're getting the square of a number. 6 and 2, which is 8 addition, and then when you find the square of it, it should be 64, and we got 64, right? It's that simple. This is how you call a servlet from a servlet. So in the add servlet, you use RequestDispatcher. Now there is another way using which you can do that, that is redirect, and we'll see redirect in the next video. So in the last video, we have talked about what is servlet, how servlet works, right? So we have also seen the life cycle of servlet. So the first method in the servlet life cycle is init. Then we talk about service, and then we talk about destroy. Now, if you observed in the practical implementation, when we have implemented that service method, right, we have provided two objects. One is request object and response object. So those two objects are here. So in this video, we'll talk about those two objects. One is HTTP request object and HTTP response object. Now, why we need these two objects? So let's say we have a client machine here, and then we have a servlet. Now, when I say servlet, it means server. When I say server, it means servlet, because we are learning a servlet technology. So we have a servlet here, and then we have a client. So let's say this client want to add two numbers. So if you want to add two numbers, that means you have to first send the request, and you have to also pass those two values, I mean, let's add 2 and 3. So if you want to add these two values, you have to pass those two values, right? Of course. Now, how do you pass those two values? Maybe not just these values. I want to also talk about what is the client address. I want to also send about which browser client use. So if we want to send all those information, you have to pass it in some format, right? And since we are working in Java technology, we will work with objects. So what we can do is we can put these values in an object, right? So we can put those values in an object. Now this object, which is going from the client page to the server, will be called as your request object. So request object is an object which will hold your values. Now once the servlet got the request, you have to send a response, right? So what we have to do is, when you're sending a response, okay, when you send a response, what you send. So basically, sometimes we want to send a data, we want to send HTML tags, we want to send a video, we want to send an image. So you can send all those information in one particular object, and that's your response object. So while sending the data, we'll be sending a response object. Now this response object will have all the data which a client need, right? So request object will have all the data which a servlet needs, and response object will have all the data which a client needs, right? Again, it's dependent upon servlet what it wants to send, right? So let's say in this scenario, a servlet wants to send a value 5, right? So this response object will have a value 5. Now it can be of type, so this data can be of type text, this data can be of type HTML, this data can be of type, let's say, video. So you can have all this format in your response object. Again, you can specifically, you can specify what format you want to go for, right? Again, how to do that, that was in the practical implementation, but that's possible. You can specify what type of data you're sending. You know, in terms of, when you talk about the web services world, where you return JSON value, you don't return a page or a text value, what to return a JSON value. In that scenario, you can specify what data you want to send from the server machine to the client machine with the help of response object. Okay, so we have request object here, and then we got a response object. Now where do we use it? So if you remember, in service method, we use two objects. One is request object, and the next one is response object. Again, when you say request object, it's a part of HTTP Servlet Request, and response object is the object of HTTP Servlet Response. But then question arises, do we need to create object of it? And the answer is no. We don't have to create object of HTTP Servlet Request. Your Tomcat says, hey, you want an object? I will give you the object. So Tomcat will give you those two objects, request object and response object. You have to specify what you want, and Tomcat says, I will give you that. Okay. So in the service method, you have to specify the references so that Tomcat will give you those objects to you. Make sense? So yeah, so these two are actually interfaces, okay? HTTP Servlet Request is an interface. HTTP Servlet Response is also an interface, not a class. But the implementation is done by the Tomcat, and object will be given by the Tomcat. And that's why when you want to run a web application, you need a Tomcat server, right? So yeah, so that's how your request and response object works. This is the theory part of it. We'll see the implementation of it as well. In the next video, we'll talk about how do you call a servlet from a servlet. Is it possible? Let's see how to do that. In this video, we'll see how do you call a servlet from a servlet. So let's say we have a servlet 1 here, which is S1, and then we have S2. So these are two different servlets. Now in the first scenario, let's imagine you have a client here, and client want to send a request to S1. Normally we do that by creating a button on the page, or you can submit form. So when you click on submit, it will call S1. That's when you configure it. So it will call S1, and S1 will send a response to client. Now basically there are two objects which comes into picture. One is the request object and other is the response object. So a client will send a request to S1. So S1 will use a request object to fetch the data from the client, and S1 will send a response to the client. Let's say that object is request 1 and response 1 because we have servlet 1 here. But let's say I have a scenario where servlet 1 should be calling servlet 2. So instead of sending a response here, a servlet 1 is supposed to call a servlet 2. How do we do that? So S1 can call S2 with the help of a special feature called as RequestDispatcher. So we have a concept called as RequestDispatcher, using which you can do this. Let's name that object as RD. So RequestDispatcher object is RD here. So using this RD, you can call S2 from S1. So you just have to create object of RequestDispatcher, and you have to mention the name for the S2, which is Servlet2. It will call it. But normally we also forward these two objects. So when you call S2, you send the same two objects, which is request1 and response1 to the S2. So that if you want to send some data from S1 to S2, let's say if you have a variable called as X, in that X variable we have a value which is 5, and that is there in the Servlet1. If you want to send that to Servlet2, what you do is you add this value X in the request object so that you can access that data in S2 as well. Because anyway, the second servlet will be using the same two objects. Now, if you want to send a response to the client, a client will send, the response which we'll get from the client is same res1. So res1 goes to the client page because the same object is getting forward here, right? So client don't even know that response is getting from where. Is it from S1 or S2? In fact, in the URL, so in the URL, the address is still for S1. So as a client, okay, when I say client, I'm talking about the browsers, okay? So a browser don't even know that from where getting the response. Is it from S2 or S1? Because in the address bar, you still have S1. That is dispatcher. Now this works fine when you have the same website. Let's say all this servlet, we have S1 and S2 on this same website. Let's say the website name is Telusko.com. So if this is on the same website, it will perfectly work. But what if you have a scenario where S1 belongs to Telusko.com, but S2 belongs to some payment gateway, let's say PayPal. So let's say if you want to donate to Telusko.com, you will be using PayPal for the service. Now in this scenario, Telusko.com S1 will send a request to S2, which is PayPal. Now in this scenario, client should know that something is happening behind the scene. So this is another scenario where so if you want to do this, so the request to PayPal should be done from the browser. So let's say if you click on donate button on Telusko.com, Telusko.com will inform browser, hey, you are getting redirected to PayPal. And that's what happens when you buy something online. So let's say when you go to Amazon.com to buy something, when you click on checkout, it takes you to payment gateway. It lets you know that you are getting redirected to payment gateway. Now in that case, you cannot really use RequestDispatcher, right? Because the client don't know in RequestDispatcher that you're getting redirected. In this case, you will be using a special method called as sendRedirect. So we have a method which is sendRedirect in Servlet, using which you can actually know, your client will know that you are getting redirected to the next servlet. So in the earlier scenario, S1 will call S2, but in this scenario, S1 will inform. In redirect, S1 will inform your browser, hey, you are getting redirected to S2. That means when a browser, so let me just do it once again here. So imagine we have a browser. So we have a browser here. Now browser send a request to S1. Now S1, let's say S1 want to call S2, but we cannot do that, right? So S1 will inform browser, hey, just go to S2 now. So now in the first scenario, it is your request 1. For the next request for S2, a client will send a new request, which is REQ, and a client will get a new response, which is RES2. In redirect, you basically send two different requests. This is important, remember? Yeah, so you're sending two different requests. Because in dispatcher, we were using the same object to send data. Like example, if you want to send this X, in this S2, you can simply do that with the help of request object. But in redirect, you cannot do that because in redirect, you are using two different objects, two different request objects. And that's where if you want to maintain the data, if you want to send data from, if you want to send X from S1 to S2, if you want to use that X here, then we have to use a concept of session management. Again, you will understand this once you start working on the practical implementation. This was just a theory just to get the idea how this dispatcher and sendRedirect works. So I hope you understood something from this video. You will get more clear idea once you see the implementation of it. So that's it. Once we have seen the theory of RequestDispatcher and sendRedirect, let's implement them. In fact, in the last video, we have implemented RequestDispatcher, right? The practical video. Now let's implement redirect. So the idea what we are going to do here is we have a page in which you will be asking for two values. The moment you click on submit, it will send a request to add. And when you send a request to add, it will call this add servlet. That's what we have configured in the XML file. And once you call this, it will call do get method because we are sending a get request. Then you'll be passing these two values. I mean, you're fetching these two values, you're adding it, and then you are setting the data in the request object. so that when you fire a request or when you send a request to a next servlet, which is SQ, by using a request dispatcher, you can simply forward by passing a request. And using the same request object on the second servlet, what we are doing is we are fetching it from the request object, we are storing in a variable, and then we are performing the operation and print it. Now in this video, we'll try to do the same thing, but with the help of some other thing, which is sendRedirect. Now how do we do that? So what I will do is I will come in this section. The thing is, how do I call a second servlet? Because without this thing, you cannot call them. So that's a question. How do we do that? So what we'll do here is, now since we are not sending a request object, let's remove this, because in sendRedirect, we don't do that. So we have a response object. So we'll say response.sendRedirect, because in this scenario, what you're doing is this servlet, which is @servlet, is sending a response to a client by saying response.sendRedirect by saying, hey client, just go to square servlet. That's what you have to do. Go to a square servlet. Now a client will send a request to the square servlet. Let's see what is happening behind the scene. So right click here, I will say run as a run server. Let's go back to Firefox, and here I would say any number doesn't matter. So I would say 8, 7 and 5, click on submit. You can see we got an error. It says null pointer exception do get. What's that? In the SQ servlet we have the issue. The issue is not with the @servlet, the issue with the SQ servlet. Now if you observe the URL, it is SQ, because what is happening is you are sending a request to add, but your add servlet says, hey, go to SQ. So your client is sending a request to SQ. And if you see, so sendRedirect is a method belongs to response object, and you simply say redirect to SQ. Now the issue is, you can see in the request dispatch, in the request object, you are trying to fetch the object. Of course, we are not sending a request object. Then how can you use the same object here? That's why you got that null pointer exception. But basically, let's not try to do all these things. We'll do this once more with the another example. But then here, let me just try to print something so that I will get some output at least on the console. Yeah, nothing somewhere. Maybe on the console, I would say SQ called, just to see if this server is getting called or not. I will restart my server once I did that change, and I will go back to my browser and refresh send, and you can see it is able to call SQ by doing nothing. You can see we're not getting anything on the page, but if you see the console, in the console we got SQ called. So yes, we are able to call the second servlet from the first servlet. And there's one way you can verify this. The request is going to SQ. That means this is the second request, not the first request. So in total, a client is sending 2 requests, add request and a SQ request. Now the point is, how will you send a data? Because that's important for me, right? I want to send this data. Okay, now what if I will go back there and I will uncomment this? Because I want to calculate this thing, right? And the way you can get that is, let's say, because we are not sending data in the request object, so I cannot say get attribute. But how about, think about this. If I say get parameter, will this work? So I would say get parameter, and I would say data is coming from, let's say, K itself. Okay, I mean, of course, we are not sending data, but let's do some experiment here. And I would say request object dot get parameter. I'm expecting that the data is coming in the K format. Normally, when you say get parameter, the parameter comes from in a request. Is it a get request? Then if it is a get request, it will be coming from the browser address URL. Remember, if it is a post request, then a different way of fetching data, but the data should be coming from the client. Let's try. So what I will do is, I would say I have to convert that. Of course, I have to say integer dot parse int, and I will convert whatever coming on the way. So the value of K will be converted into int, and you're calculating it. Now let's verify. I will go back to my server as usual, restart it, go back to the browser and refresh. The moment you click on submit, again we got the same problem, right? Number format exception, because the data which you're getting is null and you cannot format it. But what if just after the question mark, after the SQ, if I say question mark and K equal to 9, case that it worked. The moment you pass a value in the URL, it worked, because the second servlet is asking for a value from the parameter, and normally when you say parameter, it's a do get request. So of course the data is coming from the URL, and that's why it is working. But what if I want to make it work without even changing the SQ, I mean the address bar or the URL? In that case, what if in the add servlet itself, I can give a question mark here and I will say k is equal to plus k. I mean, think about it. The response which a client will get is a new URL which is sq question mark k equal to whatever the value you're passing. Let's try with this. I will restart the server and I will submit the same value 7.5, click on submit. Can you see that it worked? And in the address bar, if you can see sq question mark k equal to 12. So that's one way you can pass a value from one servlet to another servlet with redirect. Because in redirect, what is happening is this servlet, which is add servlet, is responding to the client by saying, hey client, go to sq and the URL mention k equal to 12 because the value of k is 12. And the same thing is requested by the client. So this is requested by the client thanks to add servlet, and this is what you're getting. Now this technique comes under session management. Again, we'll discuss session management in a theory video, but then we have a concept of session management where you can transfer data from one servlet to another servlet with the help of three concepts. One of them is session, one of them is cookies, and the thing which we have used here is called as URL rewriting, because you are changing your URL, and that's why it is called as URL rewriting. So that's one of the way. Again, we have two more ways. One is session, one is cookie. So we'll discuss that in one of the video in session management. But here we have worked with redirect, and that's how you forward a request. So yeah, that's it from this video. So what we have done till now is simply created this page which is index.html where I'm asking for two values, num1 and num2. When you click on submit, the request goes to add, where add will call your add servlet, where you are accepting these two values, you're trying to add them. What we also trying to do here is we are trying to call another servlet, or we are sending a request which is sq, which is handled by the sq servlet. Now there's one thing we have to remember is we are using a response.sendRedirect, which means the add servlet will send it will respond to a client by sending a signal which says, hey, just go to the sq servlet. Now sq servlet will try to find a square of a number, but which number? We have to send this k, right? And we have done that in the earlier video. We have talked about this, that we can pass the value by saying sq question mark, and then we can pass a value. So the way we do with the query string. But do we have another option? Let's say if we don't want to use URL rewriting, which we have done in the earlier video. Now you might be thinking, what's the drawback in doing that? Because it works, right? What if you want to pass multiple values? What if you want to use the same value in multiple servlet, not just this servlet? Maybe you have add servlet which calls sq servlet, then sq servlet which calls some other servlet. In that scenario, if you want to maintain the data throughout the session, oh, that's a good word now. There's a concept of session, which means whenever you go to a web application, it will try to maintain a session for you. And that will be done by your Tomcat, of course. How will you use a session here? Because session is there throughout your visit there, right? If you visit one servlet, second servlet, third servlet, it will be there for you. So what if you can put your data into session? So once you put your k into session here, you can use that session value in the next servlet. How do we do that? As I mentioned, session will be given by Tomcat. We just have to get the hold on it. And the way you do that is by using HttpSession. So HttpSession is an interface. We just have to say HttpSession session. And as I mentioned, the object will be given by Tomcat itself. You simply have to say request.getSession. We just have to get the hold on it. And once we got a session object with us, we'll simply say session.setAttribute. Because session will be there throughout your visit to the website, right? If you go to add servlet, if you go to sq servlet, even if after some time, if you go to some other page, which is the same application, this session will be available for you. Provided you don't close the session, provided you don't remove the value from the session. We can do that, by the way. So we'll say session.setAttribute, and I would say the value is going in a format of k, and the value itself is k. So I'm sending an attribute which is k, and the value is k. How do we access that here? How do we fetch the value? Now, of course, we are not sending data into request object. We are sending data in a session. So the way you fetch the value now is by saying, so remove that. We'll say session dot, oh, we have not given the reference for session here. We have not declared it here. So I would say HttpSession session equal to the same thing, request dot get session. And once we got a hold on it, once we got the hold on the session object, I would say session.get. Inside add servlet, we have said set attribute. Here we have to say get attribute. It's that simple. And here I would mention I want k. Okay, now there's one issue. When you say attribute, it means it will return you the object. We don't want object. What we want is the int format, right? So we'll simply typecast it. We'll say int and we are done. So this will give you object and we have to convert that into int. We just simply typecasting it. Again, we can say integer % as well. We just have to convert it into string, but multiple steps, right? This is simple. We can simply typecast it with int. Now this should work. Let's verify. I will go back to my HTML. I will say right click, run as run on server. So it is opening my Firefox, and here I would say 2 and 3, which is 5 into 2, which is 25. Answer should be 25, and we got it. Can you see that we got the answer? So first it is adding those two values, and then it is finding a square of a number. Quite simple, right? So we can use session as well. Now, as I mentioned, the data will be available in this session for you throughout, provided you don't delete this data from the session. Can we really do that? Yes, we can. Actually, we can delete data from a session. So we can, once you got the hold on it, we can say session dot. There's a way you can say, is it remove attribute? Yes, you can say that we have remove attribute, and you can remove k here. Now, once you remove k, of course, you cannot fetch the value. So you can fetch this value only when you have the value in the session. So using this, you can remove it. That's how you can use session. Normally, we can use session to maintain the login. So let's say if you log in on your website, and if you want to verify, if a user goes to another page, and if you want to verify the user is already logged in, you can maintain the data in the session. That's what we do. This looks cool, right? So session looks cool. Do we have some other way? In fact, we'll be working on session more in the future topics once we start with JSP. But can we do something more here? And the answer is yes. What we can also do is we can use cookies as well. So the way we have session, we can also use cookies. Now how that works? So what I will do is I will not use session anymore. Let me remove session. Let me remove session from it everywhere. I want to use cookies here. So I would say int k again, and initially I would say 0. How do we do the same thing with the help of cookies? Let's get back to add, and here I would say I want to work with cookie. Now what is cookie basically? So whenever you send a request to the server, and a server will send you a response. Now in that response object, so the response object which is coming from the server will have a cookie. And then when you send the request to SQ Servlet, you can send the same cookie again. So difference would be the cookie is coming on the client side, and then you're again sending the cookie to the server. Now, if you want to imagine this, imagine you're going to a shop to buy something. Or let's say if you are going to a restaurant, or if you're going to a restaurant which provides you self-service, where you have to buy the product first, you have to pay the amount, and then you will get the dish or whatever you want to eat. So let's say you want to buy something which cost you around, let's say $50. And you are giving $100, so you don't have a change with you. So the product cost you around $50, but you're paying $100. And the shopkeeper says, or the restaurant person says, hey, he don't have a change. Now, of course, you don't have a change. He don't have a change. What you will do? He will say, okay, wait for some time. Once I got the change, I will give it to you. You go back to your seat, and then after half an hour, you go back to the cashier and say, hey, I want my $50 back. Now, will he remember you? Of course not, right? After half an hour, he may forgot who you are. So in the earlier scenario, what you should have done is, the moment he says, hey, wait for 30 minutes, he will give you a token. On that token, he will write 50, which means when you go back to him after some time, you can show that token, which says 50. That's a cookie. When you go for the first time, he will give you a token so that when you go back to him after some time, you can use a token. I hope you understood something about that example. Here, I will try to implement that with the Java code. So I would say cookie, that this is how you create a cookie. You say cookie. Cookie basically belongs to JavaX package, javax.servlet.http. And I would say cookie equal to. How do we create a cookie? It's a class basically. So we can simply say new cookie. Okay, we got a cookie which asks you for two parameters. The first parameter is the name of it. I will say k, and the value of it, which is k as well. So I have a name which is k and the value is k. We got a cookie we got our cookie. We cannot simply pass k here. It should be string. How do we convert this k into string? We can simply append a double quotes, right? So integer append double quotes is string. Now, once we got this cookie, we just have to add this cookie to the response object so that it will go to the client. I would say response.add cookie, and I will pass cookie. That's done. We are sending this cookie to the client. Now this means this add servlet will send the response to the client, and client again will send a request to SQ servlet. Now when a client sends a request to SQ servlet again, it will send the cookie as well. Oh, that means we have to first accept the cookies. And the way you do that is by saying, oh, how do we do that? So when a servlet send a response to the client, it is response object, right? And next time when a client send a request to the SQ servlet, that means the cookie will be coming in the request object, right? So I will say req dot. Do we have a get cookie method? So I will try to guess that. Oh, we don't have get cookie, we have get cookies. That's weird. Why get cookies? Why not get cookie? It is possible that on the client side, you don't have one cookie, you have multiple cookies. Quite possible, right? We don't want, okay, so it will give you all the cookies because client even don't know which cookie you need. So client says, hey, I will give you all the cookies. You figure it out which cookie you want. Okay, so since client is sending all the cookies, I have to use an array of cookies. So I would say cookies array equal to, let me import the package. As I mentioned, we are not getting one cookie, we are getting cookies. So that's why we have an array. And from this array, I want to fetch the cookie which I want. How do we know which I want? For that, I will use an enhanced for loop. I would say for, in fact, I will just declare this variable up here so that I can use it later. I would say for enhanced for loop works something like this. I would say cookie C equal colon cookies. It will run a loop through all the cookies. And then I would say, what? How do we fetch a cookie now? So I would say, first of all, I want to know which cookie I want. So I would say if the cookie name, so I would say cookie c dot get name. Is it the yeah, so we have get name. If the name equals k, that's what we want to compare, right? If name equals k, this is our cookie. I would say k equal to c dot get value. So we don't want all the values, we want only value of that cookie which has a value, which is the name with k. Okay, now it says get value will give you object. Get value give you what? String. We have to convert that into integer. So I would say integer dot %. Okay, so this is how we can fetch cookies, and let's verify if it is working. I'm not sure. Let's run this code. Let's verify. I would say restart. So here it is asking for two values. I would say 8 and 6. And if I say submit, you can see we got 196, which is the square of 14. So it works. So yes, you have multiple options. In the last video, we have seen URL rewriting. In this video, we have seen how do we use session, how do we use cookies to send this data. Let me know if you have not understood the example here of cookie. I will try to create a theory video where I will explain how that cookie flows from a client to the server. So that's it from this video. We have talked about session, we have talked about cookies. I would also recommend you to practice this code. Try different examples, not just addition of two numbers. You can also try login, username, password. You can also try to use, or maybe you can do some other operations as well. So try it out. And in this video, we're going to talk about ServletConfig and ServletContext. Now, when we talk about ServletConfig and ServletContext, we use these two things to get the initial values for a servlet or for the application. Let's say example, if you want to specify a username, password, if you want to do any initial setup, let's say if you want to specify the file path, where you will do it. So normally what we do is we have this XML file, which is Web.xml, in which you can mention some initial parameters. And then you can use those parameters in your code. Example, let's say I want to specify my name and which phone I'm using. So the way you can do that is by specifying a tag called as context param. And in this context param, you can specify two things. Now this will be a name and a value pair. So you can see we have param name. I would say name is, let's say my name. I would say name. And then the name for the value for that name is, my name is Naveen. So I would say Naveen here. And then I will use one more context param, which is for which phone I use. So I will say copy and paste here. And I would say which phone I have. So I would say I have a Samsung phone. So I've specified two things here. One is the name and second is the phone which I'm using. So these are my initial values, but how will I use it? So first of all, let's see how will I use it. So if I go back to my servlet file, again, this is a simple servlet file here. And in this do get, what I will do is I want to get that name, right? I want to get the phone or name. So first of all, I will create object of printWriter so that I can print something. I would say printWriter out response dot get writer. Now once I have a printWriter object with me, Let me import the package for that. And then I will try to print something. Would say out.print, and I will print hi. That's it. I will say hi, and I will give a new line. So I would say br. I just want to print a new line. And then once I have done this, I will go for the next thing, which is I want to print the value. Now the way you can fetch the value of my name or the value of a phone, which is Samsung in this case, we need to use a special object. So we have to create an object of ServletContext. So basically ServletContext and ServletConfig, they both are interfaces. And the way you can see, if I go hover on that, you can see it says I, which is the interface in this case. So when I say ServletConfig or ServletContext in this case, if I say ServletContext, I would say con equal to, I would say ctx. Let me import the package for that. Now, if I want to instantiate it, or if I want to get the object, how would I do that? Now, luckily, your Tomcat says, hey, don't worry, I will give you the object of ServletContext. So the moment you run the application, it will give you the ServletContext object for free. You don't have to create it. And the way you get the access to it is by saying get ServletContext. There are multiple ways of getting this object. One is by using get ServletContext, second by using request.getServletContext if you want to use it. Because when you say get ServletContext, you are getting this method from HTTP Servlet, because HTTP Servlet extends generic servlet. So you're getting this object from there, or this method from there. Ultimately, we are getting object of ServletContext. Now using this object, I can say ctx.getInitParameter. Now getInitParameter is a method which will give you the value of an attribute which you specify here. Example, if I specify name here, it will give you the value of the name, which is Naveen in this case. But how will I know it? So I would say print str equal to, so I would say string str equal to ctx.getInitParameter, and then I will print the str there. So I would say print ln, I will print str. So it should print hi Naveen. So because I'm printing hi, and then I'm printing my name as well. Let's try this. So I will say run on server, and you can see that we got the output, which is hi br Naveen. Okay, the br tag is not working here because I'm not using HTML tags, and I'm using internal browser. Maybe that is the case here. Okay, it's not working, or maybe I will use a space. Maybe I'm using internal browser, that's the issue. But ultimately we can see we should be getting output, which is hi Naveen, right? Okay, now that's your ServletContext object. That's how you can fetch the value. In fact, you can do the same thing for phone. If I remove this, if I say phone, of course you can fetch both. Phone is P is capital, so we have to say P capital, and it will print the phone now. So if I refresh this, you can see we got hi Samsung. That's how you can fetch the initial values. Okay, that's best thing. Normally we can use file path, the location of your database, maybe your username, password for database. You can set all those things here. But we also have ServletConfig, right? Why it is useful? Now ServletConfig says, okay, first of all, in ServletConfig as well, we can specify the initial values the way you are doing with ServletContext. The same thing can be done with ServletConfig as well. The only difference is in your application, you might have 5 to 6 servlet, maybe 10 servlet, or maybe multiple servlet. The ServletContext is an object which will be shared by all the servlets, which means if you specify these values here, this will be shared by all the servlets. What if you want to have a different configuration for different servlets? Example, when I say name, which is Naveen, for this particular servlet, which is my servlet, maybe I have multiple servlets here. For this specific servlet, I want to specify the name as, let's say, Sukesh. I don't want Naveen there. So if I fetch name, it should print Sukesh. And the way you do that in the servlet tag itself, because ServletConfig works with particular servlet. So if you have 5 servlets, in total, you will get 5 ServletConfig objects, but you will be having only one ServletContext object. So I would say init parameter here, init param. And in this init param, you have again the same stuff. We have to say param name. I would say I would say name here. I would say value, which is in this case, I would say Sukesh. So the init param here is Sukesh. So when I run this code now, first of all, I have to make some changes. I've changed my Web.xml file, which is Sukesh here. And in this case, what I will do is, instead of fetching value from ServletContext, I will do that from ServletConfig this time. So I would say ServletConfig. And then on this side also, we'll say ServletConfig. Let's change it to CG. Let's import the package for ServletConfig. And here as well, I would say cg.getInitParam. Now you can see the code remains same. The things which I have changed is from ServletContext, I went to ServletConfig, and here also I'm saying ServletConfig. Now if I run this code, if I restart the server, and you can see it says, hi Sukesh. Even if you have the context value as Naveen, but ServletConfig value is Sukesh, right? So it will give you the priority to that particular servlet. Now, if you create a next servlet, let's say if I create one more servlet as second servlet or maybe addition servlet, in that servlet, if I try to do the same code, but not with ServletContext, but let's say ServletContext. So if I say ServletContext here, and if I say name, because we have not specified the config there, so it will print Naveen. So if you have multiple servlets which will share the same value, of course go for ServletContext. And if you have a different value for different servlets, good to go for ServletConfig. So I hope you got some idea between ServletConfig and ServletContext. And in this video, we'll see how do we configure servlets with the help of annotations. To understand that, let's go with a flow. So what we have done till now is we got this page which is index.html where we are asking for two values. The moment you click on submit, it will send an add request. Now when you send this add request, it should call add servlet. But question arises, how would your Tomcat knows for which request you have to send what request and which servlet to call? And that's where your deployment descriptor comes into picture. So this is your Web.xml, right? So this is where you mention, hey, whenever you get a request for add, you need to call add servlet. Whenever you send a request for SQ, you have to call SQ servlet. So this is where you do all the configuration, right? And it's okay, people do love XML, but not all. Not everyone loves XML. Some people find XML a bit clumsy to work with. They want to work with annotations because annotation will make your work much easier. So what I will do is, whatever you write in Web.xml, I will just simply comment it because I don't want to use XML anymore. In fact, you can delete this code, but just to show you this code for reference, I'm just keeping it here, but that is commented. So this code will not be coming into action when you run this code. So now, if I comment this part and if I run this code once again, let me just do that. I would say run as run server. And you can see in the Firefox, I'm asking for two values. I would say 4, 5. The moment I click on submit, you can see we got an error. Error, which is 404. Now why 404? Because when you send add request, you don't know, or your Tomcat don't know which server to call, right? Because we have commented this portion here. The another way of doing this configuration is with the help of annotation. So what you can do is, on top of your servlet, you can write web servlet. So you can say web servlet annotation, which is this one. And here you have to mention for which URL you want to call this servlet. So I can say whenever anyone sent a request for add, just call this servlet. The same thing can be done for your SQ servlet now. So we'll go back to SQ servlet and paste. But this time to call SQ servlet, we have to use SQ. And the same SQ we are using here. You see that? So we have the same configuration what we have done in XML. So in XML, we have to do so many tags, but using annotations, it will reduce a lot of your work, right? You don't even need this XML anymore. So you can delete the entire part. So you can just simply remove this. So you can see we have blank XML file. And if I go back here, let's restart the app, restart the server. Something went wrong. You can see that we are getting error. Okay, so I guess we are missing a slash. So we have to put a slash request. You have to mention slash before the request URL, because that's what we have done in XML file, remember? So let's do that and restart the server. And you should be getting your output. So you can see that no problem in the server now. And let's go back here. Let's refresh and click on submit. You can see we got the answer. So there are two ways of configuring. One is XML, second is annotations. And annotation will make your work easy. In fact, if you have learned Hibernate or any Spring framework or any other framework, we have two choices. We can go for XML or annotations. And recently we are using annotation for all the projects. So instead of using XML, you can go for this option as well. This is how you use annotations. So that's it from this video. In the next video, we'll see why do we need JSP. And in this video, we'll see why do we need JSP. Till this point, what we have done is we got this form. So when you click on this submit button, it will call add, and we have a servlet who is responsible to handle your request, and it is working perfectly, right? So you can see we are asking for two values, we are adding those values, and then we are printing on the page. So just to see the output, what I will do is I will right click here, I would say run as on server. And on the Firefox, that's the browser I'm using. So if I say 4 and if I enter a value that says 6, so it will add those two values, that's it. So if I click on submit, you can see we got 10. So we are simply adding two values. Now let me just add some twist. The twist is, see, ultimately on the client page, on the client side, we are getting a page, right? So if I right click and if I say view source, you can see a view source itself is this data. There's no HTML tag and nothing. So we don't have HTML tags, right? Because we are not building anything. We are not creating any HTML tag here. And that's fine. Even if you want to make a web page, you just have to make sure that your response is of type HTML. You don't have to write any tags. But what if I want to customize something? What if you want to change the background color? Maybe I want the background color to be blue here, or cyan, or maybe red. How do I change a background color? Even if I want to do that, where should I do it? Now, if you want to send any tags, because see, ultimately, this client page or the client side will receive HTML tags, right? So if you want to send HTML tags, you have to do it from here. So that means with your text, you have to also send the HTML tags. So you have to say HTML open, and you have to say head open, and then you have to say, in fact, we can skip that part, and we can simply say body bg color equal to, in single quote, I'll mention the color as cyan. That's my favorite color. So once you are opening everything, and inside this body, we forgot to close the body tag, and that's very difficult, to track the tags. And if you make one mistake, you will not get errors. In HTML, you don't get errors, you don't get output. So that's one thing which is scary. And how do we close all the tags? Again, we have to say println. In fact, print will do. And here I would say body close. First you have to, that's important, right? You have to remove the sequence as well. So you have to close the body tag, and then you can close the HTML tag. Now you will say that's okay, right? We can do that. So we can simply pass the HTML tags in the format of out.println. As a user will receive all these tags in a proper format. Let me show you the outputs. I will restart the server. I'm using a shortcut to restart the server. You can try it by right click and restart. Let's go back to Firefox, and now if I say refresh and submit, you can see we got a page with a different color, and the output is output 10. So if I say view source, you can see we got the HTML tags as well, and everything is working fine. The thing is, to create a simple page, we have to write all these tags, right? And it is possible for us. Normally we write each tag in different out.println so that we can debug later. Here I'm just doing some shortcut, it is working. What if you want to create a beautiful page? Example, if I go to any website, let me just go to Wikipedia, and inside Wikipedia, if I go for any text, let's say if I go for any title, doesn't matter. So let's say if I search for this earthquake, okay, we got this page, right? And if I right click, and if I say view source, you can see that we have so many text here, and we have to write everything inside out.println. So just to create a beautiful page, you have to write all those things in out.println. Do you think is it flexible? Of course not, right? And that's where the problem starts, because designing is done by designers, and the backend work is done by developers. And so developers sometimes don't like designing, and designer people don't like development. How they work together? Because the Java developers, they will write Java code, and they will ask designers, hey designers, just put your tags inside out.println. And they will not like it, right? So all these designers, they went on strike. They said, hey, Sun Microsystem, we don't want to use Java technology, because in Java, we are supposed to write HTML tag inside Java code. That's not right. So Java says, okay, don't worry. We will give you a new feature, which is called as JSP. In JSP, we'll do reverse. We will write the Java code inside HTML. Oh, I know you don't trust me. Let's do it. So what I will do is, I will do the same thing. I want to add two numbers, but this time I will use JSP. Now what is JSP? JSP stands for Java Server Pages. Now, instead of using Servlet, we can also use JSP to do the same thing. A servlet here is simply accepting these two values, adding it, and sending the response. The same thing can be done with the help of JSP. Let me show you how. So I click on your project and say, hey, I want a JSP page, and I will name this JSP as add.jsp. We can have any name, doesn't matter. And this JSP, you can see that we have HTML tags here, and then inside this HTML, we will write Java code. Oh, first of all, I want to change the body color, right? That's important. So I will say bg color equal to, I would say cyan. That's the color I want. And here, I want to add two numbers, right? So of course, we have to write the same code. So I will just simply copy this code, fetch the data, and add it. Okay, there's one thing missing now. The request object, right? In Servlet, we are creating the reference here. In JSP, we don't have to do that. JSP will give you this object by default. So JSP will give you this reference variable by default. Now these things are also called as implicit objects in JSP. Again, we'll see that later. So once we got this Java code, now I want to print the data on the client page, right? So I would simply say out.println and your job is done. You don't even have to create object of out or print writer because that's by default in JSP. I would say output colon, I would say plus, and that's it. So what we do in Servlet, we write HTML code inside Java. In JSP, we do reverse. We write Java code inside HTML. And this is much simpler, right? Because you are focusing on HTML here, and here you're focusing on Java. You're not mixing it up. They're separated with, oh, we are not separating them. How do we separate them? Because if I run this code as it is, it will display this content on the page. I don't want to display this content on a page. I just want to run this code. In that case, you will use a delimiter. So you will use angular bracket %, and you have to close this tag as well. So here you have to say % angular bracket. So whatever code you write between these two things, it will be treated as Java code. So that's simple, right? So we will not be using a servlet now. Let me just close this. I will only use JSP. So you don't have to send a request for add. You have to send a request for JSP name. So whatever JSP name is, in this case, the JSP name is add.jsp. Just mention that. So simply say add.jsp. It will call this add.jsp. So no need for any annotation, nothing. This should work. Let's verify. So I will right click here. I would say run as run server. I can see that we got the output here. We got the page. I will say 8 and 9. You can see we got 17. And oh, is it really working? Okay, well, what I will do is I will change the color. I doubt there's something. I think there's something wrong going on. Let me restart the server. I guess the server have not restarted. That's the problem. So let me just go back here, refresh and submit. Oh, it's working. So I was waiting for this thing, which is add.jsp. I know we hate red color. It's giving some trouble to the eyes. I will go back to cyan. I was just verifying everything is working. Okay, we can see we got cyan. It's a pleasant color, right? And you can see we got add.jsp in the address bar. So yes, we are calling JSP here. So which is better? JSP, right? Because in Servlet, we have to do so many things. We have to get a class, we have to extend a class, we have to get a method which takes 2 parameters, and then create the object of print writer out, and then you can do everything. In fact, in that also, if you want to design something, we have to write HTML tag inside Java code. But in JSP, it's very simple, right? You write HTML code, you write Java code separately, and everything works fine. So yes, JSP is a good option. But then why to learn Servlet? If JSP is so beautiful, why to learn Servlet? So we have some reason for that. So in the next video, we'll see that why we still use Servlet when you have JSP. Can we work with JSP and Servlet together? I hope you enjoyed this video where we have seen why JSP came into picture and how we can use JSP, that we'll see later. On Servlet, we have to create a servlet, we have to define a method which is service method, and then we have to create object of print writer, then you can print hello world. In fact, when you want to add 2 numbers, we have to create all those stuff, plus we have to create we have to fetch the data from the request object, right? And for that we have to define those 2 objects, request and response. In case of JSP, you get all those objects by default, right? That means JSP is much simpler to Servlet, and from today we will be working only on JSP. We will not go for servlets, right? But that's not the case. If that was the case, then why would anyone will learn Servlet, right? Directly we can start with JSP. So what if I say JSP? I mean, you cannot run JSP, right? You can only write code in JSP. You cannot run JSP. It's because if you remember, when you work with Tomcat, we have servlets, right? So Servlet runs on Tomcat because Tomcat is also called as a servlet container, right? That means in Tomcat you can only run servlets. You cannot run JSP. But then we have seen the output, right? Where we have created a JSP page and we can run JSP page on Tomcat. How that is happening then? Servlet cannot run JSP. So what happens is, as a programmer, even if you write a JSP code, that JSP code gets converted into servlets, right? So it doesn't matter even if you write a JSP page that is getting converted into servlet. The only advantage of writing JSP is it is easier for developers to write JSP files instead of working on servlets, right? So question arises, how can you convert? So it's actually not servlet to JSP. We are moving from servlet to JSP topic, but when you run it, it goes in this direction. So you write JSP page and that's get converted into a servlet, But then how exactly is possible? So let me create. So on the left hand side, I will create a servlet class, and then on the right hand side, we'll compare that with JSP. How exactly? Or we can write a JSP page here. Okay. Let me just go for JSP here and servlet here. So how exactly it's get converted? So we have a JSP, right? So in JSP, we have all the HTML tags, right? So JSP is all about HTML, and then somewhere in between we have Java code, right? So let's say we have HTML tag, we have body tag and all those tags. Let's also write body tag here. So body open, and then somewhere here we have to close body tag, and then we have to close HTML tag, right? We have done that. Now what here? So here somewhere here, what we will be doing is, if you want to write a Java code, let's say if I want to add two numbers. So what I will do is I will say int I equal to, and we know that we can use a request object dot get parameter, right? And let's say this is a get parameter method. In fact, let me just make it some smaller because I have to write servlet code there as well. So I will say this is T1, right? So I got this value from T1. Again, you will say this will give you string. You have to convert that into integer. So let's say I'm doing that here. So I'm saying integer dot parseInt, and everything is here, okay? So I'm doing that. I'm doing that stuff. I'm converting everything, right? And then the same line here, we'll say int j equal to the same thing. Now we got these two values. I want to add these two values. We can say int k equal to I plus j, and then we can say out dot print, and we can print the value of k. It's that simple, right? So we can assign those two values, and we can add those two values, and then we can print the output. The same thing if you want to do in Servlet. How do you normally do it, right? So let's ignore this topic. I mean, let's ignore this logic. If I ask you to create a servlet, I mean, it doesn't matter what you want to do in this servlet. If I ask you to create a servlet, what is something which comes to your mind? Step one, we have to create a class, right? You should provide the name of the class. You have to extend that class with HTTP Servlet. Then you have to create a method called a service, or maybe do get or do post. You have to pass two parameters, request and response. You have to create object of print writer, and then you have to close everything. That means it doesn't matter what is the logic of the servlet, you have to do all these things. And I forgot one thing, import the package, right? So you have to do all those stuff here. It doesn't matter what is the logic, you have to do all those things, right? So let's say if I create a servlet here, I will say public class, and I will name this servlet as demo servlet, which extends, of course, HTTP Servlet, right? We have that thing there. If I open this, you have to define a method which is a service method, right? So I will say a method service. This service will take two parameters, request and response. So we got these two objects. If I open this, in this we have to create object of print writer, which is out, and then we have to do something, we have to complete something. So this is the object of, this is your print writer object. So it doesn't matter what servlet you want to create, this is something which is there, right? Your JSP says, hey, don't worry. If you want to write some logic here, write the logic, right? In JSP, we are not doing any of those stuff. So what happens is, when you run JSP page, it will convert itself into a servlet. So what it will do, this is fixed, right? But hold on, there's something which we have to define here. The class name. So what happens is, your JSP name, let's say if this is demo.jsp, your class name will become, it is demo JSP.jsp. So that's your class name, right? So whatever file you have, so it is demo, not JSP, it is demo JSP. Okay, so demo.jsp will become demo JSP there. So whatever file name you mention here, that will become your servlet name. Then that will be extended by HTTP Servlet. You don't have to do it, right? Which is standard. This is something which your Tomcat will give you. It will say, okay, we will give you a service method, do get or do post. These two objects will be provided by your Tomcat. So whatever you write inside this code, whatever you write inside this tag, this will go into the service method. So it will directly copy paste. So this will be copied here, and that's why you get this out object. You don't have to create an out object in JSP because your servlet will give you that object. You don't have to create a request object because your servlet will give you that request object. You don't have to create a response object because your servlet will give you that response object. Not just these three objects, even your session object, your application object, everything will be given by JSP. I mean your Tomcat server basically. And those objects are called as implicit objects in JSP. Again, we'll be seeing that in this session, in the future sessions. Okay, so yeah, that's how it works. So it gets converted from JSP to Servlet. Is that awesome, right? Now what else? I just have one more query here. What do you call this? What do you call this servlet? I mean this tag, not servlet, this tag. So this tag here in JSP is called as Scriptlet. So it is Scriptlet. So this tag, which is angular bracket %, will be called as, this sign will be called as Scriptlet. Okay. Now what else? What other thing we have? See, whatever you write in this tag will go to your service method, right? So this code will be coming here. So whatever you write in this Scriptlet will be coming in service method. What if you want something here? I want to declare a variable. I will say int, let's say some other variable, let's say value. I want to create a variable something like this. See, whatever you write inside Scriptlet will go to this service method, right? I want something here in the declaration section. I want to declare some variables there. How can you do that? If you write that inside this tag, it will go inside service. Now what's the choice? So what we will do is, let me just expand this. Imagine we do have all those things. We have HTML tag, we have body tag somewhere there. So we have one more tag here. See, if I use this tag, again it will go to service. So what I will say, see, I want to put some data which is not in service. Okay, I want to put some data or some declaration or some statement which is not there inside service. It is outside the service. So we can use a not operator there. So we can say not, right? So it is a service but not service, right? So it is declaration. So this section will be called as declaration. So whatever you write inside this, so if I say int value equal to 1, so this code will go inside declaration section, right? So whenever you want to define any variable which should be here, which is instance variables, if you want to create any method, let's say with this service, I want one more method as show. So you can create a show method inside this tag, in the declaration tag. So if you create a method here, that method will be going in the class. So whatever you want inside the class and outside the service method, that will go into declaration section. Perfect, right? Do we have something more? We have one more. In fact, we have two more. The first one is, let's say if you want to import a package. In your file, somewhere here, you want to import a package, maybe date API, maybe date class, maybe database driver class. If you want to import any package, so what you do in Servlet, we simply say import and then we write it there, right? So normally we import the packages outside the class. What about JSP? Where do I mention I want to import the package? So for JSP, we have one more tag. In fact, I will remove this. Serve it to JSP. So we have one more which is %@, right? So if you write in @, so you have to say @page, then we have to say import, and then we'll say equal to in double quotes you have to mention java.util.date and %close. So whatever you write here will go into your import package. So since you are mentioning import attribute, so that's something you have to remember. This import is an attribute. We have to assign the value to it. We say equal to, and then we have to mention the package name. What if you have multiple package? We just have to give comma. So it is java.util.date, comma, java.sql.prepare statement, comma, java.sql.statement. We can have multiple commas and we can assign everything there, right? So that's 3 tags. So this is Scriptlet. This is declaration. Now this tag is called as declarative. This is not declarative, this is directive. My mistake. So it is directive. So this is directive, this is declaration, this is Scriptlet. Now do we have one more? Yes, we have. So let's say if you want to print something, so instead of using print out.print, we can also use angular bracket equal to. So we have to use angular bracket %equal to k. So whatever you write inside this tag, which is %equal to, will go inside out.print k. So whatever you write inside this tag, which is %equal to, will go inside your out.print, right? Is that awesome, right? So this tag here is called as expression. So we have 4 types of tags in JSP. We have directive. So directive goes as, so if you want to import the package, if you want to do any other extra stuff, that is directive. If you want to write something inside the class, outside the service method, example, method definition, variable declaration, you can do that in declaration section. So we have to use %not. If you want to write something in the service method, we have to use angular bracket %, angular bracket, that is your scriptlet tag. If you want to write something in out.println directly, we can use the expression tag, right? So this is JSP for you. So whenever you create a JSP page, it's get converted into a servlet, right? So even if you're writing a JSP, it will be getting into servlet. So again, which is better depends. If you want to show data on the page, okay, if your intention is to create a page, JSP is better, right? But if your intention is just to process it, for that we have servlet. Again, which one to use when, that we'll see in the next video. In the last video, we have seen how powerful JSP is and how easy it is to work with JSP. And then we have also seen that even if you have JSP, which is so wonderful, we still use servlet. And then we have seen the theory video where we have discussed that whenever you work with JSP, it gets converted into servlet, and that's why servlets are better when you want to write logic. So in this video, I want to show you the practical way of seeing how can you convert a JSP into servlet, or even if your Tomcat does that for you, what code it generates. To understand that, I will be using a different IDE this time because last time we were using Eclipse. This time, just to show that, I will be using Netbeans because Netbeans have this cool tool to do that. Now, if you don't have Netbeans in your machine, that's fine. You can simply search for Netbeans and you can go for the latest version, which is 8.2, and download it and you can install it. It's very easy. You can just click on download and you can simply install it. There's one important thing: when you say download, you have to make sure you are going for Java EE version because Java SE is basically for core Java. If you want to go for the enterprise version, which supports Java EE, then HTML, and then the servers, of course, you have to go for Java EE version. Now, once you download it, you have to install it. Now, once you have done with the installation, and if you open Netbeans, this is how it will look like. Just close the start page. We don't want the start page. What I want is I want to create a simple project. So what I will do is I will right click here. I will say new project. Now, while selecting a project, you have to make sure that you're going for Java Web and say Web Application. Click on Next. We'll give a simple name here. I would say to do JSP. Okay, you can give any name, doesn't matter. And then click on Next. This is important. You have to select your server. Now, while installing, I have not checked Tomcat. I'm only installing Glassfish. So it's there. So I have a Glassfish in my machine. If you have Tomcat, that's fine. Tomcat will also work. And then click on Next. I don't want to select any of this thing here because we are not working on frameworks. Click on Finish and you'll be getting your first web project in Netbeans. And it will give you HTML page, which is awesome. Now we don't need HTML, we want a JSP page. So let's do that. Let's create a simple JSP page. Very simple, where you can add 2 numbers or whatever code you want to write. So what I will do is I will click on this web pages. I would say new. Hey, I want a JSP page, and your Netbeans will say, okay, I will give you a JSP page, just name it. I would say this is home.jsp. You can give any name, doesn't matter, right? We don't have to say .jsp. It will be done by your Netbeans. That's what it was saying in the info here. And then you will click on finish. You got your page, you got home.jsp, and it doesn't have any Java code. Now what I will do is I will just increase the font size here. Okay, that's done. I have increased the font size, going to settings, and now I'll be writing some Java code here. Now what Java code, we can simply say add 2 numbers and just print it there. So I'll be using this tags which we have done earlier. So I'll be using the Scriptlet tags, and here I will type some code. I would say out.println, and here I would say 7 plus 5. So when you get the output, it would be hello world and 12, right? That will be the output. Let's see. And to run this code, it's very simple. Just right click here and say run file. It does take some time, and I guess it was trying to open a browser for me. So yeah, it's there. You can see that we got a page and it prints hello world, and we got 12 as well. So that means the Java code is working. But how can you convert this into servlet? And of course it is done by Tomcat or Glassfish. You don't have to worry about it. But if you want to see the servlet file, how it will look like. So you just have to right click on your home.jsp and click on view servlet. Now when you click on view servlet, it will give you a backend servlet file. It's simple to understand. Go with the class itself. Now class name is home_JSP. This is derived from your JSP file name, which is home.jsp. And it extends this class here, it implements this thing, doesn't matter. What is important for us is the code which you have written. And there's one more thing. If you remember Servlet, in Servlet we used to create out object. We used to say print writer out, this one. So first you have to create the object and then you can use it. But in JSP, it gives you implicit objects, which simply means you don't need to create those objects. It will give you by default. And how it is doing that. So if you can see the servlet file here, all the objects, which is implicit objects, have been created here. Example, we have page context object, we have session, we have application, we have config out, page, then we have JSP X out, I don't know when we use it, and we have this page context object once more. I don't know, I don't use it much, but it gives you all those objects, and it is giving you all the prerequisite code. Now the code which we have written, so if you can see our JSP file, if you see this file, this is the code which you are writing, right? Of course, you're not writing it, but it is done by your Netbeans, but that's fine. It is our code because we can change it. And we have written our Java code. Where it belongs to? It belongs to out.write. So in Servlet as well, this is what you do, right? You write all the HTML tag inside out.println or write. It is doing the same thing. And look at your code here. This is your Java code. So as I mentioned in one of the video, whatever you write inside that scriptlet tag or inside this bracket belongs to the service method, or maybe do get or do post, depending upon what they're implementing. So it is service method here. So whatever you mention in that tag belongs to service, and that's how you can see what is going on here. Quite simple, right? So it's hence prove what happens behind the scenes. So when you write a JSP code, it gets converted into Servlet, and whatever you mention in those brackets belongs to a service method. Now there's a question here, and the question is, normally when you talk about Java classes, this is also a Java class, right? Because it has a class, it has certain methods and then variables. Now whatever I write inside this JSP in those tags belongs to the service method, right? But what if I want to write something outside? Maybe I want to declare a variable which will be used by multiple methods. So of course I will be making an instance variable. And how do we do that? How do I create a variable? Because of course you cannot change this file. How do I change this? If I want to create a variable here, can we do it? In JSP, if I create a variable, if I say int I is equal to 9. Now this variable will be created inside your service method. I want to create this variable outside the service method. That's the first thing we want to do. The second thing I want to do is about the packages. Let's say if I want to import a package, because here you can see we have import packages. What if I want to import a JDBC package? What if I want to import some other package, maybe log file package? How will I mention that in JSP? Because if you write import here, the import statement will go inside your service method, which we don't want. I want to import the package, which should be the first line of the code. How do I do that? So those things, two things we have to do, and that will be done in the next video. In the last video, we have seen how this JSP gets converted into Servlet, and we can see the Servlet code, right? And then we were having this issue. Now, the issue is, what if I want to write this code which we have written here in some other tags, example, maybe in some other section. So in Servlet, let's say I want to declare a variable as an instance variable. How do we do that? And how do we import the package? So let's achieve that. So in this video, we'll talk about those 4 beautiful tags available in JSP. Now let me just name those things for you. First, so I will write it here. So the first one we'll be talking about is declaration. The next one is directive. Then we'll talk about scriptlet, and we'll talk about expression. So we'll talk about these 4 tags. Again, we'll go in random order, but then at the end, we'll be covering these 4 tags here. Now, by default, the tag which we use here, it is called as a scriptlet tag. So whatever tag which we are using here, it is basically a scriptlet tag. Now, why a scriptlet tag? Because whatever you mention in this tag or in this section will be a part of service method. So by default, it doesn't matter how many tags which you write. It's not that you can only write one, or you can have multiple tags here. Maybe before hello world also we can write those tags, and if you want to perform some operation there. So if I do this here, if I say, okay, so in this section I will say out.print ln, and I will type, let's say, hi. So if I say hi now, and if I go back to my page, and if I refresh, you can see we got hi, and of course we got this text because I have written there, but I got hi, right? And if I see this JSP, if I see the servlet of this now, if I say view servlet, we will be having that hi here. You can see that it's working. So the thing is, you can have multiple scriptlet tag, but all this code will go into your service method. What if you want something outside service? And that's where your declaration tag comes into picture. Example, let's say I want to create a new variable. So if I do that here, so instead of say hi, I will remove hi now, and I will type int. I want to create a variable called as a coefficient, and I would say coefficient is 3. So if I say coef is 3, and I want this variable to be created outside service, that is an instance variable. The thing is, if I just run this code, and if I say view servlet, you can see if I say view servlet, the variable is still not here. The variable is inside service. If you can see, the variable is inside service method, because by default that's what happened. What I want is I want it to be outside. And the way you can do that is by saying, hey, this tag is not a scriptlet tag, it's a declaration. And the way you mention that this is a declaration is by putting an exclamation sign there. So as you can see, we have declaration and we have scriptlet. So this is scriptlet, this is declaration. So we are saying, hey, whatever code we have here, don't put those things inside service. So when you say don't, in programming we say not, right? That's a not symbol. But basically this is a declaration, or you can also say this is not scriptlet. Okay, this is two tags we have. Do we have something more? Example, if you want to import a package, how do we do that? To use that package, what I will do is, let's use something which belongs to our package. Example, something like scanner. So if I say scanner, again, the scanner doesn't make any sense in this code because we are not going to accept any value from the console. But let's say if you want to use any class which belongs to our package, in this case we are using scanner. And if I say control space, you can see it belongs to java.util, and by default java.util is not the default package which you get. You have to import it. The moment I say enter, you can see something has changed here. We got a tag. Now this tag is not simply angular bracket and percentage. We have one more symbol here, which is @. Now whenever you have a @ symbol or @ symbol with this angular bracket and percentage, it is called as a directive tag. So this is directive. So basically, if you want to import a package, or if you want to use some external tags, that's where you'll be using directive. Again, we'll talk about tags later. How can we import external tags, and then how can we use different features of directive. But time being, when you say @, that is directive tag. So if you want to import a package, this is what you do. What if you want to import multiple packages? If you want to use star, you can do that. You can put star here. Now there's one thing you have to observe. When you say import, it becomes an attribute. So we have to use a equal to symbol. So if I say view servlet for this file now, and if I go up, oh, it is not compiled properly. Let's do that here. I'll go back to this code. I will say refresh once, so that, or run file. And if I go back, oh, it's not working. There's some error. Okay, scanner is giving an issue, of course, because we have not written the code properly. I will remove scanner there because we don't need that. We only need to import the package. So once I have done that, if I go back to my servlet, I hope, yeah, as you can see that in servlet we got java.util.star. So this is how we use those three tags. We have declaration, we have directive, which is @, and we have a scriptlet. Now we have one more, which is expression, and this is very special. Now what is special? Let's say I have this variable which is coefficient, which is 3. What if I want to print the value of it? Maybe I want to print the value by saying my favorite number is. So if I want to print this line, and at the end of this line I want to print 3, which is the coefficient value. How do I do that? So of course I cannot simply type coef because that's a string. It has to be part of Java code. So what we do is we simply use those scriptlet tag. We use angular bracket percentage, and then we use percentage. That will make it a Java code. But then we cannot simply type coef. We have to say out.println right? That's what we do. We say out.println, and then we can just put that in a bracket. Now if you run this code, of course with semicolon, and if you run this code now, it will print my favorite number is, and then it will print the value of koi, which is 3. But your JSP says, hey, just to fetch the value of a variable, you don't have to do all these things. What you can do is you can take your variable and put a equal to symbol there. The moment you put a equal to symbol, which means you're trying to fetch the value of it. So JSP is done. And I mean, in the backend, JSP will convert this to out.println. So whenever you have a equal to symbol with this percentage, it is called as expression tag. So that's an expression. So basically we have these 4 tags here: declaration, directive, scriptlet, and expression. And I will again run this code once just to show you the just to show you the servlet of it. So code is running. You can see the output is my favorite number is 3. That's working. But let me see the servlet of it. So if I say view servlet, we got the input package, we got the coefficient which is working, we got in the as an instance variable. But if I go down, you can see it says out.print and we got coef. So whatever you're writing in that expression tag becomes a part of out.print, and that's the beauty about this. In this video, we're going to talk about JSP directives. Now, as we have seen in JSP, we can use different tags, like we have scriptlet, then we have directives, we have declaration. Now, in directive itself, we have 3 types. The first one is @page, we have @include, and we have @taglib. In fact, we have seen an example of page. So when you want to import a package, when you want to specify the language, we can use @page. So if you want to specify something for the entire page, we don't do that in the scriptlet. We do that in directive. Now, example, importing a package, or maybe if you want to mention that this page handles the exception or not, you can use @page there. Now, if you want to use some other JSP file in your file, example, if you already have a JSP page, and if you want to include that page in your current page, you can use @include. And then we have taglib. Now, as name suggests, it has something to do with tags and the library of tags. Now, what happens is when we talk about HTML, our awesome language, right? But HTML has limited set of tags which you use. What if you want to use something very specific, something extra? Now, we can use external tags as well. Example, when you work with Spring Framework provides its own tags. Now, if you want to use those tags, we use @tag library. Again, we'll see a syntax for that. Now, let's focus on the first one, which is @page. Again, we'll be doing an example, but let's focus on the theory first. Now, if we talk about @page, which is the page tag, now page tag has a particular syntax. So we have to use @symbol, and that's very important. For directives, we have to use @symbol. And then we use page. Now page mentioned that we want to specify something for the entire page. And the way you can specify that is by using attribute and a value. And we can have multiple attributes and those values. But what these attributes are? This is a list of attributes you can see. Now this is not the entire list. We have some more attributes, but these are commonly used attributes which we use. Example, we have the first one, which is specifying the language. The scripting language in your JSP, and of course by default it will be Java. You don't have to even mention that. And why we'll be using different languages in JSP. So we have Java there. The next one is extends. Now, as we know, whatever JSP which we use gets converted into servlet, right? Now, what if you want to extend a particular class in your servlet? So the way you can do that in JSP is by mentioning the extends attribute and then the class name. What if you want to import some packages? Then we can use import statement. So we have to say import, and then we can specify the list. In fact, you can specify one package, or you can give a comma for multiple packages. Then we can also mention if you want to use sessions in your JSP. So if you don't want session, you can specify false. Then we have a concept of buffer. Now, sometimes you have a buffer concept. So if you are sending a data to a client, and if you have a buffer in place, it will not send the data till your buffer is full. The moment your buffer is full, then it will send data. What if you don't want your buffer to get full? I mean, what if you want to send data before your buffer gets full? We can use auto flush. Then we can specify the content type. Example, when you send a response to a client, it can be a HTML page, it can be a image, it can be a PDF file. So you can mention the content type in this content type attribute. Then you can mention the error page. Now, example, when we will be talking about exception handling in future, but let's say if you want to specify the page which will be handling the exceptions, you can do that in error page. You can mention the page name here. And if you want to specify the current page's error page itself, then you can use is error page. You can set it true. Again, we'll be doing that in detail later, so let's not waste more time here. And if you want to specify some information about the page, you can do that here. We also have a concept of EL, which is expression language. Again, we'll talk about that later. But once we use EL, if you want to ignore EL, you can specify that here. And then we have thread safe concept. So if you want to make your JSP page thread safe, you can just make it true. So these are the attributes which you have for add page. Now, if you want me to show the example for that, it's very simple. Just go to your JSP. So I already have a JSP page here created, which is home.jsp. And if you want to use add page, you can see that we already have it. In fact, when you create a new JSP page in Eclipse, it will give you by default this page attribute. You don't have to mention that. So when you say page, you can specify the language. Again, this is optional. By default, it is Java, so you don't have to mention that. And you can see if I go here, it says default value is Java, so you don't have to mention that. Then we have content type, which specifies that it is text or HTML, and we have page encoding as well, again, which is not needed. Now, if you want to specify some more attributes, you can do that here. So you can say, hey, I want to import a package. You can do that. So you can say import, and you can say equal to. In double quotes, you can mention the package which you want to import. Maybe I want to import as java.sql.star. You can simply do that. In fact, not just entire package. You can pick one interface if you want. So let's say if I want to use statement. Now again, it's not a good practice to use SQL queries in JSP page, but just for the example, it will work. So you can say I'm saying import java.sql.statement. What if you want to import more classes? It's very simple. Just say comma, and you can mention java.util.random. So you can mention these things here, and it will work. What if you want to specify more imports? And sometimes it doesn't look good to import all the thing in one line. So you can actually write more import statements. So you can create another page tag, and we can do that. We can have multiple page tags, and then you can specify import, and whatever package you want to import. Maybe I want to import java.util.addList. Maybe I want to use it. So you can do that. So you can have multiple import. Now, import is the only attribute which you can use multiple times in your directive. Otherwise, for content type, for language, you have to set only once. Now, once we have done with the import, we can explore some more example. If I go back here, we can specify auto flush, we can specify error page. In fact, we'll be doing that later in detail, so let's not focus here. So we got we know how to use page, and we know how to use import. Now, if I go back to this, after page we have, so we also have an example here. You can see that. Now, if I go for include, so the next one is include. Now, what is include? Normally, when you design a page, we have this habit, right? We create components. Example, every page will be having header, every page will be having a footer. So instead of writing code for header and footer in every page, what you can do is you can just write header code in one JSP, and you can include that JSP in our current JSP. Example, in this example, we have home.jsp, right? And then we have header.jsp. Let's say in header.jsp, if I write some code, let's say if I use equal to symbol, and if I say 7 plus 6, this is a Java code basically. I'm doing that here just to print a number 13 here. And then this header page, I want to include that in our current page. You can simply do that. You can just say you can say %@, and you can say include, and you can mention the page name, which is header.jsp, and that's done. So it will include your page here. Oh, syntax, it's file. So include is a tag, and then you have to use a file attribute, and it is done. And now if I run this code, let's try this. So if I will say run as an on server, I already have a Tomcat in place. Let's say next, let's click on finish, and it will open my page. Okay, you can see we got the output, and the output is 13. So this is not the code which we have written in home. We have written that code in header. So your header is getting included in the home page. So that's the beauty. You can use include tag. And then we have one more, which is Taglib. Now, Taglib is something if you want to use external tags. Again, we'll not be discussing this example here. We'll be talking this once we go with extra advanced stuff in JSP. But let's say if you want to use external tags, what you can do is we have to mention the URI, because when you say external tags, of course, it will be having a library, and that library will have a URI. You have to mention that URI here, and then you can mention the prefix. Now, why prefix? Let's say if I want to use a tag here, which is, let's say, maybe Naveen tag, and we know that Naveen tag does not exist. Now, if your browser tried to interpret this Naveen tag, it will give you error. So for that, you have to mention, we have to mention the prefix. So you have to say fx:Naveen, which means this Naveen tag belongs to fx, which is this fx here. Again, this prefix can be anything. It can be A, B, or PQR, doesn't matter. So whatever prefix you mention here, you have to mention that here. So whenever I use Naveen, it means this Naveen belongs to this library, which is this URI. And in fact, if you want to use h1 tag, which belongs to HTML, but sometimes, let's say if you want to customize h1 tag, you want to have your own h1 tag, you can do that. So you can say h1 belongs to fx. So don't use h1 of HTML. Don't just use HTML. Just use h1 of my own library. So this is what you can do with taglibs. So these are the 3 directives we have in JSP. In this video, we are going to talk about implicit objects in JSP. Now, if you have seen servlets, in servlet what we do is if you want to use any object, like we have request object, response object, those objects will be created by Tomcat, but then still we have to refer them, right? Example, in service method, we mentioned request object and response object. And then if you want to print something, we need to create object of print writer. And then if you want to use session, we need to say HttpSession, then session, and then say we get session. In one of the video we have talked about ServletContext and config. So yes, we are responsible to create at least the reference of it. Now some people do call it as creating an object, but normally we create reference so that it will be referred. The thing is, in JSP, because JSP says, hey programmer, I'm trying to make your work easy, so it gives you a lot of features, right? Example, you can write a Java code inside HTML, but JSP also gives you some objects to use. Now those are these 7 beautiful objects. We have request object, response object, page context. Now there is something new which we have not seen in Servlet. Other than that, we have seen request object, we have seen response, out, session, application. Now this application is same as what you use in ServletContext. So when you say ServletContext object, that is referred as application in JSP. And then we have a config object. Now technically all this thing should be in small letter because those are objects, right? So we have response, we have page context, we have out, session, application, config. So these are your 7 objects. Now we don't need to go into details here because we know these things, right? We are doing this from session 1. We are talking about request object. We are talking about response object. Now the beautiful thing about this is you don't have to instantiate them. So if I have a JSP here, first of all, let me show you a servlet. So let's say if you have a servlet, you need to create this request object and response object. Also the out one, then config, context, all those stuff. But in JSP, what we can do is we can directly refer them. Example, if I want to fetch a value, so I can simply say request. I would say request.getParameter. And if you can observe, there is nowhere I have mentioned about this request object. So JSP gives you this object. So you can easily use it. Now the same way we can use response object. Now there's something new here which we have not seen in Servlet, which is page context. So let's spend some time here. Now basically page context referred to the page. Example, let's say if you are working on JSP and if you want to work with any of the scope, or if you want to set the attribute, normally we set the values, we get the values. In fact, in session management also we have talked about it. We can, in one servlet we can assign the value, in second servlet we can fetch the value. That can be done with the help of request object, that can be done with the help of session object, or we can do that with the servlet context as well. But let's say if you don't want to go in detail on that, if you just want to work with a page, then JSP offers you an object of page context. Now page context is an object which is an object of page context. Now using this page context, you can set the value or you can get the value. So you can say, hey, I want to set the attribute, and you can set any attribute here so that you can use this attribute later. Example, if I say, hey, my name is Naveen, so I have assigned the attribute now. So whenever I want to fetch this value Naveen, I can fetch it with the help of name. So you can do that with the help of get attribute. Now by default, it stays in a page. So the scope of this page context is the same page. Now when I say scope, what it means, so when you have a session scope, it means you can use the value anywhere in this session. So let's say if you open 5 pages in a particular session, you can access that value in those 5 pages. When you say request scope, it means the current page and the next page. So the page you're requesting, even that page can have the data in the request scope. But if you talk about page context, it is available only in the current page. But what if you want to specify some scope? And we can do that. So we can specify the name, then the value, and then we can specify the scope as well. So if you don't want this to be only in the page scope, you can mention that it goes into session scope as well. So you can use a constant. So we can say page context dot. So we have a constant called as session scope. Basically, all these are int value. So session scope itself has an integer value. We can also use request scope if you want. So there's something new which we can use in JSP. Let me just recap. If we talk about scopes, we have different scopes available. We have request, session, ServletContext, or we can refer ServletContext as application scope. But if you want to refer to the current scope, only the page scope, you can use page context. Now using page context object, we can actually set the value in different scopes the way we have done here, so that you can refer that in some other scope, some other pages. And then we know how to use session. We have seen that in Servlet. Then we have application, which is nothing but your ServletContext, and then we have ServletConfig. So we don't have to actually instantiate ServletConfig the way we have done in Servlet. If you remember this example, we said ServletConfig cg equal to get ServletConfig. You don't have to do this in JSP. We can simply use config and it will work. So if I say config dot, so you can access all the methods here. Remember this get init parameter. So you can directly use config and it will work. So that's how you work with implicit objects. So the best thing is JSP gives you all these objects for free. You don't have to instantiate them. Again, in subsequent tutorials, we'll be using all these objects. So let's not spend more time here. We will see that in further sessions. And in this video, we'll talk about how do we handle exceptions in JSP. Of course, we have done that in Java, right? So when you work on core Java, when you work on servlets, it's easy to handle exception because we all know how to use try catch. That's the general way, right? So if you have learned exception handling in Java, you know we have throws, we have try catch. Now, can we really use those things in JSP? In fact, if you have Servlet, what you can do is, let's say if you have an exception here, you have a very common line. We know about these things, right? We have checked exceptions, we have unchecked exceptions. So if you say you have a line which is k equal to 9 divided by 0. Now, for sure, we know this line will generate an exception, but that is an unchecked exception. So your compiler is not giving you any error for that. So it's your choice if you want to handle this. And it's always good practice, right? Now, how do we handle this? So what we do is we write try and catch. But can we do that in JSP? The answer is yes. So if I go to this JSP, and let's say if you have some lines here, but I want to ignore all the lines, I just want to focus on one thing here, which is int k is equal to 9 divided by 0. That's the one line I want to write here. Of course, there will be some other lines as well. Now, how do we handle the exception here? So if I run this code, of course, you will get an exception, or it will stop the execution. It will generate an exception. So I would say run as run on server, and let's see what happens on JSP. So you can see we got an exception here, which is error 500. We all love these errors. So you can see that it is showing the exact code where you are getting the error, which is line number 13 and this line of exception. Now the problem is it is stopping the execution. So of course this thing is viewed. So a client can see this code. And the second problem is it is stopping the execution. We don't want to do that. We don't want to stop the execution. And the way you can do that is by using a try catch here. So I can say a try. Let me put this thing in a try block. And then we'll say a catch. I would say exception E. And in the exception, I would print something. Of course, not system.out.println. I would say out.println. And in this, I want to print K, or not K, but of course, I want to print, there was some error. And I also want to print the message of error. So I would say e.getMessage. That's what we do in normal exception handling, right? In fact, there are different ways you can maintain log file if you want, but I don't want to do those things here. So you can see I'm trying to handle the exception. And once I have done this, I will go back to my JSP or the output page, just refresh. And you can see this time it is not stopping the execution. It is showing you the error. Now, still we have an issue here. Because if we talk about the web world, in a web world, if you get an exception, you should inform your client, hey, what went wrong? There should be a proper navigation. You can see I'm printing the messages here itself. This is not a good practice when it comes to web development. Of course, for core Java, for a standalone application, we can surely use this. But when it comes to web world, what we do is we create a separate page, because in your application, you might be having 7 to 8 pages. Of course, you will be having more than that. So if you have so many pages, it's better to have a dedicated page which will be showing the error, which will have a different color. Of course, you can have the entire page in red color. How do we do that? So what we'll do is we'll create a separate page, which is an error page. So what I will do is I will go back here in my web content. I will create a new JSP and we'll name that JSP as error.jsp. And in this page, I want to show the exception, whatever exception there was. Now, how do we do that? So first of all, if you remember when we talked about the implicit objects, there will be one object which is exception object, but exception is pretty special. That's why we have not seen there. Example, if I simply use a thing here, which is the exception tag, and I can simply use exception object, that's it. But you can see that it is not working. It is showing exception cannot be resolved. That's a problem here. How do we solve it? That's a different thing. But I want to call this page. Maybe I will just use this thing later. I just want to print error till this point. We'll do this after some time. So for time being, I would say comment this part. Okay, I want to print error. Now the way you can call this page is by mentioning, so somewhere you have to mention, right, that in case if there's any problem in this page, you have to call error.jsp. The way you do that is by using this page attribute, page tag. This is very important tag, right? We have seen that before. I don't want to import any statement here. That was just for the previous examples. So here I will mention whatever error goes in this page will be handled by this error page. So this error page name is error.jsp. So we are mentioning whatever gets wrong in this page, this will be calling error.jsp, and it should work, I guess. Let me just go back to my HTML or the output, and I will refresh this time, and you can see that it is printing something, it's printing error. And this error text is in error.jsp. So for sure, you're calling this page. If you want to make sure, you can also do this thing. You can change your page color to red, because that's how you show the something is wrong, right? So if I refresh, you can see we got a red color. So yes, it is calling this error.jsp. But I also want to know what is going wrong. The way you can do that is by using this thing. So you can print exception message, but there's a problem. It says it is unable to resolve the exception. Now the reason it is happening is this page should know that this is an error page. And how do we do that? So in this thing, you have to mention one more attribute, which is error page. We have seen this before, right? When we talked about the page tag, we have seen what is error page. So you can simply mention, is it a error page? Of course it is. So we have to say true. And now if you have a error page, so this page is error page, right? And that's where you can use the exception. So point to remember, exception is an object which only works in a page, error page. And now using this exception object, you can print the message. You can say get message, whatever went wrong. And now once we have done that, go back to this page, refresh, and you can see it says error divided by 0. That's your message, right? Of course, you can print whatever you want. You can say get message, or you can just whatever data you want to pick up from the exception object. So this is one way, or this is the best way of handling the exception in JSP. Of course, if you are implementing MVC, you'll be having a different way of implementing it. But if you are using simply JSP or Servlet, you can use this thing. So that's how you handle the exception. There's no compulsion that you should be using this. You can also go with try catch, that's your wish. But as we have seen, it's always to follow convention. That's how you handle the exceptions in JSP. In this video, we'll see how to connect a JSP page with database with the help of JDBC, of course. So let's say you want to create a web application where you have some pages and those pages need to fetch the data from the database. So what you will do? So we have multiple ways, right? What you can do is you can create a web project. Again, you can create a normal web project like this one, or you can create a Maven project. So when you create a Maven project, the advantage what you get is, you can add the dependencies. I mean, you can add the jar files by itself, right? So that is one way. The another way is you can create a web project, then you have to add the jar files by yourself. Let's do it by web project. If you know Maven, you can go with that as well. Okay, so let's give a project name as demo JSP, and we will select our Tomcat server. Again, you can use any server which you have, Glassfish or any of this, everything will work. We'll click on next, nothing to specify here, just click on finish. You can see we got our project here, and in this project, first of all, let me create a JSP page. So we'll say a new JSP, and we'll name this JSP as, let's say, profile .jsp. So we just want to print the profile of a student. I will click on finish, and you can see we got our JSP page here. Just to show you something, what I want here is to print the roll number 101. I want to print a name, and then I want to print the marks, let's say 88. I want to print these details, and of course when you want to print this, you have to use a br tag in between, right? And we'll say br tag. Let's run this. Let's see if it is working or not so that we can go ahead. Let's click on the run button, click on next, and finish. And run the server. I hope it will not show any weird stuff on my screen. Okay, so you can see we got the data which is 101, Naveen, and 88. So this is what the page we are getting, right? But I want to fetch this data from the database. Now, do we have a database here? So yes, I'm using a Postgres database. You can use any database which you want. You can work with Oracle, you can work with MySQL, you can work with anyone. In fact, later I'm trying to explore more on Postgres, so I'm using Postgres here, but that's fine. You can use any DBMS which you want. So I already have a table here which is student, and in this student table I have some data. If I say view all sources, you can see we have this data here. So I want to fetch the last row, so which is roll number 103, marks 50, and name is Naveen. So I want to fetch this one. How can you do that? How can you fetch the data from the database? It's very simple. You can simply, you have to use the JDBC steps. Now I'm assuming that you know JDBC steps. If you don't know, you can watch my video completely dedicated for JDBC, okay, where you have to use 7 steps. Still, I will try to go with the steps. The first step of JDBC is, let me open my Sublime where I will specify the steps. So the first step we have to do is import the package, or we'll say import package, and the package we need to import here is java.sql.star, which has all the classes and interfaces which we need. So let's import that package. So normally when you want to import something in JSP, what we do is we use this tag which is @ and then we specify, or not @ but %@, right? And then we say page, then we say import. That's the attribute, and then you have to mention the package name which is java.sql.star. I want all the classes and interfaces. Once we have done with that, the next step is you have to load and register the driver. So you have to load and register the driver. Now, when you say you want to register the driver, which driver I'm talking about? So since we have different DBMS, right? And every DBMS has its own driver. So when you say MySQL, it has its own driver. Postgres has its own driver. In fact, Oracle has its own driver. So if I go here, for Postgres, the driver name which we use is this one, which is org.postgresql.driver. In case if you are using MySQL, you just have to specify your driver as this, com.mysql.jdbc.driver. Okay, now since we are using Postgres here, I will use a Postgres driver. Now since I want to add a Java code inside my JDBC, inside my JSP, we have to use a Scriptlet tag in which you have to specify the first one, which is class dot for name. In this you have to mention the driver name, which is org.postgresql.driver. Okay, again, if you are using MySQL, then you have to use com.mysql.jdbc.driver, which we have mentioned here. You see that? Not here. This one is for MySQL, this is for Postgres. I just hope I have entered the right text. Yes. The next step is, oh, hold on, we are missing something. When you say you want this driver, this will be, so your machine will try to get this driver, right? But unfortunately, this is a third-party library, and in your machine, you don't have that. Can you see that? In your web content, you don't have that library. You have to make sure that you have your library in this folder. So let me just do that. Let me just add that here. So again, from where to get it, you just go to Google and search for Maven repository. That's my, this is the place I get all my repositories. So just search for PostgreSQL. Click on search button, then go to this thing, and you can select any version. I'm going for the first version. I don't know if it will work or not, but let's try. So you click on the download thing here. Click on download. It will download the thing for you. Okay, so let me just add that in my folder. You have to paste it here. Okay, so I have pasted that here. Can you see that we got our Postgres driver here, and it should work now. Let's try. So we have added that jar file. The next step you have to do is you have to you have to create a connection. So we'll say connection con equal to, for connection we got the package connection con equal to driver manager. That's the next step, right? So driver manager dot get connection. Now in this get connection you have to specify 3 parameters. The first parameter is the URL. So let's create a string URL here. We'll say string URL, and in this double quotes you have to mention the URL. Yeah, that's your database URL. Again, which URL to go for? So if you're using Postgres, this is the URL. So it is your, so what you're saying here is you're connecting with JDBC. So your JSP code is connecting with JDBC. JDBC is connected with the Postgres, and Postgres is connected to this database. Now database can be on the network, so you have to specify the network address and the database name. For Postgres, the driver name and the port number is 5432. For MySQL, the driver name and the port number is 3306. And then this is one change you have to do. In MySQL, you have to mention MySQL. Okay. So let me just copy this and we'll paste it there. Paste. Now once we got this, the next thing you have to mention is the username. So we'll say string username, we'll say equal to, for Postgres, for my machine I'm using username as Postgres. If you're using MySQL, you will get the default username as root. So I will paste, oh not this one, I have to say Postgres. Okay, and then you have to mention the password. Now luckily I don't have a password in my, I do have a password. Yeah, I do have a password. So the password for me is 0. Okay, again, depend upon what password you set for your DBMS. I have set it the password which is 0. So let me just type those things here. We'll say URL, comma, username, comma, password. You have to mention these 3 things. Now once you got the connection, let's fire the query, right? Now to fire the query, we need a statement object. So we'll say statement st equal to con dot create statement. That's the step you have to follow, right? Create statement. Then once we got this statement, the next thing which we need here is we have to fire the query. So for that we need a query here. So we'll say string SQL equal to, that's your query, right? SQL equal to, now what we want to fetch is the complete data. We'll say select star from student where roll number is equal to 103. We are very specific now, we want only one record. Now once we have done that, let's fire the query. The data will be going into result set. We'll say result set rs equal to, it is st dot execute query, where you have to mention the query which is SQL. Now once you fire the query here, you will get all your data in result set. What we have to do is we just have to say rs.next, so that we will traverse between the records. Again, to get more details about this, how all these things works, you can watch my video on JDBC if you don't know JDBC. My main agenda here is not to teach you JDBC. My main agenda is how to connect JSP and JDBC. Okay, it's not that difficult. It's just that some people were having some issues, so I'm making this video. Okay, so let's print all the values. So what we'll do is we'll say rs dot. In fact, once we got the data in rs, what we can do is we can go here, and then we can say roll number. We can print the roll number here. We can use an expression tag here. We can say percentage equal to rs dot get string, and that will be your first string. Okay, then we can use a br tag here just to get the break tag. Then we can say name colon. We have to use a percentage @ equal to, we'll say rs dot get string. Again, I know that roll number, the roll number will be an integer, but we can fetch that in a string format. Okay, why it's not working? Okay, I forgot, I mentioned, okay, rs dot get string. What's that? Get string, I can say 2, right? We can take this in one line. And then we can mention a br tag, and then one more, which is your marks. We'll say marks colon. Let's copy paste this, the entire stuff. Copy and paste. And in here you can mention 3, right? We got roll number, we got name, and we got marks. I think we are done. Let's run this. So this is the data which we are printing here. And after this, let's say if I want to have some break tag so that everything will be coming after 2 lines. Let's run this. Let's see if it is working or not. It should work, I guess. And you can see we got the data from the database. It's that simple, right? So you have to write all your JDBC steps inside a JSP page. So that's it from this video. We have talked about how do you connect a database using JSP. And in this video, we'll talk about MVC design pattern using Servlet and JSP. So in the last video, we have seen that whenever you work with JSP, it gets converted into Servlet, right? So that means even if you're working with JSP, you are actually working on Servlets, right? So, but if you talk about the coding part, if you want to write a code, JSP looks much easier compared to Servlets, right? So does that mean from today we'll only work on JSP? Not exactly. The problem is, there's one issue with JSP. The issue is, whenever you create a JSP and when you run it for the first time, it will get converted into Servlet, right? And it will take some time to do that, right? So for the first time, you are wasting some time. So that means Servlet works faster than JSP because in Servlet you directly run the Servlet, in JSP you have to convert the JSP into Servlet. That's one problem. Second problem, it is recommended that don't write your business logic inside JSP. Never do that. Never write the code, the actual Java code inside JSP. So if you want to process something, always go for Servlet. So Servlet is something which will process your information, right? And then JSP we should be using only for the view. Now when I say view, as a client, whatever you get on the page or on the browser, that's the view, right? When you go to google.com, what you get a page, right? That's a view. When you go to facebook.com, what you get is the page, that is view, right? So JSP is best when you want to create a view. But hold on, we have HTML for that, right? Why to use JSP when you can use HTML? The thing is, using HTML, you can only create static pages. And JSP can generate page. It means, let's say we have a client here and then we have a JSP page here. Now this can be a static page or it can be a dynamic page. If you want to create a static page, you can simply go with HTML form and you will get it. But the moment if you want a dynamic page, you have to create a JSP, right? Now this JSP page will be having some static content and it will be having some dynamic content. Example, let's say if you go to Facebook, right? So on Facebook, you can see we have some text there on the menu bar, right? And then we have some text on right hand side, left hand side. So there are some text on that page which is static. It doesn't matter who logs into Facebook, you will get the same thing, right? So you can see hello, I can see hello, same thing. You can see settings, I can see the same thing, settings. But the moment I click on my news feeds, if I click on the home, the feeds I will be getting is different from your feeds. That means that content is dynamic. So what we can do is we can create a layout. We can create a layout using JSP. Now that page will be only layout. It will be only the design. There will not be any data, right? So when you request for a page, right, you are expecting this JSP in return. So what you're expecting is the view. Okay. See, as a client, we are only concerned about views. We don't know what is happening behind the scene, right? When you go to Amazon, you don't know what is happening behind the scene. You simply get a page, right? In the same way, as a client, what you expect from the server is the view. But hold on, we have to add data here, right? Because this is just a design. You want data as well. From where you will get the data? To get the data, first of all, you have to send a request. Right? So let's say this request is for get page. Okay, we have any request. You can say get student, get page, or maybe get products. So you're requesting for this data, which is get page. You're expecting this page. Now this request will go to something called as controller. Right? Now we have a controller. Let me just write this is a controller, not C. It will say this is a controller. So whenever you send a request, so in MVC design pattern, whenever a client sends the request, it will go to the controller. Now this controller will say, okay, I got a request here. What is my job is to call this view. So this controller's responsibility to call this view, and then this view will go to the client. But hold on, there's something which is missing here. The missing thing is controller is calling view, but again view don't have a data, right? So what it will do is this controller will send the data as well. So when a controller calls the view, it will also send the data with it. Example, let's say controller want to print something here. Example, let's say this view is actually a student profile. It's a student profile. Okay, so we have a design, but we don't have our data there, right? So this controller will send the student information to this view, right? But in which format? So that format, let's say it's an object. This object will have student info or student info, and we will call this as a model. So whenever a client sends the request, it goes to the controller. Controller will call view by sending the model object. So what is model object? It's an object which will have the data. Now that model object will go to your view. Now view will replace all the blank text with the actual data from the model, and then what you will get is the page, right? Now for the client, it will look like a static page because we don't know what happened behind the scene, but that's a dynamic page. The page is created, the page is filled with the model data, and that data is generated by your controller. Now in this Java technology or servlet technology, this controller is normally created with the help of servlets, right? So your controller is your servlet. Your view is your JSP. So normally we create views with the help of JSP. And then your model are actually normal POJOs. Now when I say POJO, I know it's a very different term, right? So some people know about this, some people don't know about this. In fact, some years back, even I was not knowing about POJO. That's fine. POJO simply stands for plain old Java object. So if you want to send a data, we can send the data in the POJO format. You can create an object of a student. Let's say if you can create a student class, that student class can have roll number, marks, name, age, email ID, and you can send all this information in one object, one student object. It's that simple, right? So yeah, so when you want to implement MVC in servlet technology, a client will send a request to the servlet, and that servlet will be called as a controller. That servlet or the controller will call the JSP, but this JSP needs some data, right? And that will be done with the help of a model object. And this model object will be a POJO, which is plain old Java object. And then we have a view, which is your JSP. So now question arises, where to write the business logic? If you want to do any processing, it should be done on the controller. Never write the business logic on the view technology, which is JSP. JSP should be only for the viewing things. This controller is for your this is your processing thing, and then this model object will only hold the data. Again, never perform any operation inside model object, right? It is only for holding data. But then there's something called as N-tier architecture. Now what is that? Instead of doing all the processing here, because let's say we have a database here. Okay, we have a database, and you want to fetch some data from the database. So if you want to generate this model, you're fetching data from database. How it will work? So you have to connect your controller with the database, right? You have to write those JDBC steps inside this controller, which is your servlet. Again, that's not the good way of doing that. Never process anything. Never actually write the operations or the functions or methods inside controller. Controller is only for accepting the request and then sending the response. If you want to perform any operation here, what you will be doing is you will be getting one more class here, right? So the controller will call that class. Now this class is basically your service classes. Again, this is a normal class. It's just that since we are performing some operations, we will do that in a service method, right? I will not do that. So when you send a request to the controller will ask, hey service class. It will be having a service class will have some methods, and that service class will give you the object, right? So service class, inside this class you have to write the JDBC steps. Makes sense, right? So in future, even if you change your database, you don't have to change your controller, right? You just have to change your service. But then when you work with database, actually what happens is we have one more layer here, and this is called as a DAO layer. So you call the controller will take the help of service, and service will take the help of DAO. Again, this thing is not compulsory in MVC, okay? MVC is simply this part. We have a client, we have a controller, we have a model, we have a view. But then if you actually want to implement something, we also use these two classes, service class and DAO class. Now what is DAO? It is data access object. So if you want to interact with database, the best way is using DAO classes. Again, I have a separate video on DAO. Just search for JDBC DAO Telusko on YouTube. You will get my video there. Okay. So yeah, that's how you work with MVC. This is just a theory of it. We'll talk about the practical implementation in the next session. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Anything else here? Let me know your doubts. And there's one more question for you. In fact, I have this habit of asking questions. In fact, last week I started with a quiz, online quiz. So this is a question for you, and the question is, if you want to make an app, okay, if you want to make an Android app, what are the options you have? So go to Google and search for different options for making Android application. Okay, example, let me give you one example. You can do that with the help of Android Studio. You can do that with the help of some Ionic framework. Let me know more options. So that's it. In this video, we'll talk about JSTL. So the prerequisite to learn JSTL is servlets and JSP. So if you have basic knowledge of servlet and JSP, this video will be helpful. So what is JSTL? So JSTL, so let's write it here. So JSTL stands for JSP Standard Tag Library. Okay, now why we use this is because, when you work with servlets, so we write HTML code inside Java code, and that's not that helpful, right? And then in JSP we write Java code. So inside HTML code we write Java code. But still, as a designer, we are not that comfortable to work with Java codes, right? So if you can convert your Java code into HTML-like code, it will be much easier for designers to write the code. It will be easier for them to maintain the code. It is easier for them to change the code, right? So that's why we have this concept of JSTL. And if you see the output of JSTL or the code of JSTL, it's more like HTML, right? So let's try to do that. So to explain that, how JSTL works, let me go with an example here, and I will create for that I will just simply, I will create a variable which is string. I will say name equal to, I will put my name, Naveen, and then I will send this name to the JSP file. So let me first call JSP file, and how do you call it? We'll say request dispatcher. So it is request dispatcher. We'll say rd equal to new, not new, but request dot get request dispatcher, and we have to mention the name of the JSP, right, which is display.jsp, right? So what we are doing here is we are calling a JSP file from a servlet file, and we can say rd.forward, and we can pass those two objects. So what we are doing is we are creating a string here, and then we are calling this JSP page. Now in this JSP page, we'll try to fetch that string, that value which is name here. Okay, first of all, when you are sending it, you have to make sure that you add that value somewhere. So yeah, I can use a request object, or we can also use session object. We'll say this is label. Again, we can have any label here, and we can say I want to send name. So I'm using a label as label, and then I'm sending this name. So in this name I will be having Naveen, right? Now if I run this code, of course it will call your JSP file, right? But we are doing nothing here. Now how do you fetch that value? So before fetching the value, I will simply print hello world. Okay, and let's run this code. If I run this code on a server, again I have a server here, and I'm just calling that. It will take some time. Okay. Yeah, so you can see we are calling a servlet, which is demo servlet, and this servlet will call your JSP. Now since I'm running this for the first time, it will take some time for your JSP to get converted into servlet and then showing you the output. So you got the output as hello world here, but I don't want hello world. I want to print Naveen here. Now how do we do that? So for that we have to use some Java codes, right? In fact, we can write Java code here, and to write Java code we use the Scriptlet tags. And inside this, we can write, we can fetch that value, we can store that value in string. We'll say string name equal to request dot get attribute, and you can mention what type of value you are sending. So I'm sending a label which you have to fetch. Again, this will return you an object. So let me just convert that into string. So I will say toString, right? Now once you got this string, we can say out.println, and we can say name. So what we are doing here is we are fetching value from I mean, we have this value Naveen, which is going to the JSP, and then we are fetching the value from the request object, and then we are printing it. Again, since we are using request object here to set the attribute, we will be using request object to get the attribute, right? Let's run this. Let me just run this once again, and you can see we got the output as Naveen. Now, why we are getting Naveen is because in JSP we are fetching the value which is sent, and then we are printing it. This is one way. But if you can see, as a designer, you are comfortable with these lines of code. But the moment you see a Java code, you might not feel confident about it. Then Java says, okay, chill, we can have one more way here. We can use something called as expression language. So expression language was introduced in JSP later, and how it is used. So we can use a $sign here with a curly brackets, and inside your curly brackets you can simply mention the label. Okay, whatever label you are sending there. So if you are sending label here, we have to mention that here. Okay, so if you say dollar and curly brackets label, it will fetch that value. Okay, let me show you that. Let me just say once again, and you can see we got two Naveen. The first Naveen we got because of this Java code. The second Naveen you got because of this line here. Okay. Now, let me just remove this Java code here. I don't want Java code. So using this one line of code, we can get our output, which is Naveen. Now, this is expression language. Okay. But expression language was created just to get used inside JSTL. So if you are using JSTL, then you can use this. And how it was introduced. So what we can do is, we can have one more way of JSTL way here. So in order to use JSTL, we need to use some special tags. Example, in JSTL we have a out tag. Instead of using out object, we can use an out tag. But the problem is, out tag is not available inside HTML, right? It's a custom tag. And whenever you want to use custom tag, we have to use a tag library, right? So we have to add a library for JSTL. Now, which library we'll be using here? So we'll use %, we'll say Taglib, and we need to use a JSTL tag. Okay. Now, question arises, how to use JSTL tag here? That we'll see in the next video. The point to remember here is we can use EL instead of using your Java tag to print something on the server. Now, again, it's not compulsory to have that in request object itself. We can also have that in session object. We can also have that in page object, because you know, right, in JSP we have different objects. So you can have this label in any of the scope. It may be in request scope, it may be in session scope, it may be in page scope or page context. It can be anywhere. So that's how we use EL in JSP. In the next video, we'll see how to add the tag library in JSTL to use it. In the last video, what we have done is we have created a servlet where we are sending a name, and then we are printing that name on the JSP page using this label tag here, and this is EL, right? Now what we'll do now is let's try to use JSTL. So we'll do the same thing. We'll print something here, but not using EL, but will be with the help of JSTL. Again, we can do that with EL, but you know, EL was introduced just to have an attribute in JSTL. So let's see how to do that in JSTL. So if you want to use this with JSTL, first of all, let me just give a break tag here. So if you want to use this with JSTL, we have to use a special tag called as out. The problem is, out is not an inbuilt tag inside HTML, right? So this is a custom tag. And whenever you want to use a custom tag, we have to import, or we have to use that library. Now how to use that, we'll say %, and the way you can add libraries inside your Java JSP is using Taglib. Then you can mention something called as prefix. Now prefix means whenever you want to use any JSTL tag, we'll be using that prefix. So let's say if you want to use out, we can say out is a JSTL tag by mentioning C at the start. Then you have to mention URI. Now what is URI? URI is a location where you have your JSTL. Okay, I mean the definition of your JSTL libraries. Now what URI we need here? So if I say control space, you can see I'm getting lots of options here. So we'll be using this one, a code one. Okay, so this is the path for JSTL code library. So inside JSTL we have lots of libraries. We have JSTL, we have Okay, now we are not getting options. Okay, so you can see we have code, we have format, we have functions, we have SQL, we have XML, out of which we'll be using code, function, and SQL in this series. So we start with code. Okay, so we have to mention C, and then okay, yeah. So we have to mention URI, and then that's it. You can, whenever you want to use out now, we have to mention C colon, and then you can mention value which you want to print. So let's say I want to print only hello world, nothing else. If I want to print hello world, we can say C out value hello world and save this. Now, but you have to make sure that whenever you want to use JSTL, you use the library here. You have to add this library, which is JSTL library. So JSTL 1.2. You can download this from Google. Just go to Google and search for JSTL, and there will be some website which has this library. You have to also make sure that library is there in your web app library. Or you can do that by adding, one of the ways by adding that library inside lib folder of web.inf. Okay. Now once you do that, go back to your browser and say enter. You can see we got Naveen and we got hello world. Now why we are getting Naveen? Because we are using this label. Why we are getting hello world is because we are writing hello world. Let's say I don't want to print hello world here. I want to print Naveen itself. So I will use $ and the curly brackets, and we can say label. Okay, so you can see using expression language we can mention that here. So even that will work, but this was introduced in 1.2 JSP second version, not the first version. Okay, so in the second version of JSP we can use this, but not so in the earlier version we used to work with this. Okay, so that's how you use out tag in JSTL. Now what else we can do here? This is just a basic. Let's go for something else. What else? What other tags we have here? So if I say C colon, you can see we have list of tags, control space. You can see we have catch. Now catch will be used when you want to do exception handling, right? We can use for each. So let's say if you have lots of, we have a list which you want to print, we can use for each. We can also use import to import some other website in your project. Example, if I say import and if I say Telusko.com, but not this way, you have to mention the whole path. We say http://www.telusko.com. So you can fetch the entire source code of Telusko.com in your code. Okay, let me remove this one. Okay, let's see how to fetch the code. If I say enter now, that's the, okay. So you can see I'm fetching my entire website here. Okay, I was not able to fetch everything, but I got my website here. In fact, I can, if I mention some specific thing, if I say online.htm, okay, online.htm, and if I run this code now, okay, you can see we got our, so that's my website registration details if you want to register for the course, right? If I say details, it works. It doesn't work. Yeah, so we have to provide that link as well. But you can see we got the page here. We have not got the CSS file and all the stuff, but we got the page. So we can use import. What other things we have? We can say C colon. We can use, let's see what else we have. So you can set the variables. You can remove the variables. Let's say if you want to set the variables, we can say set, and we can use property name. We can specify the scope till what point we'll be using this. Then we'll be using value, what value you want to store, and the variable name. Okay, so you can use set. We can also say remove for removing the elements. But in this example, what I'm passionate about is to use an object. Let's say in this, I'm not creating object of string. I want to create object of student. So what I will do is I will create, first of all, we need to put that string so that we'll not get any error. Let's create a class here, and we'll say this class as student, which belongs to com.telusko. In this student class, let me have some variables here, okay, some properties. I will have these properties as private int roll number, okay. Let me just remove private just to show you something. If I remove the private and if I say string name, just two variables, okay, and if I go to the servlet and if I create object of that student, if I say student, we also need a constructor using which you can assign the values just to make our work more easy. We'll say source constructor will fetch both the variables here. We'll click on OK. And in the servlet now, let's create object of student. We'll say student s equal to new student by passing those two values. We'll say 1, and name I will be using is Naveen. I love my name, I don't know why, but Naveen. and instead of sending the label, I don't want this string name here, I'll be sending a student. Again, you can use any name here, any label, and here I will be sending S. So I'm sending S with the label student. Now in this display.jsp, if you want to print label, what will happen is, since you are printing the label, if I go back to my browser, if I say enter, okay, it is printing nothing because it is not label, it is student, because we have removed the label, right? So now we are using student. Okay. Why are we getting this error? Anyway, ignore that. If I say enter now, you can see we got something, and that's your hash code. Okay, I don't want to print the hash code, I want to print the actual data. So what you can do is you can say student dot, you can specify the property. I want to print name. Is it name? What is that? Yes, it is name. So if you want to print name, you can say student.name, and if I run this code, we got an error. This error says property name not found. Hey, hold on, we have a name there, right? Why it is not able, see, it is also specifying that name property is not inside student. Why it is so? It's because whenever you want to use JSP and whenever you want to use any object, you have to make sure that you are using beans. Okay, and how to make a bean? To make a bean, you need getters and setters. So that's the only way you can fetch the properties. You have to say source, you have to say getters and setters for both the variables. We'll say okay, you can see we got all the getter setter here, and if I save this, if I go back to my browser, if I say enter, we got Naveen there, right? It's awesome, right? So we can send the data from your servlet to the JSP in the object format. You can see I'm sending an object here, and then we are fetching that object with the help of expression language. Now again, you can also use that JSTL cout tag. The main intention here is not to send one value. Let's say I want to send list of students, and I don't want to print only one thing. I want to print the entire object. And to print the entire object, you have to make sure that you implement a toString method in your code. So let's implement the toString method. If you are familiar with CodeJava, in CodeJava, whenever you try to print the object, it calls the toString method, right? So I would like to print the toString method of that, because if I run this code now, it will print both the stuff, roll number and name. But let's say I don't want to print only one thing. I want to print the entire stuff. Let's say I want to print. I just don't want one object. I want 3 objects or 4 objects. What you can do is you can create a list of student here. So I can say list of student, and here we can say studs equal to. Now we can create new array list and you can do all the stuff. But since I know what type of object we are working with, how many values we need, we can simply use arrays.asList, and inside this we can create multiple objects. I can say student, first object 1 and name is Naveen. The second object, let's say we have new student 2 comma Arti, and then we have new student, this is 3 comma, in double quotes we'll say Pratik. So what we are doing is we are creating an array list with all these values. I don't want to send one object. So instead of sending one student object, we can say students. I'm sending lots of students, and the object name is studs. Okay. So from this servlet, I'm not sending one thing. I'm sending a list. Now, how do you interpret that list here? Because if I say students, and if I go back to my browser, if I say enter, you can see we got all this data here. But in one particular list, I want to print that in iterative format, one after the other. For that, we have to use a for loop, right? We normally use for loop, the normal for loop. In JSTL, it provides you a special loop called as for each loop. So we can use for each loop. And inside this for each loop, you can mention certain parameters. The first one is items. Now this items is the list name. So you have to use $. Okay, first of all, we need that double quotes. In this, you have to mention the list name, which is students, right? Let me just verify. Let's go to Servlet, and it is students. Then you have to mention the variable name. Now, what variable? So which object will hold one object? So I will say S. So when this loop runs, it will fetch one object. It will fetch first object, then it will fetch second object, then the third object. And every time you just have to print S, right? but that should be inside the curly brackets. Okay, and after everything we'll print a break statement so that it will be on new line. If I go and run this code now, you can see everything we got on a new line, right? In fact, if you want to print only one specific thing, you can also do that. We can say s.name. It will only print name now, not the entire object. You can see we got the names here. So that's how we use JSTL. So we can use for each tag which belongs to JSTL, and we can mention items, we can mention the variable name, right? And then we can iterate using the name there. So that's how you use JSTL code tag. In fact, we have lots of tags. Just try to explore on those tags. Okay. In the next video, what we'll be doing is we'll be working with the functions or functions type of functions tags. Okay. In this video, we'll talk about JSTL SQL tags. So whenever you want to use SQL tag, we cannot use code, we have to use SQL. Okay. Now, what is the use of SQL tags here? So let's say you have a JSP page and you want to connect with database. Now what you will do? So to connect with database, you need to write some tags using which you can connect with database. Normally what happens is you have to write Java code, you have to follow those 7 steps to do that. But JSTL says, hey, don't worry, we have some tags using which you can connect with the database and you can fetch the data. Let's see how to do that. So what we'll do is, first of all, let's create a database in any database you use, maybe MySQL, Oracle. I'm using MySQL here. So if I go to MySQL, I already have a database which is Mario. Inside that database, I have a table called as gadgets. Okay, and if I see what is there inside gadgets, you can see we have GID, GName, and price. So we have 1, 2, 3, we have iPhone as name, then laptop, and then 1 plus 3, we have this price here. I want to fetch these elements or these values on the page. So of course we have to connect with database, right? Now do you connect that? First of all, we have to use something called as a data source. Now data source will define what is your database name. I mean, first of all, which database you are working with. Second, what is the database name, then username and password. And you can do that with the help of data source tag. So we have to use data source tag, in which you have to first mention the database, the variable which we'll be using to refer that, we'll say DB. Next, you have to mention the driver name, because every DBMS will have a different driver. And for me, the driver is com.mysql.jdbc.driver. Okay. And then you have to mention the URL. I will say URL is JDBC : MySQL. Again, for different DBMS, we have different URL. I'm just assuming that you know how to connect database with Java and database. They are the same steps. Then I will use my port number, which is 3307 for my machine. Mario, the database name, and then you have to mention the username, which is user equal to root, and then password, which is the next one. In fact, when you say, you don't have to type this, you simply say control space, it will give you thing. The amazing thing about my machine is I don't have a MySQL password, so I don't have to specify that. If you're doing this for the first time, if you have a MySQL password, set it that. Now what next? Now once you got your database, we have to use the query. So you have to say SQL : query. Okay, in this query you have to mention your SQL query, which query you want to execute. Now once your query gets executed, it will store the data somewhere, and that data is your var. So we'll say rs. So we'll store the data inside rs. Now if you have seen my data, if you have seen my video on JDBC, we normally use object of result set. The same thing is here, which is rs is result set here. Then we have to use data source, which data source you are working with, and we have to connect with this DB. So we'll say we'll use the expression language here, and we'll say DB. Okay, with double quotes. Now once you have done that, let's mention, okay, what else we have to mention here? Then you have to mention the query. So we'll finish this here, we'll say end tag, and inside this you can mention the query now. So here you can mention select star from gadgets. Okay, now once you specify query, so what will happen is, when you execute this code now, it will try to connect with your database. Now once it is connected, then you will get your data source by DB, and then you will execute this query, and the results will be stored inside RS. Now question arises how to print all these values. Now to print the values, we can specify individual values, right? We can say C:out, and then we can specify value, right? And we can fetch the value from result set and we can print. But let's say I want to print all the values. How to do that? That we'll see in the next video. But you have to make sure that if you want to execute this thing, you need a MySQL driver. Okay, so you have to add your MySQL driver here. So again, you can download that from Google or somewhere. So you have to make sure that you are adding a MySQL connector here. So what I will do is, before starting the next video, I will be adding the MySQL connector here. Just go to Google and search for MySQL connector or MySQL connector J. So let me just write it here. This MySQL connector /J. Download this jar file and save it here in the lib folder. Now once you do that, you can use the MySQL connector. And yeah, so in the next video we'll see how to print that. In this video, what we'll do is we'll try to complete the last example, the example which we were trying to complete. So we have connected with the database using data source, and then we have also applied the query here, which is select star from gadgets. Let's try to fetch the data. Now you have to make sure that when you fetch the data, we use this library which is MySQL connector. Can you see that? I have added that library here. Let me just expand this. So I've added that library here, which is MySQL connector. Okay. And it should be there inside web app library. Now once we have done that, we need to also take one more tag library for code, because we will be using a for each loop here. So we'll say taglib prefix. We'll say, okay, so this should be SQL, right? Because you're working with SQL. And this would be C. Okay. And then we'll specify the URI equal to, in this we have to specify the code tag. So this is code and this is SQL. And let's use enhanced for loop to print all these elements. So we'll say Control C, so we'll say C, which is a code tag. We'll say C:SQL, or not SQL, we'll use for each. And here we'll specify from where you want to fetch that. For that you have to say items. Now this items will be having list of elements, right? But hold on, from where you'll be getting this list of elements? So you will be getting this list of elements from rs, because r is a result set, right? You have to fetch one more element. You have to say rs.rows. So this rows will give you the list of elements, and then you can store it in. You can store one value somewhere. You can store that value in, let's say, a row. So one row will have one row, right? And now we can print that row. We can say :out. We'll say value equal to. And we can print the value here. We can say, I want to print row of, or maybe not row, let's use something better. We'll say gadget, which will look better, right? And we'll say here, gadget dot, we can print what? We can print GID. Then we can also, after that we can print, okay, is it working? Something is missing here. You have to end this tag. Okay, and then we can also print with a colon in between, we can print the name of the gadget. So we can print the name here, and then with a colon in between, we can print the price of it. So we'll print the price. Okay, so it will print everything now. Let's try. Let's see if it is working or not. Let's go to the browser. Okay, that's weird. And if I say enter, can you see that we got the values here? But hold on, we are not getting the names, because it is not name, it is G names. And if I say enter, you got all the records here. It's just that we have not added a break before, so we'll say break here, and we'll say enter. You can see we got all the records from our database, right? So that's how we can use SQL data source to fetch that value. Okay, so this is how you can use SQL data source to fetch the value from database, and you can do that with the help of JSTL, and see how powerful it is. Now if any Java programmer or any HTML designer can understand this, we don't have any Java code there, right? So the JSTL is that powerful. So that's it from this video. We have talked about SQL tags, or SQL, yeah, SQL tags and JSTL. In this video, we'll talk about JSTL function tags. Now we have seen the code tags, right? So we have this C where we are using code tags, but JSTL also provides you some function as well. Example, if you want to find this length of the string, or maybe you want to check if a string, if a word is there in this particular string, if maybe you want to check if the particular string is matching with the end of the string and all that stuff. You know, if you want to perform some operations, we can use inbuilt functions of JSTL. So in order to use JSTL function, we have to use again the taglib, but this time we'll say, okay, prefix will set fn, and we'll go for URI as http:// let's ask it for functions. So this is functions. Now what are the functions available? So we'll go for one by one. The first one we'll use is, let's say, maybe length, which is easier. So let's try to find the length of the string. So I will take a string now. Okay, how to assign a string? So let's create a string. We'll say set var. We'll name the string name as str, and we'll set a value, and then the value would be Naveen Reddy's, or Naveen Reddy is a Java trainer. Okay, so we have this string here, and I want to find the length of it. So I will print length colon. I want to print the length here, and how do you do that? We'll say we'll use this percentage, the $, and then we have to provide angular brackets. In this you have to mention str, but if you mention str, it will print the string, right? Let's try it out. Let's run this code. Let's see how this goes. Okay, it is printing the string. I don't want the string, I want the length. So what we'll do is we'll use a function here. We'll say function colon, and the function name is length, and in this length, if you pass str, it will print the length of it. If I say enter now, you can see we got length, which is 29. I don't know, it is 11, 13, 14, 15, maybe it will be 29. If you can count it, it is 29, right? So that's how you use length function. That's one of the functions we can use. What other function we have? Let's say I want to, what else we can do? We can use split here. I want to split this string based on space here. So whenever you have space, we need to break that. I want to split it. So what we can do is, let's not print this length now. See, when you split, it will create an array, right? Because if you split, instead of having one variable, you will be having an array which will have Naveen Reddy is a Java trainer. So we'll be having 6 words. Now to store that 6 words, again we can use a for each loop here to print everything. And we'll set, okay, what we'll do here is first of all we'll specify the items. Now these items would be, I cannot say str, because if I say str, it will be one string, right? I want to break the string. Now how do you break it? We'll use a function. Okay, so we'll put that into a function, but that function name would be, so we'll say function. The function name is split. Okay, so you have to use split, and then you have to pass this str inside a split. But hold on which basis you want to split? So if I split on the basis of space, you can see if I'm specifying comma, a space in single quote, it will split the elements based on their space, right? And then we can store the element somewhere. Let's say I want to store the element in S, and now I can print the element. Before printing, I want a break. Now how do you print it? It's very simple. We can say a $, then a curly brackets and S. And now if I go back there, if I say enter, you can see we got all these words here. It's as simple as that, right? So we can have a string which is Naveen Reddy is a Java trainer, and we can split that with the help of double quote, with the help of space, and then we can print all the elements. That is split method. What else we can do? We can split based on the A letter. So that we have A here, then we have A here, then we have A, and A, we have lots of A, right? Let's try to do that. Let's see if it is working with A. You can see we got with A as well. Okay, that's how you use split method. What else we have? We can also use another method like or functions like index of. Now index of will give you the index of that particular string. Let's say I want to find this index number of is. Now how do we do that? We'll say index colon. We'll use a function here. So use function again, we have to use this thing. Then we have to use fn colon. The method name is index of. Okay, and you have to pass two things. First, the string, which is str. The second one is the string which you want to pass. I want to pass, let's say, is. So it will print the index of is. So it should be 11, 12, 13 maybe, or 12. It should be 12. Oops, so it will be 12. Yeah, you can see we got 12. So that is the index number of 12. That is the index number of is. So that is your index of. We can also use contains. Now how can we use contains? We'll say is there. We can print is there. Okay, it will only print is there. And because if I want to check if this string contains Java, so I can do that. We can say a $. Then you can use a function here, function colon contains. Okay, and then we can use a function by passing a string, not a 0 but a string. So we can pass a string, the first parameter, and the second parameter would be your, okay, watch, the string itself, which say this is, do we have Java there? Let's try. Yes, Java is there. So is there? True, it is there. But if I say, does it have JSP? Let's try. You can see false. So you can use contains. In fact, normally we use contains in if condition. We can also do that. We can also do if here. We'll say C colon if. In your code tags, we do have if. And we can apply test here, because when you say test, when you want to check, you apply test. We say equal to. And we can put everything in a double quotes here, which will check. And if, okay, we have to also end if. So this is a if block here. And inside we can print. JSP is there, right? If this matches, will print is there, otherwise it will not print. Okay, we got an error there. The error is it should be in single quote now because we are using a double quote there. My bad. Okay, so you can see we are printing nothing because it is not there. But if I check for Java and if I print Java is there, it will say yes, Java is there, right? So that's how we can use contains function. We have some more functions. We can check with ends with. If this function ends with, or if this string ends with Java, I mean with trainer, then we'll print you are right, buddy. Okay, it should end with trainer. Okay, it's ends with, not ends with, ends with. And if I say enter, you're right, buddy. But if you say Java trainer, is a Java trainer in Mumbai, and if I run this now, so you can say last word is Mumbai, right? So it is not matching. So you can also check with ends with. Okay, what others we can have? So yeah, so we have all these functions. What you can do is you can explore more functions. You can simply say $, then curly brackets, fn colon, and if you say, you can see we have lots of methods here. We have join, we have replace with. You know, try it out. Try all these combinations. You can also use 2 uppercase, 2 lowercase, the same way we are doing this. Example, we can say str and it will print in 2 uppercase. If I run this code, 2 lowercase, right? So you can see everything is printed in lowercase here. If I use uppercase, it will print everything in uppercase. If I say enter, you can see we got Maven ready as a Java trainer in Mumbai. It's awesome, right? So the JSTL has so much of power. So that's about function, JSTL functions. In this video, we'll talk about filters in Servlet. Now, this is the most ignored topic in Servlet technology. So we talk about Servlet request, we talk about response, we talk about the life cycle. Now, this is one of the important stuff which we use in Servlet. I mean, it's not important to write this in your Servlet application, but you can use it. Now, why we need filters? So let's say we have a client here and then we have a server. In fact, I should, for all my videos, I should have this static things, because in all my Servlet videos, I'm going for a client and a server, right? That's how it works. So let's say we have a client and a server, and on this server we have certain servlets. Let's say we have a servlet, we have a servlet, and we have a servlet. Now what you want is, whenever a client sends the request, of course when you send a request goes to Web.xml file, and then that's how you figure it out which servlet to call, right? So let's say from this client you are requesting for this particular servlet, and after some time you are requesting for this particular servlet, and after some time you are requesting this particular servlet. So we have servlet A, B, and C. Now whenever you request for any of this servlet, let's say if you want to maintain some log files, you want to maintain the security. Now for A and B you want to maintain the log file, and for B and C you want to maintain the transaction, and for A, B, and C you want to maintain the security. So with this feature of A, B, and C, you want some extra features like maintaining the log files, then maintaining the transaction, and maintaining the security. So what you can do is, you can write those code. So let's say if you want to maintain the log file, you have to change your A servlet and you have to add the log code there, right? You have to use log4j and you have to add the lines in A servlet. The same thing you have to do in B servlet as well, because here also we want to maintain the log file. Now let's say you want to use transaction, so you want to do transaction management. Those things also you have to write in B and C, and then you have to write certain codes for security if you are allowed to. So let's say if a client goes to servlet, you have to verify if that servlet, if that client is allowed to use that servlet. So for that you have to check something, right? Again, that check will be done in A, B, and C, right? So the point is, instead of writing those things inside your ABC, can we just take it out? Now since A and B has a common feature of log, B and C has a common feature of transaction, and A, B, and C has a common feature of security, can we just take these modules out? And the advantage would be, if we can take those common thing outside, and those common things will make in such a way that you can plug it anywhere. Well, when I say it can be plugged anywhere, let's say in future if you have D, and if you want to achieve transaction here, you just have to plug that request, and your servlet will not even know that you're doing it in the backend. So what we can do is we can add filters in between. So let's say we have the first filter here. This is your first filter, which is filter F1. We got a second filter, which is F2, and then we'll be getting a third filter, which is F3. Now you might have guessed it. The first filter here is for log, so we can write a filters which will, so this filter F1 will work for log files, this filter F2 will work for transaction, and this filter, the F3, which will work for security, right? So using servlet filters, we can create some filters which will be intercepting your request. So whenever you send a request, if you are sending a request for A, it will go through F1 first. So if F1 says, okay, I have maintained the log, then it will go to F3, it will check for the security, and then only your A will be called. In fact, if let's say if you are sending a request and F1 says everything is good, I have maintained the log, F3 says, no, this guy is not allowed to use servlet A, F3 can return the request, right? Then A will not be called, right? So you are secure now. Let's say for the second request, if you are sending a request, it will first go for log maintenance, then it will go for transaction, then it will go for security, right? And any of this filter can return the response. I mean, they can send the response back. So they will act like a servlet, but those are not actually servlet, those are filters, right? So if you want to have something, if you have certain things which are common, like log maintenance, transaction, security, or we have some other thing as well, you can write those things inside filters. So the advantage of using filters, they are pluggable. You can, so if you have a new servlet, you can add a filter in between. In fact, let's say in future, if you have one more filter, let's say that is F4, which is, let's say, for any of the XYZ purpose, what you can do is you can add F4 here, because those are pluggable, right? Your servlet will not even know that you're using filters. And is that awesome? In fact, these filters, they don't know which filter you're working with. Example, if you're working with F1, F3 don't even know that request is coming from F1. And that's awesome, right? In fact, your F2 don't even know that after F1 you're getting the response. So these filters are also individuals, and they don't know how it is working, how other filter works, right? But then your Tomcat says, if you have multiple filters and if you want to go for multiple filters, what we have to do is we have to chain them. So this is called as filter chaining. Okay, so you have to filter chain, we have to chain all these filters. Again, F1 will not know that it is sending request to F3. It will be done by Tomcat. But then where do you have to configure this? So when you write a filter F1, you have to mention, once this check is done, once this is done, go for filter chain. So whatever you have in the next thing, it will execute that one. But then question arises, where to configure all this thing, where to mention for which request we want to call which filter. That you have to configure in your favorite file, which is called as Web.xml file. So Web.xml file will handle, so you have to configure in this file which filter you want to go for. Makes sense, right? But then question arises, how can you create a filter? So to create a filter, we have to create a class which will extend Servlet filter. Okay, and then you have to use three methods. Now, if you remember your Servlet sessions, we have talked about init method, we have destroy method, we have a do get, a do post. In the same way, for filters, we have a method like init, we have a method like do filter. Okay, that's do filter, and then we have destroy. Okay, so we have these three methods. Now, init and destroy is something which we normally don't use, right? We never use that thing. In fact, if you want to do some initial configuration, you can do that. But let's say we don't use that. In this, you have to pass two parameters, request and response. And that's how you can check, right? Example, if someone is sending a request to a servlet, how would you know if he's allowed or not? So that data will be there inside request object. But then, let's say after executing this filter F4, if something goes wrong, filter F4 can return a response, right? It can send a response with the help of response object, right? So that means your filter can, they can work as a servlet, but then that's not the main purpose of filters. So filters are basically to intercept your request, right? So that's it. That's about the theory of filters. We have a concept of servlet filters in servlets. And we can also do filter chaining. You can also configure individual filters. If you want to configure filters, we can use something called as filter config. So it is also available. The way we have servletconfig, the same way we have filter config. For every particular servlet, we have servlet config. For every particular filter, we have a filter config, right? So it's damn simple. Again, we'll see the practical implementation of this in the coming session. So that's it. That's for this video. And in this video, we will try to implement servlet filters. Now, if you have not seen the theory of this concept, please do that. So in the description area, you will find a link for servlet filter theory. So let's get started with the example here. So you can see we already have two pages here. In fact, one is JSP, second is servlet. And in this JSP, we just have two fields. One is AID, a name. And the moment you click on submit, it will send a request for add alien. So basically, let's say you have alien and alien has a name and an ID. And the moment you click on submit, the request goes to my servlet, and this is where you want to perform some operation. And you can see I'm using annotation based configuration here. We have web servlet, request goes to alien, add alien, and then this will get executed. Now, just to do something here, what I will do is I will just try to print the name of the alien here. So I would say, first of all, I want to fetch the name. So I would say string a name equal to request.getParameter, and here I would say a name, and it will be assigned to a name, and then I will print welcome plus a name. Or maybe I also want the ID of it, so I would say int aid is equal to integer.parseInt, and here I would say request.getParameter, and here I would say aid. Now, once we got this thing, once we got AID and a name, I just want to print a name here. It's very simple stuff, right? So before applying any filter here, let's try to run this application. So I will go back to home and I would say run. So you can see we got a page, we got the output here. I would enter some values. I would say, let's say 101. And here I would say enter Naveen. The moment you click on submit, request goes to the servlet and you can see it's printing welcome Naveen. Everything is working perfectly. But what if I make a mistake here? Let's say if I say 101, it should not be, I mean, if I enter minus 10, when you say ID, it should be a positive number which starts with 1. But if I say submit, you can see it is still accepting it. Now we can do this validation on Servlet as well. But most of the time what you want is you want a separate filters who will check all these values, not just about the initial values. Maybe you want to check for cookies, you want to check for if the user is already logged in, where you will do that. And of course we can do that in servlets, but it is always better to do that in filters, because filters are something which is pluggable. Now some people have this debate, instead of using filters we can use servlet as well. Yes, we can use servlets. The only thing is filters provide you those concept of pluggable things. You can plug filters anytime you want. And one filter is not dependent on another filter, the way we have servlets, because in servlet you have to mention which next servlet you want to call. But in filters we don't have that stuff, right? We simply say, hey, you have done your job, now call another servlet, another filter. And you don't have to mention which filter. Let's see how that works here. So what I will do is I will do this filtering. I will do this checking in a filter. Now how will you create a filter? It's actually a very simple step, the way you create servlets. Right click on your project and say new and search for filters. You can see we already have a filter here. Click on that. We can put that in the same package of servlet. So servlet belongs to package com.telusko. Let's put the filter in the same package. Again, you can have your own package, doesn't matter, but let's have com.telusko, and we'll have a class name as you can have any name, doesn't matter. You can say first filter, second filter. I would say ID filter here. As you can create multiple filters. Here we'll say next. Now for which request I want to do this. So whenever someone calls add alien, this is where I want to initiate this filter. Click on OK and click on next. Nothing fancy here. Click on finish. And you can see we already have a filter here. Everything is there, but we don't need this stuff. So let's remove that. We don't even need this comment. Let me just clean this stuff a bit. So what is this thing here? So you can see we already have a filter. The name of the filter is ID filter, as we have defined in the creation of it. Now it implements an interface called as filter. Now filter is an inbuilt interface in Servlet API. And you can see, okay, I don't have a source code, but doesn't matter. You can see it belongs to, it is a interface. It belongs to Servlet API. In this filter interface, we have destroy method, do filter, and init. So let's say before working with this filter, if you want to initialize the values, you can do that here. And in the theory video, we have also talked about filter config, right? So every filter will have its own filter config. And then if you want to do something destroying, you can do that here. Maybe you want to instantiate a new object, you can do that in init. And once the filter has done its work, you can release the resources in destroy. But at this point, we are not doing all those stuff, right? So the only method we are concerned here about is do filter. Now do filter is almost same as do get, do post. It accepts the request and you can process values. But it has a special feature which is filter chaining. Now, as we know, it's not just you can use only one filter. We can have 5 filters, right? You can have 10 filters. So by default, it will call. So when you run this application, it will call the first filter. So let's say for add alien, we have 5 filters. So it will call the first filter. Once it has done its own work, it will call the second filter. The second filter will call third filter. But how will you mention that this filter has to call itself or the second filter? That's where we have a concept of filter chain. So all these filters will be in a chain. And every time you have done with your work, you simply say chain.doFilter, which means it will call the next filter. And you can do your work here. Okay, now here's the thing. What if this is the last filter? And last filter says chain.doFilter. Now since we don't have next filter, it will call a servlet. Okay, that's a sequence. It will complete all the filters first and then it will call a servlet. But as of now, we only have one filter. Let's work with that. So here, I want to check. First of all, I just want to print something just to see if it is working. Where I will print it, I will print on console. I would say in filter just to verify, it's always better to go in step-by-step way. I just need to verify if this filter is actually getting called. And to do that, I will run this application again. So you can see same steps. I just need to click on submit. And you can see it is saying welcome Naveen because we are not doing any filtering as of now. But it is calling in filter. That means the sequence is it is going from your page to filter then servlet. Okay, that's great. But now, in fact, how would I know this? You can just, if you want to try, you can just print something in this do get. It will be getting printed after in filter. But now I want to do filtering, right? I want to check what are the values which are coming. Now, as you know, whenever you want to work with request object, we need a HTTP servlet request object, right? And here we have a servlet request object, but we need HTTP servlet request object. So we can do that. We can say HTTP servlet request. I can say REQ is equal to, I can typecast it with HTTP servlet request and request. So what we are doing is we are basically typecasting the object. So we are converting this object from servlet request to HTTP servlet request. And now once we have this object, we can actually fetch the value. And I can say, in fact, I will just copy paste the value because I don't want to type it again. I will fetch this value here and paste. Now, once we got AID, I can actually verify it. If I say if AID is less than 1, because I don't want this value to be less than 1. In case it is less than 1, I will not do chain.doFilter, because this thing should be done only when it is greater than 1. In fact, what I will do is I will say greater than 1. This will make more sense, right? So do chaining only when it is AID is greater than 1. So it will go ahead only when it is AID is greater than 1. It's that simple. Now, will that work? Let's verify. I will just rerun the application here. And okay, I will just refresh this application. And this time I would say -10. And here I will say Naveen and click on submit. You can see the moment I click on submit, it is doing something, but it is not calling. So you can see it is not printing anything here, but at least it is not calling a servlet. How do I know it is not calling a servlet? Let's print something here so that we can verify. I would say in servlet, because this will verify that it is calling a servlet or not. And I'll go back here, run this application. Again, the same values, which is -10. Now if I click on submit, you can see it's not printing in servlet. That means servlet is not getting called for sure. Okay, but I want to print something on a page, right? Because if servlet is not getting called, it should print something on a page. Now in that case, I would say else, and I will use this response object. Oh, first of all, I need out object, right? So let's do that. I will say print writer out is equal to response.getWriter. Once we have this object, I will say out.println, because filter has the power to send a response back to the client. I would say invalid input. Yeah, so we can do that in filter as well. So let's rerun the application again and click on submit. And you can see it says invalid input. It is not calling a servlet and it is printing invalid input. So that's the power of filter. So even before calling a servlet, we can do some filtering. Okay, so let's say if I'm putting a right value. So let's say if I go back here, I will enter the right value. I would say 10, but the name which I'm printing is only of 1 character, which is N. And if you click on submit, it is still working, but I don't want anyone to have only name N, right? It should be at least more than 3 letters. Now in that case, we can create another filter. So we can create another filter and we can do the same stuff. So that will be your assignment. So what your assignment is create one more filter and almost the same code and make it work. The only URL, so make sure that you have the same URL and let me know if it is not working for you so that I can make another video or I will paste a code for you. So this is your assignment, create another filter, and if you are able to do that, mention in the comment section that you have done it, and if you have not, if it is difficult for you, just let me know. So that's it. That's how your servlet filter works. Today we'll talk about how to do login for servlet and JSP applications. You know, when you build a website, so there are lots of things you have to consider. So you have to consider about user requirements, you have to consider about your requirements, you have to consider about server space. And the most important thing about this is a login application, right, or a login module. So let's say you're building any e-commerce website, if you're building any social networking website, if you're building a website for your own college or for your own company, you require this module which is login, right? Now, is it that easy to build a login application for a website? And the answer is yes, it is very easy. But if you consider some tricks, if you consider some topics in Servlet, it makes it a bit difficult, because if you're creating a login application for a normal software, it's a bit different than when you do it for a website. Because when you talk about websites, we have web servers, right? And web server works with HTTP protocol, which is stateless. So let's say you are accessing a page, and after login, you're accessing that page, so you got the access. Now, when you go for the second page, you need the same login access, right? So again, you have to log in. What we want to maintain the state of the login, and then for that, we have to use some session management. Okay, now, so in this video, we'll see how to manage the login throughout 3 to 4 pages, or maybe the whole website using sessions. Okay. Now, so let's imagine you're working with an application where you have 3 pages. So what is website basically? When you talk about websites, it's a collection of web pages. So let's say you want to build a big website, we require web pages, right? So let's imagine the first page you have here is login page. So we have a login page here. We also have a page which is, let's say, about us. Okay. Then we have a page which is welcome page, or we can say home page. And the last page we have, let's say one more, we have videos page. Right? So when you have all these pages in your website, if you combine all these pages, you will get a website, right? Now, from these web pages, there are some web pages which requires a login access. Other pages like about us don't need a login or don't need a login page or login access. So anyone can go to about us without login, but if you want to go to welcome page, you require a login. If you want to go to videos page, you require a login, but not for login page, which is itself a login page, right? So once you give your credentials inside login page, so let's say it will ask you for username, password. So let's say we have uname and password here. Now, once you enter this detail of username and password, now it will verify your username, password, right? It will verify your credentials. Now, if you are a normal or authenticated user, then it will provide you a login access. Otherwise, it will reject you, right? But let's say you got the login. Now the page you can see is welcome page, right? And in welcome page, it will show you some data about you. So like welcome Naveen, and it will show you all the last access you have done. Then from that page, you will be having one more link, let's say for videos page. And to access videos, we require, again, login. Example, when you go to udemy.com, if you go to my own website, telusko.com, to access some pages, we have to log in, right? And so in my website, I don't have the login for videos. That's good, right? But there are web pages where you have to log in first so that you can access the particular web page. Now from this page, videos, if you are going to this page, now if you say you want to access this, so you require a login, right? So from login, you're going to welcome, and from welcome to you're going to videos. Sounds perfect, right? But let's say if a user is not logged in, okay, suddenly he types a URL which is, let's say, for me, let's say my website name is abc.com, and if I say slash, if I say login.jsp, so which page I will get is this page, right? Which login page. Now after login, automatically it will go to welcome page, and from welcome page, if I click on a button, I will go to videos. So the URL for videos is this. It is videos.jsp. Now anyone can type abc.com/videos.jsp, and they will get the access to videos page, right? And where to ask for login there? If they know the URL, they can directly access that, right? And that's what we want to stop them, that you're not allowed to access this page without login. And that we can check with the help of session. Okay, so there are 2 ways of doing this. The first way is session. The second way is cookies. Now it's a big debate which one is good. Either we can use cookies or we can use sessions. Now cookies are much easier to work with, because what happens, your server will give you the cookie which you have to store inside on the client machine, right? So your client is responsible to save that cookie. Now since client has the cookie, client has the access to cookies, so they can modify it, they can hack the server, or they can play with your server. So instead of that, go for session, where you save everything on the server side, which is safe for the server, right? Of course. And why a client will need your data or server data, right? So of course, session is much better than cookies if you talk about login. If you're talking about maybe e-commerce module, then cookies will be better. But time being, for login, session management is important. Now, how to achieve session? So if you talk about servlets, so we have something called as HTTP session in Servlet. So whenever you log in, so once you verify your credentials, of course, right before, so once you enter this detail, when you will click on this button, which is login button. So once you click on this button, it will call a servlet, right? So let me define a servlet here. So let me remove this, and we'll be having a servlet. So let's say we have a servlet. We'll name this as verify.html, verify.java. That's your servlet, right? So once you click on this button, you have to call this servlet. And inside this servlet, you will verify these 2 details, right? Of course, you know how to fetch values from the client side using request.getParameter. Then you will apply if else by checking if the values are correct. Now once the values are correct, you will send a request to welcome. Again, you can use RequestDispatcher, or you can use one more thing, redirect. So let's say if I'm using redirect, I got the page which is welcome, right? So from this servlet code, I'm sending request to welcome. But before doing that, we need to do one thing. We need to put data into this session. So what is session? So let's create object of HttpSession. So I got an object here which is called as session, right? So that's my object. How to create this object? We have HttpSession, session equal to request.getSession. Again, we'll see that when we start with the practical. So this is just a theory of this. After this, we'll be talking about the practical implementation. So in that, we'll see how to achieve this. Okay, so once we got the object of session, now we have to set the value. So you have to say set attribute. So that's the method we have to use. So that's attribute. And then we have to mention two things, the label and the data. So label, I will say this is uname, comma, the data is, let's say, whatever data you got from username. So if username is Naveen, so it will be Naveen here. If username is admin, so you have to send admin here. So let's say I have stored that data in uname itself. So the label is also uname and your data is also uname. Now once you send this data to the welcome, now what we have to do is on this page, which is JSP page, so this will be a JSP page. Inside this, so let me remove this now. So once we got into this page, which is welcome.jsp, let me write that page here now. So in this, you have to check for this session again. So before executing any statement from this JSP, we have to first verify. Now how to verify? So we have to apply if here, and we can say if session dot get attribute, because of course, right, once you set it, we have to say get attribute if this uname is equal to null. Now when you will get this null is, so let's say if user is not logged in, directly he is trying to access welcome.jsp. So it is abc.com/welcome.jsp. That means this page was not visited. User has not provided the credentials, directly is trying to access welcome.jsp. In this scenario, this uname will give you empty results. That means session.getAttribute will be null. And if this is null, that means user has not logged in. What you can do is you can again call login page. How to do that? We can simply mention here response, which is response.sendRedirect, and we can mention which page to call. We'll say login.jsp. Okay, so once you call welcome.jsp without logging, it will check if uname is null, then it will directly call login.jsp. That means if anyone's tried to access a web page, which is a secure web page, without login, he will be redirected to login page. If this is not the case, then you can continue with the example and you can show welcome.jsp, right? Now let's say in this page you have a button for video. So we are providing a link, let's say ahref. So we have ahref for videos. Now once you click on this button, once you click on this, anchor tag, once you click on this videos here, it will take you to the videos page. Again, you can see all the videos. On that page now you'll be having a logout button. Maybe on welcome also you'll be having logout, and here also we have logout. Now what to do once you enter logout or once you click on the logout button? So let's say we have a button here in this web page itself, or let's say in videos we have a logout button. So we have a logout button. Now once you click on this button, what should happen? It should also call a servlet. Okay, so let's create that servlet here. So we'll say this is logout.java. Now in this, what we have to do? So when you log in, so when you log in for the first time, what we have done is we have set the attribute for session, right, which is uname. Any guess what you have to do in this? In logging, when you set the data, in logout you have to remove the data, right? So you have to use something called as session dot, we have to say remove attribute, and then you have to mention which is uname. Simple, right? Now once you remove this, and if you go back to welcome page, the thing is in welcome page you will get this as null and it will redirect you to login.jsp. So you have to do this for every secure page. Okay, let's say in your website you have maybe 15 pages, and after 15 pages, 5 pages are secure pages and 10 pages are normal pages. So for those 5 pages, you have to write this thing on every page, on every JSP page. You have to verify if this is null, then redirect it to the login page, and for every logout button, it will call this thing, which is session.remove attribute. Okay, so that's how you provide the, the login feature. But there's one more thing here. So let's say whenever you access a web page, so what happens is on that web page, we have your browser has the feature of caching pages. Now what will happen? Let's say you're on the welcome page, you click on logout button. Now once you click on logout, it will take you to login page, right? Again, you have to write here. We have to say this is, after removing the attribute, we have to say redirect me to login page, right? So once you write this statement here, it will take you to login page. Now what will happen when you click on back button? Now once you click on back button, it will again take you to welcome page and you're hacked. So let's say if you're using a website and you have entered your details there, and then once you say logout, you think you're safe now, but yeah, hackers comes to take your machine, they say back, they got the access to your website, right? So that's not the case. So what we will do is we have to remove the cache pages, or we have to stop that cache of the pages. And we have to do that with the help of some metadata or meta tags. Again, how to do that, that we'll see in the practical implementation. So if you want to include login in your web page or in your website, you have to follow all these things. So that's a general overview how to use sessions instead of cookies, and we'll see the implementation in practical itself. In this video, we'll see how to implement login module in Servlet and JSP. So we have already seen the theory of this, right? So what we need, we have a login page here, which is login.jsp, we have welcome.jsp, we have videos.jsp. So if I go to login.jsp, it should give me two text field where I will enter my credentials, username, password. And if when I click on the button, if the username password is correct, it should call a page which is welcome.jsp, in which will welcome the user and will print welcome space username, and will provide a button or a link for videos page. And once you click on the videos link, it will take you to videos.jsp page. And here we'll try to show you some, we'll try to show some videos, something like that. So we have these 3 pages, and what I want this welcome.jsp to be a secure page and this videos.jsp to be a secure page, which means if you are logged in, then only you can access these pages. Let me have one more page here. I will name that page as, let's say, new, and JSP, I will say this page as about us.jsp, and in this page what I will display is, I will say this is Naveen Reddy from Telusko learnings. Okay, that's what we want to show in the about us page. Again, the view will not be that good. Okay, we are just focusing on the login part. I'm not concerned about the view, how it looks. So we'll try to keep it simple. So we have this about us page which prints the about us data. So what I want, this page should be open page. It should not have any restriction to open. So if I go to login page, so login page and about page, they are unsecure pages, and this welcome and videos, they are secure pages. So if I play this, if I run this login.jsp now, if I run this, okay, it will open in my browser. I hope it will be in Firefox. Okay, that's Firefox here. So that's my login page. Okay, so I can access login page. I can access welcome page, welcome.jsp. So I don't want my user to access this welcome.jsp page. Okay, so this should be accessible only when the user is logged in. So what we'll do is we'll try to provide a login button here, or we'll provide a form. So we'll say this is form. We'll say form action, and we'll mention, let's mention, so we'll say double quotes, and we'll mention here form action. We'll call a servlet here, which is, let's say the servlet name is login. Okay, and we'll keep the method as get. Now we require a username, so we'll say enter username, and we'll say this is input type equal to text, and we'll say this name is equal to uname. Okay, and we'll say br. The next thing we require is enter password. Okay, and we'll say this is input type equal to, this is again, this will set as a password, so that you will see that star symbol there, and we'll name this as pass. Okay, and then we'll say br. Now next we require a button, so we'll set input type equal to text, or not text, this time it will be submit, and we'll say value, what it should show is a login button, right? So now once you type all these codes, once you click on this login button, it will call a login.java file, which is login.class file, which is servlet, right? Now let me create a servlet here. So we'll say, not here, we'll in the Java file, so we'll say right click, new, let's create a servlet, and it belongs to a package which is com.login. I have already created that package here, com.login, and the class name, let's say this is login.java. Once you click on finish, it will give you the full source code for servlet, right? So we're not concerned about this thing. Let's make it simple. We don't want do post, we just want do get here. Okay, not even comments. Okay, so we just want do get, and inside do get what we want. So okay, so now we need to first fetch those details. So we'll say string uname equal to, and we'll say this is request dot get parameter, and inside this get parameter you have to mention that you want data from uname. Now this uname here, which is the request.get parameter, you have to fetch data from this field, that's why uname. And next we have to fetch password, so we'll say string pass equal to request.get parameter, and we'll say this is again pass. Okay, now once we got these two details, now let's verify. Now how to verify, we'll say if. Again, you can fetch this, or you can verify this data with the help of database. So you can create a DAO layer, you can request your database to give you the username, password, and then you can verify. But let's make it static. We'll say if my uname is equals, if it is equals to Telusko, and the password need to be equals with, let's say, learnings. If these two are same, so if my username is Telusko and password is learning, in that case we can call welcome.jsp. Now how to call that? So before calling, we need to also add the data into session, right? Because how will you verify when you're calling welcome.jsp, how will you verify that the user has logged in? Let's not do that first. Initially, let's keep it simple. Let's say directly we'll call welcome.jsp. We'll simply say this is response. So this is response.sendRedirect. We'll say sendRedirect, and we have to mention here the page name, which is welcome.jsp. That's it, right? It's that simple. And when I run this code, it should call welcome.jsp. Let's try. So if I run this code now, okay, it's running. Okay, so here it will ask you for two things. Let's enter, it is Telusko, and we'll say this is, oh, I guess I have entered a wrong detail, so learnings. And if I say, oh, welcome, you can see we got welcome.jsp, but the thing is, this page doesn't have anything. We'll say welcome, that's it. Okay, now let's go back to this, enter, we got welcome, right? Now, let me enter once again, I will say learnings, enter, we got welcome.jsp, right? But what if I enter a wrong password, and if I say login? You can see we got a login page, or the login servlet, and it's not showing anything. So what we want, if the username and password is wrong, if any of the one is wrong, we'll call the same page again. We'll call login page again. So we'll say response.sendRedirect, or sendRedirect, and we'll mention this is login.jsp. So it will again call the same page. So let me show you this, and if I say enter, so I got login page. Let me enter any data here. If I say login, oh, it's not yet deployed, I guess. Okay, let me just refresh again. Okay, so let me try something else. If I click on login, you can see we got the same page again, right? So if your username password is right, it will call welcome.jsp. If it is wrong, it will call login.jsp. Now what will happen if I'm not logging it? Okay, let me just change my browser. Let me use Opera, and inside Opera, if I paste this link, which is welcome.jsp, you can see I have not logged in, right? And let me go back to this and say welcome.jsp, and we got welcome. It's because we have not mentioned that we need to check for the login. Now, how to verify that user is logged in? Anyway, you're able to access the welcome page, right? So what we can do, whenever a user login, we'll set the data into a session. Now, how to use session? We can say HTTP session. We'll say session equal to. Now, if you don't know how to use session, just go back to the video where I have talked about how to use sessions. And then we'll say HTTP session. We'll say this is request dot get session. Okay, so once we got this session, now we'll set the data into session. Let's import the package. Okay, now it is session dot. We have to set the data into session, so we have to say set attribute. We'll say this is, we'll set the label, which is, let's say, username as a label, and the data we need to send is the uname which he has entered while login. So we'll say this is uname. Sounds good. So we have set the data into the session. Now in the welcome page, we need to check. So before executing anything, we need to check that was the data he has entered. So how to check that? So we'll check if this session dot get attribute, since when you assign data, you use set attribute. To get the data, we use get attribute. If the attribute with username is equal to null, because if user is directly trying to access this page without login, this will be null, right? If that is the case, we'll again call response.sendRedirect. Let's call login.jsp. Okay, if not, then it will print welcome. Let's try. Let's go back to Opera. So is it Opera? This is Opera. Now I'm trying to access welcome.jsp without doing login, and if I say enter, you can see we got login page. Awesome, right? This is possible with the help of this thing here, which is session. Now let's say if I'm logging, if I'm trying to log in here, we'll say this is Telusko and the password is learnings, and if I say okay, we got login, we got welcome page, right? But the thing is, I want to show the username also. So we can use JSTL here, which is the expression language, and we can directly write $, and we can write here username. So this is JSTL. So whatever you have, so let's say in session we have this one. Where is session? So inside session we have username, right? So in this welcome page, it will fetch the username from the session. So that's how you use JSTL, which is Java Standard Tag Library, or expression language to be specific. Now in this welcome page, what we need, we require a label. We require what we require? We require a link for videos.jsp. So what we can do is we can provide an anchor tag. We'll say ahref equal to, we'll say videos.jsp. We can mention a anchor tag close, and we'll mention this is videos. We'll say videos here, and once I click on that link videos here, it will take me to video.jsp, right? Let me just enter this, and we can see we got welcome Telusko, and it says videos here. If I click on videos, it will take me to videos page. And how to include videos? So can I include my video there? Let me try. I've never tried it. Let me go to YouTube, and let me search Naveen. Let me search Java tutorials. Yeah, that's me. And let me fetch this video. Okay, copy the link. Okay, and let me paste it here. I don't know, will it work? Will it work? I don't know. Oh, it will not work. Of course, right? This is just a link, right? So let me just show you the link, not the actual video, but a link, right? For that, we have to use a video link. So we got a link for my video. You can actually use a video link on your video tag on your website, and you can embed this link there. What we want is, let's imagine instead of this, we are getting a video. So if I try to access this page directly without login, so let me. Okay, we already logged in, right? Let me use it now. This time we'll use Chrome, and inside Chrome, let me paste this link. And you can see we are able to access this page, right, without login. So what we need to do? We need to do the same thing. Just go to welcome page, copy this code, and paste it here. Sounds good? And now if I go back to my Chrome, and if I say enter, it takes me to login page. Awesome, right? So that's how you use login. But there's one more thing. Let's say if I'm providing a logout button here. So if I say logout, so let me provide a logout button. So we'll say form action. I will provide logout only on the welcome page. So I will say form action. It should call the logout.servlet or logout.java file, and we'll create a button here. So we'll say this is input type equal to submit, and in this the text we can show as value. Will say this is log out. Simple. And once you click on this logout button, it will call a logout.jsp page. So we'll say new logout, not JSP, logout.servlet. So we'll say new servlet. This will be com.login, and it belongs to the name. It will be logout, right? And let me remove all this extra stuff here. Let's only focus on the get method, and inside this we'll mention whenever you click on logout button, what should happen is it should remove your data from this session. So we'll say this is session request dot get session, right? And we can just import the package by pressing Ctrl+Shift+O, and we'll say this is session dot. So while login you set the session, while logout you remove the session or remove the attribute. Which attribute we have to use? We have to say this is user name, and we need to do one more thing, which is session.invalidate, so that it will remove all the data. Okay, now I hope it will work now. So let me run this, and again this will be opened in a Firefox. That's my default browser for the Eclipse. Okay, so now let me log in. So we'll say Telusko, and this is learnings. Okay, so we got the welcome page. So I'm logged in, right? If I change my tab here, if I go to videos.jsp, I'm able to access this page is just because I'm logged in. Let me log out. Okay, that's it. I've logged out. Let me go to videos.jsp page or different tab, and if I click on OK, you get the login page. Awesome, right? So that's how you manage this session, or you manage the login session in Servlet and JSP. We can even navigate from once you click on logout button, you can navigate to the login page. We can simply write this is what response.sendRedirect, right? And then we can mention this is go back to login page. So every time you log out, it will take you to login.jsp page. Awesome, right? So that's how you work with login module in Servlet JSP. So let me know if you have any doubts, any questions. Let me just go for a quick recap before that. That's a login page. When you click on this login button, it will take you to login servlet, where you will verify your credentials. If your username is right, it will take you to welcome.jsp. Otherwise, it will take you to login.jsp. But before going to welcome.jsp, it will set the attribute as a username. When you go to welcome.jsp, you can print the same username. But before that, it will check, are you logged in? How can you check that you are logged in? It will check for the attribute. If it is null, then it will take you login.jsp. Otherwise, it will show you the button or link for videos. Once you click on this button, which is videos, it will take you to this page. And if you can also click on logout button here. Once you click on logout, it will go to logout servlet, and it will remove the attribute. So that's it. Login using Servlet and JSP, practical part 2. In fact, I made the earlier video last year, and luckily I got good number of views on that video, and people were able to run this code and everything is working perfectly, but then with one particular issue. And that issue is when you click on logout and when you go back using back button, you can see the last page, which is a secure page. And this should not happen, right? Example, when you go to Facebook and when you click on logout, now when you click on back after going to Facebook, it will not show you the home page, right? It will go to login page automatically. How that works? Because if you see our code, in fact, I have written the same code in Eclipse now. As you can see, we have the code ready here. And what I will do is, okay, in fact, if you have not seen my first video, make sure that you watch this video because then it will make more sense. Otherwise, this will be what you say, a question mark video for you. So make sure you watch this video first. And in fact, you will find the link in the description area. And you can continue with this video then. Okay, so if I run this code, once again, if I say right click and run on server, okay, it's running on server. Now it will open my Firefox as a browser because that's what I've set in my Eclipse. So the moment you run this code, what's happening? Is it running? Or it's taking some time. So by the time it opens, let me open Firefox as well. And you can see in the Firefox, we have to navigate to login.jsp because that's where you have your things. We'll say login.jsp. In fact, before going for login.jsp, what I want to show is, I will say welcome.jsp. If I click on enter, you can see we got a login page because welcome.jsp and the videos.jsp, those are secure pages. If you want to go there, first you have to log in. So we'll say Telusko and L, and you can see this is one more issue. We are able to see the password. That's not a good way. And if I click on login, you can see we got the welcome page. Now, if I click on videos here, you can see we got video link. In fact, I want to change this as well. We'll do that in some time. If I go back and if I click on logout, now we are logged out of the system, right? And if I click on the back button, can you see that? We are able to see the secure page. Now, this is not a good thing, right? This is what you say, a security flaw. Now, how to avoid this? So we'll do all these things in this video. First of all, let me change something. Let me change this password from L. I mean, instead of saying this password, let's make it dot. Now, how do I do that? I will go to my Eclipse and I will say, hey, I don't want to see the password. So I will go to login.jsp, and whenever you have text for the password, let's mention password because this will make sure that you cannot see the password. Okay, we can verify that if I refresh this page now, and you can see whatever password you type now, it will be in that dot format, right? Now you cannot see the password. If I press L, you can see we got dot. So we got our first thing. The second thing I want to do is, if you can see in the form tag, when you say form, if you don't mention the method name, it is by default get. And in fact, in Servlet as well, I'm using do get. Now, again, this is not a good practice. Whenever you send data from client to server, we have to make sure that we are using a post request because whenever you send data to the server, you should use post. Whenever you are fetching data from the server, you should use get. Now, in this scenario, post makes more sense. So first of all, I have to change this from do get to do post because I want to send a post request now. And in login.jsp as well, I will mention the method as post. So that's one more change which I had done here. So we got a post request and we are using do post there. So we have done two changes. The third change what I want to do is in this videos.jsp, instead of seeing that link, example, if I logged in here and what's wrong? Okay, we have to restart the server because I made some changes in the servlet. So let me just do that. Let's say restart the server. And if I go back to my browser, if I click on login now, I forgot to enter the password. If I click on login, it's taking some time because the server is still getting restarted. What's wrong? I'm using a get request. Is it a get request here? Okay, this is a post request. That's perfectly fine. In login we got do post. What's wrong here? Let me just run this application. I don't know what is going wrong there. Okay, it's not able to fully restart the thing as well. Okay, it says HTTP method get is not supported by this URL. But why? We are using a post request. Everything is perfectly fine there. Okay, so this should be do post and we got do post. Nothing else, nothing. Okay, so now sometime it happens, what you can do is you can clean your project just to make sure that everything is perfect. You also get some cache files in the in your Eclipse as well. Okay, so we have done with the cleaning, and now let's run this project once again. If I say run on server, restart the server, and let's verify. Okay, server is getting started. and I will go to Firefox just to verify everything is working. Let's refresh this page, and we have to call login.jsp. It will ask you for two things. Let's insert Telusko and password L. And if I click on login, oh, it's working perfectly now. I guess there's some issue with the temporary files. Okay, if I click on videos here, you can see we got the link. I don't want a link here. What I want is the video. The way you can do that is, okay, what's going wrong there is we have written the videos link as it is. This is not a good way. Instead of writing the link of the video, you should be using some embedded text. Now, from where you will get the embedded link. So if you go back to the video, and inside every video will have, in fact, on YouTube, every video will have this option of share. Now, if you click on share, there's an option of embed. Now, in this embed, if you just copy that embed link and paste it in your Eclipse, your job is done now. The moment you click on, the moment you paste it in JSP, if you save, let's go back to Firefox. Let's refresh this page. Now, instead of getting a link, you can actually watch a video. In fact, you can play this video and it will get play. And as you can see, it is getting played now. Okay, let's go back. So we have done all those changes. Now, the most important change, what we want is, okay, let me do that once again. The most important change is if I click on logout, if I click on back, this should not come. Now, first of all, before solving that issue, first understand why the issue is coming. The issue is there because, you know, we have this awesome feature which is called as HTTP protocol. Now, HTTP protocol provides you lots of features. Example, session is provided by HTTP. We got cookies, and the most important part is cache. Now, cache is what makes your web browsing experience way faster, right? If you go to Facebook, if you go to YouTube, you know what I'm talking about. You know, you can access all those pages as quick as possible because we do maintain the cache. Now, same thing is happening here. When I click on logout and when I go back, this is the page which you are getting here is a cached page. What I have to inform to my browser, hey browser, please don't cache these pages because these are secure pages. I don't want this to be cached. But how do you interact with your browser? Now, whatever you want to mention to the browser, you can do that with the help of headers. Now, every browser read headers as well. So how do you send a header that I don't want to save this page? Not just videos page, but also welcome page. Let's do that in the welcome page first. Now, the way you can do the way you can send the headers to the client is using the response object. So we can say response dot. There is a method called a set header. So you can send lots of data to the client. One of the method is set header. Now inside this, you have to mention two things. The first is the label. So what you're sending a label is you are sending a label for cache control. Now your browser understands what cache control is. You can pass your instructions here. Now, if you don't know what the instruction is, it's very simple. In double quotes, you have to mention no cache. Again, you have to by heart this because this is browser specific, or this is what you say. This is browser is something which a browser needs this thing. Okay, so we'll say no cache, no store, and you have to mention must revalidate for every action. I mean, every time you call this page, it should revalidate if it is logged in or not. I mean, whatever you want to check for the validation, right? So you just have to set the header as cache control, no cache, no store, revalidate. I will copy this code and let me just paste this in videos.jsp as well because I want it there as well. So what I will do is once we have done all the changes, let me restart the server. Okay, and if I go to Firefox and if I refresh this as well, now if I insert L and if I click on login, okay, it's happening. Something is happening behind the scene. Okay, you got your page. If I click on videos here, it's working perfectly. If I go back and if I click on logout now, so logged out successfully. If I click on back, can you see that we are not getting welcome.js page? That means it was not cached and your browser is not able to give you that welcome.js page. So this is what we want, right? When you click on logout, it should show login.jsp and it should not allow you to go back. Now this was one way. The another way is you can disable your back button, right? But then this is not a good way because if you disable your back button, what will happen is it will give a user a bad experience because no one wants to disable their back button. How dare you to do that, right? So no one will use your website. So this is one way. I mean, this is the best way, which is response.setHeader. Now the thing is, this perfectly works on HTTP 1.1, right? This protocol version supports this type of text. What if you have the older version of HTTP working? In that case, you have to set one more thing because this will not work there. So you have to say set header, and you have to specify pragma, and the value for that would be no cache. If you are using, so this thing, if you are working on the older version, which is HTTP 1.0, but then if you are using any proxy server, then you have to say response.setHeader, and you have to say expires because proxy server will have your cache. If you don't want to maintain the cache there, just say expires, and you have to mention the time 0. So for 0 minutes or 0 seconds, you have to mention there should be, I mean, that expiry is 0 second. The moment you access that page, it will be gone, right? For proxies. So 1.1 for HTTP, I mean, for 1.1, the first line, 1.0 second line, and for proxies, the third line. The same thing need to be done on all the pages, whichever pages you have. So in the videos.jsp also, I will do the same thing. Remove this. Okay, done. So that's how you can stop going, you can prevent from back button. So yeah, that's it from this video. I have talked about the back button working. Okay, now what else I want to do here? So there are some more changes. The changes like, if you talk about this login Java, here we are checking statically, right? We are verifying the static coded text. Now the thing is, this doesn't look good because the data should be coming from database. So again, we'll be doing that in one of the video, and then we'll also do JavaScript validation. Now I want to show you one more thing in this video, which is very, very important. Now in one of the comments I saw is they were talking about this thing, session.getAttribute username. So I'm started writing username here, which means according to the comment, it says whenever a user logged in, it will allow all other users. Now that doesn't make any sense because if you talk about session object, this is browser specific, which means the moment you change your browser, a new browser will have a new session object. When you are verifying here, you are verifying for one particular browser, right? Let me prove my point. So if I go back to Firefox, you can see if I log into the system, now I'm logged in. If I type here manually, if I type videos.jsp, I will be able to do that because I'm already logged in. But if I go to a different browser, example, if I go to Safari here, and if I enter the same text, if I say enter, you can see it is not opening videos.jsp, it is opening a login page because this is a new browser, a new session, and of course, if you have a new session, it will send you to login page again, right? So yeah, that's it from this video. In the last video, we have talked about how do you provide this login access, right? So we can enter username and password and you will get authenticated. But then, we are verifying. So if I go to my login.java, you can see we are verifying using the static values. We have a Telusko and L as a username and password. Now this is not how we write code, right? We always make sure that the data is coming from database. But question arises, how do we do that here? We have not done any database code yet, right? So the best thing would be, you have to create a database first and let's populate our database so that we can verify. So step 1, let's create a database. So again, you can use any database which you like. You can go for MySQL, you can go for Postgres, you can go for Oracle, which is your favorite. I will go for MySQL here because this is my favorite. If I open MySQL Workbench, this is the GUI version, right? And I already have a local instance created here. And if you don't know how to use this, do watch my video on how to use MySQL Workbench. But if you already know, let's continue. So first of all, we have to create a database, right? In fact, I do have lots of databases here, but let me create one. Let me use my Maven database. As you can see, we already have a Maven database here. I will use that one. In that database, I do have some tables, but ignore those tables for time being. I will say create, okay, I will say use Maven first. I will say use Maven. So I'm using this database, and now I want to create a table. So I will say create table, and I mention the table name as, let's say, login. I mean, there should be a logical name for this. Login will do for this example. I will say login, and in this login I want some fields, right? So I will say the first is username, that is your name, of type varchar, which will be of length 20, and then we'll be having a password. We'll say password, and again this one, instead of saying password, we'll simply say pass, and we'll say this is varchar, and this is also 20. Again, you can have more than 20 text, so you can change it in that way. You can have a username of 50 letters, if you can have a password of 100 letters if you want to torture your audience or your clients. Okay, we got this table here. Let me execute this query, and you can see we got our table ready. Now let's insert some data here, just some demo data, so that we can verify. We'll say insert into login. There should be a registration form for this. Again, you can write your code, you can create a form for a user to register themselves. But let's imagine if we already have data here. So I will say insert into login values. I'm inserting some values here. I will say the name is Naveen. We'll have a small letter n. So that's my username, Naveen, and my password would be, let's say, 9. Okay, this is my password, which is 9876. Again, that's you can have any password there. So let me just run this query. Let's see if it's getting inserted, and everything is fine. It got inserted. Let's have one more dummy value. Let's say this is okay, we can have any one. We can say Tusk, and the password for Tusk would be, let's say, Tusk. We have a username and password both as Tusk. So if I run this query, you can see it is working. Let's fire the select query just to verify if we got the data there. So if I say select star from login, and if I say run, you can see it is working. We got Naveen 9876, and we got Tusk and Tusk. That sounds good, right? Now what's the next thing? The next thing is, once you got your database already, once you got a table, let's verify using Java code. Now how do I do that? Now first of all, when you say you want to verify this is not the right way, right? This is not the right way of verifying it. Normally, whenever you want to connect with database, there are different layers we work with. This is not a big application. We can write the Java code here itself. In fact, we can write the Java code in this method itself. Instead of this if condition here, we can write the Java code. But then what will make more sense is if you create a separate class. Because whenever you work with database, having a separate class will always, it will always give some advantage. And that separate class will always be in a different package. Okay, not compulsory, but then it's better to have that in that way. I will say this is login DAO. Now, DAO is a special keyword which you should know. DAO simply means, no, it's not a keyword, but it's a standard we always use. DAO stands for Data Access Object. So whenever you want to interact with database, it's better to work with DAO classes. And I will say this belongs to DAO package. Again, you can use login repository. You can say login database. You can say anything you want, but DAO makes more sense. And if I click on finish, you got your class here, DAO class. Now in this DAO class, I will be having a method called as public, and I will say this method will return boolean. So if you want to verify if this login was successful, you will say true. If the login failed, you can say false. I will say check details or check credentials. You can use anything. We can say check details, or we can say only check. Okay, anything will do, right? So we can say check details, check credentials. So let's have a check method which will take two parameters. One is username and the second one is password, right? Both need to be taken, both will be taken here. And once you got these values, let's return false. By default it will be false, right? Okay, now how do you verify? So first of all, to connect with database, we have to write certain steps. Now if you know how to work with JDBC, you can continue. Otherwise, what I would recommend is, if you have not learned JDBC before, do watch my video on JDBC first, because then it will make more sense. You will find those videos in the description area. So make sure that you know how to work with JDBC. Now, first of all, when you want to work with JDBC, we work with different type of DBMS, right? In this example, I'm working with MySQL. Maybe you want to work with Oracle. For different DBMS, we have different jar files which you have to work with. And those jar files are normally called as connectors. Now, question arises from where I will get the jar file. Now you have two choices. You can download this jar file from the internet, okay, from anywhere. I guess I already have that jar file here. So if I say MySQL connector, you can see I do have that file, this MySQL connector. I just have to say show all in Finder. Okay, I do have that somewhere. Okay, if I want to check the location for this, I will say Rebel in Finder. Okay, if you're using Windows, you can actually search that. What I will do time being is I will put that file on a desktop, right? So we just want this MySQL connector to be used. Okay, this is one way. The another way is you can actually get the jar file using Maven. So if you are familiar with Maven, you can convert this existing project into Maven, okay, and then you can add your jar file. Not needed in this project, but then we can actually try it out. So you can right click here and you can say configure, click on convert to Maven project. You will get a Maven project and you can add that jar file using just a text. Again, it's your choice. Time being, I will not convert to Maven. Let's use the same project. So when you want to use the same project, what you have to do is you have to paste that jar file in this lib folder. So paste it here and you can see we got MySQL connector. Now if you don't have the jar file with you, what you can do is you can just go to you can use Google to search for that, or you can go to Maven repository, and in this Maven repository search for MySQL connector. Okay, so if you go here, you can select any version. I will prefer the stable version. I will go for 4.1.41 and you can click on download jar. So this is one way you can download, okay? But using Maven, it will be very easy. But okay, it's your choice again. So this is where you will get this jar file. Just click on download, you will get the jar file, just add it in the lib folder. Now we have to also add that because for developing also we need that. So we'll go to properties, we'll go to Java build path. And here as well, I will add that particular jar file. So I will click on add jar files. I will navigate to my desktop. I will say MySQL connector. Done. Okay. Now let's write our steps. The first step is you have to load the class. I will say class.forName. Ignore that error of Eclipse. So yeah, class.forName, and inside this you have to mention com.mysql. What's happening? com.mysql.jdbc.driver. Okay, we got our class. Oh, it might throw an exception. So let's put everything inside a try block. Okay. And let's generalize it to exception so that I don't have to write try block once again. Okay, so we got class.forName. The next step, you have to create a connection object. We'll say connection con equal to driver manager dot get connection. Again, there are multiple ways of getting this connection object. We can use data source. We can use data source. We can use different tools available, right? We can use a connection pooling concept. But let's make it simple. I will simply use a URL here for database. I will say string URL, and the URL for MySQL is jdbc:/localhost:3306. As DBMS changes, this link will also change, and my database name is Naveen, right? So we got this thing. We got a URL here. The next thing is username. We got username. We got this username, and the username is root, and we'll say string password is equal to 0. For my case, the password is 0. Okay, so we got this URL, then we got a username, and we got a password, right? So we need these three things. So we got URL, we got username, and we got password. I guess, I don't know why it is giving that symbol. Just ignore. Okay, just ignore that. Okay, so we got URL, username, and password. The next step is you have to get a statement object. This is JDBC steps, right? Again, if you're not familiar with this, do watch my videos on JDBC. That will make more sense. Okay, we'll say create statement, or a prepared statement will make more sense here because I'm passing the values, right? So I will say prepared statement. But then how will you fire this query? Now that is important, right? What query you will fire? Now how do you verify we have that username and password which is correct? Now there are different ways of implementing it. What you can do is you can fetch the entire table and you can verify each and every record. You can run a loop and you can navigate to the loop, you can find the username and password is matching or not. But then don't you think you're fetching the entire table? That doesn't make sense, right? So what I will do is I will create a query which will be bit efficient than normal query. We'll say select star from login, but then where I will say where uname is equal to question mark and pass is equal to question mark. Now we'll replace those question marks. Okay, first of all, let me just write it SQL here. We'll replace those question mark. We'll say set string. Let's replace the first question mark with uname, and let's replace. Oh, I just made a mistake here. The problem is this password and this password is same. I will make this as pass. Okay, that will be better. And this would be the password for the database, which is this one. So this is my password, this is database password. That's weird, I know. I will say st.set string and we'll say 2 and this will be pass. Okay, what will happen now is when you fire the query, example, if I say username is Naveen and password is any password, so it will try to match. If it will try to match this thing with a database, and of course, if I have my entry there with that username and password, it will return something. Otherwise, it will return nothing. That's what we want to do. We just have to fire the query. We'll say result set rs. Let's import the package, and I will say st.execute query. Now, if I simply check if rs.next, if there is a record, then return true. It's that simple. This is what we want to do. Okay, let me just do this once again. Let's say if I enter the username and password. Okay, the username which I entered now is Naveen, and the password is 9876. So the query would be select star. Okay, the query will become select star from login where uname is equal to Naveen and the password or the pass in this case is equal to 9876. If this is the data which I'm entering in the while login, and if I run this query, you can see we got a record. But let's say if I make a mistake, let's say if I am entering a wrong password. Now in this scenario, if I run this query, you can see we got nothing. That's what we want to do. If we got something after firing the query, that means it is a valid user. Otherwise, he's not a valid user. It's that simple, right? Now once we have done this code, let's go back here and let's create an object of login DAO. Again, you can create that object anywhere. You can create a reference somewhere here, or just for this example, not a good practice again, I'm creating the object. It's inside this. I will say login DAO. We'll say DAO equal to new login DAO. Let's import the package as well here itself. Let's say import the package. Okay, package is imported, and here I will say instead of checking that thing, we'll say DAO dot check with that username and particular password, whatever username and password you got, and that's it. Your job is done. If it is verified, if it will work, otherwise it will not work. Let's verify. Let's run this code. Right click, run on server. I think it should work. Let's verify. It's running, it's running, it's running. Waiting for the console, waiting for the browser to pop up. Okay, I got my Firefox browser here. Hey, I don't want to make your default browser. Okay, so if I say welcome.jsp now, and you can see we got a login page. Let's verify with Telusko and L, and this will not work, of course, because I don't have that data there. The data which I have is Naveen, and the password is 9876. If I click on login, you can see it is working now, right? If I go back, if I log out, and if I give a wrong data, example, if I say Tusk and Tusk1, if I give a wrong password, you can see it is not working. Is it? It's not working. Can you see that? But if I give a right username and right password, Tusk, we got the login, right? So that's how we can verify with database. So try it out and let me know if you have a better solution in the comment section. So if you think we do have a better solution than this, comment section is open for you, so that if I feel that is better, I will surely make a video on that as well. And yeah, so we are expanding this project like anything. Okay, so we got the login now with the help of database. Maybe in the next video we'll talk about how to do client-side validations, right? And in this video, we'll see an example covering Servlet JSP, Maven, and JDBC. In one video, we are covering all these things. So this video will be helpful for those people who want to revise all these topics. So maybe you have learned these topics from somewhere and now you want to make a quick recap. So this video will be helpful for you because we will be covering most of them, the internal topic of that as well. And then if you want to just see how Servlet, JSP, Maven and JDBC looks like, you talk to lots of people and they say, okay, you should learn Servlet and JSP, but you're not sure what exactly we see in that. Some people know Core Java and they just want to see how Servlet JSP looks like. So this video will be helpful in that way. Now again, this video is not for those people who want to learn Servlet and JSP in depth because we'll not be covering all those things in detail here. But then if you just want to get a gist, and then if you just want to do a quick recap, this video will be helpful for you. So let's get started. Now first of all, to make it work, we require two softwares here. The first one is Eclipse. Again, you can go with any IDE which you like. Maybe you can go for Netbeans or Eclipse or IntelliJ, which you like. In fact, in my machine, I already have Eclipse, so I will continue with that. And then the second software we need is a RDBMS. So in this example, I'm using MySQL. You can opt for Oracle, Postgres, whichever you like. So in this video, I will be using Eclipse and MySQL. Yeah. So in my Eclipse, you have to open Eclipse. You have to select a workspace, and then let's create a project. So I will say new, and now you have two choices. You can go for a dynamic web project, or you can go for Maven project. Now, what's the advantage of going for Maven? So in dynamic, what you do is you create a project and then you assign a Tomcat server. Again, you have to do that. So you have to assign a Tomcat server, and then what you do is when you want to use some external jar files, example for MySQL, for JDBC, we need a jar file, right? And you have to go to Google, you have to go to internet, you have to download the jar file and you have to add in your project. Now, when you work with lots of dependencies, it creates some issues. Example, if you work with advanced framework like Spring, Hibernate, or maybe Sturge framework, there are so many dependencies you have to work with. So instead of downloading all those dependencies by yourself, I'm talking about jar files, okay? What you can do is you can ask Maven or a build tool to give it to you. So Maven will say, hey, okay, programmer, you want MySQL connector, I will give it to you. If you want Spring framework dependencies, I will give it to you. So your Maven will give you all those dependencies. Again, you have to configure it somewhere. You have to inform Maven, hey, what are things I need? So Maven will give you those things, provided it's there with Maven. And luckily, we have all the jar files available with Maven. Okay, so here I will be selecting a Maven project, and how to do that? Just click on others, and you will simply say, okay, it's taking some time. I will say Maven. So search for Maven project, and you can see we got Maven here. Click on next, and we'll say next. Here we'll mention the project type. So I'm going for a web app project. Again, you can select quick start if you want to go for a standalone software. Here we are building a web application, so let's select web app, click on next, and here we'll enter group ID. So group ID is basically your company IDs. Right? So let's say if you have 1,000 projects on some web services or some Play Store, you have to make sure that every app is different, and you can differentiate between those with the help of group IDs and the package name. So I will say group ID is Telusko. That's how I represent my group ID. I can say artifact ID, the project name. I will say Servlet JSP demo. Again, this is Servlet JSP, JDBC, and Maven demo, but let's name it as Servlet JSP demo. And we'll click on finish. So we got our Maven project. Now this project is coming from the internet. You can see it is taking some time to configure. Now if I go back to my project, or not this one, this is the Spring project. So this is the project which we have created now, which is Servlet JSP demo. Again, it's taking some time to build the project, and you can see we got our project here. We got resource folder, we got JRE, we got Maven dependencies. Where is Maven dependencies? So this is your where is that? Where is Maven dependencies? So if I open Java resources, you can see in this we have Maven dependencies, and we only have one dependency. What I want is a MySQL dependency as well, because if you want to work with MySQL, again in this application we'll be working with a database, right? So we require a MySQL connector to connect with this database. In fact, I also have a database ready with us. So I have installed MySQL pre-hand, so you can install MySQL or Postgres, your choice. So I have MySQL with MySQL Workbench. So it's taking some time to open. So by the time it opens, what I will do is I will download the dependency. Now question arises, how will you get the MySQL dependency? It's very simple. You just need to inform Maven, hey, you want MySQL dependency. And how do we interact with Maven? You do that with the help of POM file. So in this POM, which is Project Object Model, you have to inform what type of dependency you want. Okay. So we just need to add a dependency, which is MySQL dependency here. So we already have JUnit. Now we don't have to type by yourself. Okay, if you're thinking you need to by heart all the dependencies, not needed. You can simply go to a website, and so the website is MVN repository. Okay, so here we'll search for MVN repository, and it will take you to MVN repository where you just need to search for which dependency you need. So here we need a MySQL connector. So if you can search for MySQL connector, it will give you a connector here. So if I click on search, and it will give you a connector, and which one you select, you can select any version. I will select 6.0.6. Just copy this and go back to your MySQL, go back to your Eclipse and paste it here. The moment you paste it, you can see it will download the MySQL connector for you, and our job is done. So using Maven, you can download any dependency. If you want MySQL, you get it there. If you want Spring Framework dependencies or Java, I'm talking about, you can get that using Maven. So Maven has lots of advantages, like it's a build tool. You can build the application. It will package the thing for you. But time being, we only need a Java file. Yeah. So we got the Java file there. Now the next thing is I want to get a page, right? So using which I can send data. So if I go back to my MySQL workbench, you can see I will just connect with my workbench, and the password is ****, which is root in this case for my machine at least. And okay, so I already have a database called as Naveen. If I explore Naveen, you can see we have a database Naveen in which I have a table called as alien. So I already have all this data ready with us, so that when we work on a project, it will not waste much of time. So I have a MySQL database which is Naveen, and the table name is aliens. We just need to fetch data from this. Example, if a user says, hey, I want data about user ID 9, so it will print 9, Maria, and hardware. If someone says, hey, I want user ID 2, so it will print 2, Archana, big data. If I want 5, Pranav and Oracle. So this is what I want to do. So for this, we need a page, right? So that a user can enter the value. So if you can see, we already have a index.jsp page. Now, why do we need JSP? Why not HTML? Because when you say you want to make a web page, you always go for HTML, right? But in this case, when you say you want to create a page, and that should be a dynamic page, because see, what happens with HTML is you can make only static content with HTML. Oh, again, if you are using JavaScript, and then if you're sending an async request, we can achieve dynamic content there. But imagine if you want to make a dynamic page without using JavaScript and all those stuff. If you want to write Java code inside HTML, is it possible? Can you run Java code inside HTML? Not exactly, right? So that's why we require JSP. So whenever you want to create a dynamic content, you have two choices. You can go for Servlet or JSP. Now, when you want to process something, Servlet is better. And if you want to get a view, JSP is better. So Servlets are used to process the request. So whatever a client sends a request, Servlet will handle that. Again, you might be thinking, why Servlet then? We can use normal Java, right? Servlets is Java. Okay, Servlet is a Java file. The only thing is, in Servlet, it has a special feature where it can accept a user request from the internet, right? It's normal Java code. If I make the code, it will make sense. But then we have Servlet, which will accept the request, and we will process some information, and then we will show the data on JSP. Now again, we have one more thing which is called as MVC, which stands for Model View Controller. Now MVC is used. Let's say if a user sent a request will go to controller. Now controller will generate data. Again, if you want to know about, if you're new to MVC, please watch the MVC video first. I do have a video on MVC. Do watch it first, and then so if you know about, just to make a revision, we have a controller which will accept the request. We have a model where you will hold the data, and we have a view where you will show the data. Yeah. So we can implement controller with the help of servlets. We can implement model with the help of a normal Java class, and we can implement view with the help of JSP. So this is our JSP here, and you can see we are getting some error here. The error is because we don't have Tomcat linked here. So we have to make sure that I do have Tomcat, and fortunately I do have a Tomcat here. Can you see that? Let me just verify if it is working. So if I say Tomcat start, so Tomcat is there and it is in running state, I guess. Yes, it is running state. You just need to connect your project with Tomcat because your project is not connected with Tomcat yet. So I will right click here and I will say properties, and there's option of target runtime. You simply have to check this thing, which will make sure that your Tomcat is linked, and click on OK. Now this will link your Tomcat, and we got a Tomcat there. So you can see there's no problem with JSP file. Now in this file, I will create a form tag and I will say form action equal to, and I will mention I want to fetch the user data. So I want to fetch the alien data because the table name is alien, right? So I will say get alien. So that's my user request. So action is get alien. And here I will specify what I want to fetch. So I want to fetch the data based on the AID. So if I mention AID, I want the complete data of the user. Okay, and then I also need to make sure that I have a button here to click it. So I will say input type equal to submit. Yeah, so I will say submit here. Okay, now when I click on the submit, it should fetch the data, right? Now question arises, when you click on this submit, there need to be a controller who will accept your request, right? And that's where we have servlet. So let's get a simple servlet here. And there's one more issue, I don't have a Java folder. You can see that in SRC, we need Java folder as well. So we have to make sure that you have Java here. Okay, not here. Let's go to main and say, I want to get a new folder. I will say new folder, and that folder name is Java folder, which should be inside main. Okay, now in this Java folder, I want to create some resources. So I will right click on my project. I will say, oh, what's that? And I want a servlet, right? So I will simply say I want a class, or maybe I will simply say create a servlet. So right click, I will say new servlet, and this servlet will have a name. So it will have a package name first. I will say com.telusko and com.telusko.web, and this class name here will be alien, or I will say get alien controller. Yeah, so I'm specifying a controller name as get alien controller. I will click on next. Now the URL mapping. So for which request I want to call this controller. So the request type is get alien. So whenever I use a request for get alien, I want to call this controller. So this is the linking. This is how you link. So you have a controller, which is a servlet, and you have a request. So request is get alien, right? And the controller is, the name of the controller is get alien controller. You can see the spelling difference there, right? So whenever you use a request for get alien, you can see in the HTML we are specifying get alien. You have to request get alien controller. Click on OK and click on finish. This will create a servlet for you. And where is the mapping you will be saying? The mapping will be done inside Web.inf. So Web.inf, we have Web.xml file. This is where you have done the mapping. So the mapping is done with the help of servlet tag and servlet mapping tag. So in the servlet mapping, you specify for which request you want to call which controller. Can you see that the controller name is here, the class name, com.telusko.webapp.getAlienController. Simple, right? So that's how it works. That's how it does the mapping. Now if I go back to controller, here we have a class. We don't need all this extra thing. We just need a doGet method. So basically whenever you have a get request, so basically we have two types of requests. In fact, we have 5, but then in servlet we use 2. We have get request and we have post request. Now get is something very, so if you want to fetch data from server, you use get request. If you want to submit data on the server, you use post request. So get to fetch and post to submit data. Here we want to fetch data, right? And that's why we are using get request. Okay, now once you specify get request, what to do? So based on the AID, first of all, a user is sending AID, right? So if you can see in the index page, a user is sending AID. How can you fetch the AID in this servlet? Thankfully, we have a request object. So using request object, you can actually fetch data. So I would say request.getParameter. So request is an object of HttpServletRequest. So we just need a method called as getParameter, in which you specify, hey, I want data which is coming from AID. So request.getParameter AID, it will give you the data. But then we have to store it somewhere, right? So, okay, I will just delete some extra rows here. I will say, I want to store that in a AID variable. So I will say int AID equal to request.getParameter. Now, unfortunately, getParameter will give you a integer. Oh, sorry, it will give you a string. I want integer. So I will simply say integer.parseInt. And here I will just try to remove this. Yeah. So you can see I have passed it, right? So you're converting your request data into an integer format. Now once you got your integer, I want the object of alien, right? Again, you can fetch one data. You can fetch AID, you can fetch name, and you can fetch tech. So you can see the column names. We have AID, name, and tech. So these are the 3 columns in your database. Now, you can fetch these three values, but we are working with Java, right? And Java is purely object oriented. That means even if you want to fetch this data, this should be passed in the object format. How do we get the object? So to create the object, first you need a class. So in this, I will create a class, and this class name will be called as alien, and this alien is a model. So whenever you have a class whose object will represent some data, that's your model object. Yeah, so I would say I have alien here, and this alien will have three things. It will have private int a ID, it will have private string a name, and it will have private string text. So we have these three things, and for these three variables, I want getters and setters. So I will simply right click here. I would say source generate getter setters, and I will select all the variables here, and I will click on OK. Now once I got these getter setters, let's also use toString method so that if you want to print this object, it should print some data, right? So I would say source toString, because what will happen is if you try to print a reference of a class, it will print the hash code. I don't want that. I want the data. So override toString, so wherever possible. In fact, I would suggest for every class override toString. That's how we do it. Okay. So now once we got toString here, let's go back to controller, and now we can create object of AID. So I would say alien. So first create object of alien. So I would say alien A1 equal to new alien. Let's get the object of alien. No, we should not be getting object of alien, right? Because you want to fetch this data from database. Okay, that's a thing, right? How do you fetch the data from database? Now remember this, whenever you want to work with database, you need to write database steps, JDBC steps, right? Now JDBC has 7 steps in it. Now if you think about those 7 steps, the first step is you have to import the package, then second step is you have to load the driver, you have to create a connection object, you have to create a statement object, you have to process results, and then you have to close the connection. There are so many steps, right? Now where to write all these steps? Should we write all these steps inside the controller, which is Servlet? That's not a good idea. In Servlet, Servlet should only fetch the request, or it will accept the request. It should do some processing, but not JDBC processing, and then it should return the data to the view. So who will do the JDBC processing, or who will have all the content, all the code? And that's where we have a special layer, which is called as DAO layers. Again, it's not compulsory to go for DAO layer, but that's a good practice, right? If you want to be a good developer, if you want to create a software which will be having less bugs, go follow some standards. And that's where you have a DAO layer. So let's get a class, and I will call this class as alien DAO, which belongs to a package com.telusko.web.dao. So we are putting that in a DAO class or DAO package, alien DAO. So example, if you have 5 tables, so you'll be having 5 classes which represent those tables, and you'll be having 5 DAO classes, right? So that's how, so every class will have its own, every table will have its own DAO class, and in each DAO class you'll be having those 4 operations. Create data, or create alien, read alien, update alien, delete alien, right? So cut options. Normally that's what we do. So in this alien DAO, I'll be having a method which will return me the alien object, and I will say this is get alien. So this get alien will accept a AID, and it will give me the alien object. That's simple. So let me just create an alien object. I will say alien, and then I would say this alien, we have to import the package for this because it belongs to a different package. Done that. And I will say a dot set AID. So time being, I will specify static IDs, okay, static values, so that let's see if it is working or not. I would say name is Naveen, not small, capital A. Then a dot set tech as my favorite technology is Java, always Java, and then I will return the alien object. Of course, this data should be coming from database, but then let's go step by step. Now, once we got this class, let's go back to controller. Now, the alien data will be coming from the DAO layer, right? And that's where you require DAO object. So we'll say alien DAO, and I will say DAO object equal to new alien DAO, yeah. And let's import the package for that. So you can import the package in Eclipse by saying Control-Shift-O. So Control-Shift-O is used to to import the package for required packages. And using this DAO now, you can specify, hey DAO, get me the alien if I pass the value which is AID. So if a user says AID 1, it will pass 1. But that doesn't matter, because even if you are passing 1, you are passing static values. Yeah. So we are doing some some thing here, some weird stuff. Anyway, so once we got this alien object, I want to display it. But where to display that? And to display this data, we need to create a JSP, because JSP is a place where you can actually show the data, right? Again, you can print data from here as well. But creating a HTML page in Servlet is a bad thing. Okay, it's not a bad thing, but then it will be damn difficult to design a page. Think about it. Let's say if you want to make an awesome website where you have lots of graphics. So even if you create a small page with lots of graphics, it needs around 70-80 lines of HTML tags. What do you think? Will you write all the HTML tags in this servlet by saying out.print? That's not a good idea. So that's why we require a separate page where you will have design and where you can put data. So let's do that. So in this project, I will say right click. I want to get a JSP page which will show my aliens. I will say, hey JSP, show the aliens. I will say show alien.jsp. I will click on finish. So we got a JSP page here which will have some layer. Example, I will change the color. I will say BG. You can design your stuff. I'm very bad with HTML. So you can see I'm simply saying BG color equal to cyan. That's it. That's what I know about HTML. And here I will print the data about alien. Now how do you print it? Oh, first of all, how do we call a JSP from a servlet? That's the first question, right? So I will go back to servlet. Now how do you call a JSP? Now there are two ways of calling it. One is dispatcher, which is RequestDispatcher. The second way is using sendRedirect. Which one to use here? Now we can use anything, but then it is always recommended that if you want your client to know that you are getting redirected, then go for redirect. Otherwise, if you're using dispatcher, client will not even know what is happening behind the scene, and that's what we want, right? We don't want to confuse our clients by changing the URL every time. So because a client is sending request to get alien, not show alien, right? Because if I use redirect, the URL will be show alien. Okay. So what I will do here is I would say I will use dispatcher. So I will say RequestDispatcher, and I will say RD equal to RequestDispatcher is an interface, and the way you can get the object of it by saying request.get RequestDispatcher. And in this you have to specify. So in this bracket you have to specify the name of your JSP. So name of the JSP is show alien.jsp. Yeah, and you simply have to forward the request. You will say rd.forward, and you will forward these two objects, which is request and response, because you want to send. So when a user send a request, right? User send a request to the index page, right? From index page, user is sending request to the controller. That's one request. The same request object will go to JSP. So user should not know that we are sending two requests, right? So that request will go to JSP, and that's why we have to forward. Otherwise, if you don't want to forward, it's your choice. You can go for another way as well. Okay, which is dispatch, which is redirect way. Time in, let's go for dispatcher, and now it will forward the request to JSP. It works, okay? Well, let's verify. In JSP, I will print in show alien just to see if the flow is working. Yeah. So we will be running index.jsp. Index.jsp will call a controller, which is your servlet, and servlet will call JSP. Let's verify. Right click, run on server. I guess it will run on my Firefox, maybe. Let me just remove this MVC from here because that's not required. Click on finish. My browsers are working so very slow today. Yeah, so we can see it is asking for the AID. I would say 101. I will click on submit, and you can see it is printing a JSP page. Remember the page color, which is cyan color, and then see the request. Request is still get alien. Even if you're calling a page which is which is show alien, the URL is get alien because we're using dispatcher. So a client don't even know which page is getting called. That's the beauty. Yeah. But if you're using redirect, then yeah, it will show the page name. Okay, so I will stick with dispatcher servlet. But how do we pass this object with alien here? So I want to pass this alien A1 object to JSP. And the way you can do that is by using the request object, because in forward, you are sending request object, right? So what if you can simply add your data in the request object? It's something like, let's say if from US, if your friend is coming to your place, let's say, so if I'm staying in India now, so let's say one of my friends is coming from US to India, and if I want to order something from US, he can carry it, right? So he's not coming to India just to give me the just to give that thing to me, but he's coming to India for his own work, but then I'm asking him to take that thing for me. That's the same thing we can do here. The forward is sending the request object, right? So we can put that data into request object and send it. So I would say request dot set attribute, and I will have a name. So I will say I'm sending the alien data. I'm sending alien, and the object is A1. So request.set attribute, we are sending alien, which is A1 here. And in JSP, you just need to fetch it. Now, you can write Java code here, right? So to write Java code inside JSP, we simply use this Angular backend in %. This is called as Scriptlet. Yeah. So in JSP, we have declaration tag, we have Scriptlet tag, we have different tags available. But if you want to write Java code inside this, we can simply use Scriptlet tag. And I would say I'm fetching the object of alien, which is A1 here. But how do you fetch it? So you simply say request dot get attribute, and you specify, hey, I want to fetch alien. Now, if you remember, in Servlet we have set the attribute. In JSP, we are getting the attribute with the name alien. Same thing, right? And here we'll print the A1 object. Oh, not this way. We'll say out.println. I will say A1. Okay, I guess we have to import the package. Now, this alien is a class which belongs to package model. So you simply say control space, and that's the package. You can see import package comes something like this. This is how you import packages in JSP. Not like normal Java code where you write import space and package name. You have to say import equal to, because page is a tag for you now, and this becomes an attribute. Okay, we are getting some error here because we have to typecast it, because get attribute will give you object of object. I want object of alien. So we just have typecasted it. It should work now, right? It should print the data, at least some data, right? So let's restart the server. And let me just go back to my page here, refresh, and I will enter the data, which is 101. I will say submit. Can you see that? We got our data. We got alien AID is equal to 101, name Naveen, and tech Java. But hold on, this is static data, right? This is not coming from database. So how do we connect with database here? So if you want to connect with database, you just need to use DAO layer, right? Because this is where you are faking this data. You don't need to create a dummy data. You want to fetch it from database. So let's remove this, or maybe you can just have it there. That's fine. What I want is I want to write database code here. Now to work with database, we need to follow certain steps, right? The first step, you have to import the package. So I will go here. I will say import java.sql.start. That's how we import the package. And then the next step is you have to create the connection object. Now I would say I will simply create a connection object outside the method, or let's do that inside just for time being. I would say try catch, because it might generate errors. So I will say try catch, and then here we'll write all those statements. So we'll say the first step is we have to say class.forName, and here we have to mention com.mysql.jdbc.driver. Yeah, so this is how you load your driver. So for MySQL, we have this string. For Oracle, we have a different string. For Postgres, we have a different string. So you have to just go to Google and search for the driver name for different drivers, different DBMS. That's the first step. We got your class.forName. Next is you have to get a connection object. So I will say connection con equal to. Now connection is an interface, and the way you can get the object of it will by saying driver manager dot get connection, and here we have to pass 3 parameters. So in this get connection, we have to pass 3 parameters. The first one is the URL. The second one is the username, and third is password. So password is root, and the username is also root for MySQL, for my machine. And the URL is jdbc:/localhost:3306/ database name is Naveen. I know it's a big string, right? But then this is called as URL, which is used to connect with database. So jdbc:/mysql:/localhost:3306/Naveen. Now once we have done with the connection object, we need to create statement object, because let's say if you want to call someone, you create the connection first, you dial the number, you connect, and then you think what to say, and then you say it, right? So that thinking is statement, right? So let's get a statement object. I will say statement st equal to con.create statement. Now you will be saying something, and how to say. So you will say st.execute query, and you will fire the query here. What's the query for us? It is select star from alien. That's the query you have. But then this query is not complete because we have to specify the ID as well, right? Because I don't want all data, I want only one. So I would say where AID is equal to plus, I'll mention AID. Simple. And then this execute query will return you the object of alien, this will not return object of alien, right? It will return the object of result set, because statement object returns the object of result set. So I would say result set rs equal to. So result set is interface. So the moment you fire a query, it will not give you normal data, right? It will give you a table structure, and that will be stored inside result set. And now from result set, you can say, so we have to traverse between different rows, right? So if you get 5 rows, how do you specify which row to pick up? And that's why we use rs.next. So rs.next is basically to shift your pointer between different rows. And we are not even sure if you have a next row, and that's why we'll say if, so that we can avoid the exceptions. If you have a next row, because next will also give you a return, it will return Boolean value if you have a row. If you have a row, then what we'll do is we'll fetch one value. And how do you fetch? So we will fetch and we will assign to the alien object. We'll say a.setAID. Now this data is coming from result set, so we'll say rs.getInt. The first column is AID. So we have to mention the column name. So when I say get int, you have to mention the column name. We'll say a.setAname. I will say rs.getString, because a name is string format. I would say this is a name. You can also use column numbers if you want, 1, 2, 3, or you can use column names. So to be on safe side, always use column name. Yeah, it is safe, right? You know what columns you're fetching. You don't have to remember the sequence of columns. And once we got it, that's it. We don't even need to specify the static value, because data will be coming from database now. These are the steps. Oh, one more important step, you have to close it, but that's fine. You can do it in your code. And after doing all this thing, let me just verify if it is working. I will right click here. I will say run. I will say go back and refresh. And this will say 9. I will say submit. You can see we got 9, Maria and hardware. If I say 5, submit, you can see we got 5, Pranay and Oracle. If I say 1, you can see we got Naveen, Java. So it's working, right? So we have done with Maven, JDBC, Servlet and JSP in one code. So this is how it works. Awesome, right? Again, this video was not for beginners. This was for people who have already done JSP Servlet and just they want to revise it, or if you just want to see this stuff. You know, some people have the curiosity of how, I mean, what exactly it is, you know. So let's say if you're learning core Java and someone says, hey, you need to learn Servlet JSP in future, and they're not sure what they are going to learn. So this video will be helpful for them. So as I mentioned earlier. So it's that awesome. Now, once you watch the video, just check the description area where you have a link. So I have uploaded this project on GitHub, so you will find the link in the description area, and you can add your own code now. So assignment for you after doing this code on your machine is, let's say I also want to create a new alien, because I'm just fetching an alien, right? What if I want to create new alien? So in this I have 101 Carmel Java, right? Let's say if I want to have one more 102, let's say Ritika and some technology, maybe let's say Python again. So in that case, you need to create an alien. And where do you specify the data? So you have to create a page where it will ask you for 3 values. When you click on submit, it will go to a controller, and controller will use a DAO layer to save the alien, right? Create a new method called as save alien here, and write the same steps and save it in the thing. In fact, the moment when I get some time, I will upload that as well. So you can check the description. You will check the link. It may be or may not be available when you check this video, when you check the link. Okay. So that's it. I hope you enjoyed the entire session. Let me just go for a quick recap what we have done till now. So first, you have an index page where you're asking for the AID. When you click on submit, request goes to the servlet, and this is how you create a servlet. You create a class and extend with HttpServlet. You have a doGet method here, yeah, and then in doGet you are fetching the AID which is coming from client. You are using a DAO layer to fetch data, And from DAO, you're saying get alien by passing that AID, and the same data you're assigning to A1. Oh, there's one more thing we can do here. If you don't want to use RequestDispatcher, you can also use redirect. So the way you do that is by saying response dot send redirect, and you can specify the name, which is show alien.jsp. So we can specify this as well. But the thing is, if you are using this one, what will happen is you cannot use request object because a client will send a new request. When I say client, I'm talking about browser here. So in total, you're sending 2 requests, one to controller and second to the JSP as well. So in redirect, your response goes to the client again, and from client it goes to the show alien. So it is a new request object. So this will not work. So this request will not work. In that case, you have to use HttpSession. So you have to work with session management. So we have cookies, we have web URL rewriting, or you can also use HttpSession. Session is the best thing I feel. So I will say session equal to, and the way you can get the hold of session is by saying request dot get session, and now you have to set the attribute in session, not in request object. So I will say session dot set attribute, the same thing, alien and A1. You're passing A1. So nothing changed. The only thing is, instead of using request object, you're using session object now, because it doesn't matter how many requests you send to the server now, the session will be maintained. And in show alien, instead of fetching from request object, you have to use session object. Cool. Let's run this code. Let's verify if it is working. I will say run as, or not. Let's restart the server. That will be enough. Let's go back to the page and refresh. Let's enter 1 again. I will say submit. Now look at the URL. You can see now you're calling show alien.jsp. In the earlier case, it was get alien, because since we are using redirect, it is changing the URL as well. So as a client now, I know that I got redirected to a different URL. That's the beauty about send redirect. Yeah, so that's how you use session object. In this video, we'll see how to upload files on the website. So let's say if you're making a website in Java, so you'll be using Servlet JSP for the server technologies, right? So in this video, we'll see how to upload multiple files on the server. Okay, so it will be useful for your website where you want to upload multiple files. Maybe you want to upload a photo, maybe multiple photos. So let's see how to do that. So of course, when you say you want to build a website, you need a project, right? So what we'll do is we'll start with the project and we'll say new, and we'll go to others. Now, of course, we can make a simple application. I mean, we can make a simple web application, or in this video, I'll be using a Maven project. Again, you can go for simple application. You can go for, you can simply search for dynamic web page or dynamic web project. So you can go with this. And the thing is, in this project, we'll be needing a jar file. So now, why we need a jar file? To upload a file on the server, so Apache provides you a jar file, a library to do that. Okay, so you have to make a project, and then you have to download the jar file from the website or from the Google. Instead of that, what I will do is I will create a Maven project, because when you make a Maven project, it is easier to maintain your libraries, right? So I'll be going for a Maven project. It's not that difficult. You can choose either dynamic project or Maven project. So we'll select next, and we'll say next. Now here, whenever you work with Maven, you have to select the type of project you're working with, the archetype. I will select Maven archetype web app. Okay, we'll say next. Now, if you don't know how to work with Maven, if you want to learn about this, again, on my channel, I have a Maven video. So you can just search for Maven tutorial on Telusko Learnings. You will get that. I will make a group ID, which is a package name. We'll say com.telusko, and we'll make an artifact ID as file demo or file upload demo. So my project name is file upload demo, and we'll say finish. Now, once you click on finish, you will get a project. On the left hand side, you can see we got a project here, which is file upload demo. And in this thing, the first thing we need is the library, right? Of course, when you work with file upload, you need a library which is Apache Common File Upload. So there are multiple ways you can do that. You can download the jar from Google. You can just go to Google and search for. In fact, let's do that. Let me show you how that works. I have to go to Google and search for common file. What is the spelling of common? So it is common file upload. Okay, it's upload. So if you can search for this, okay, this is the library you need. Okay, you can download a jar file from here. Okay, in fact they also have a code for you. That's good. So you can download a jar file from here, but I will not be using this common file upload jar file from Apache. I'll be using from Maven. So I will say, so how to do that? Just double click on the POM file, which is project object model file, and you can see there's the option of dependencies here, and you can say maybe add and search for, I hope it will work here, otherwise we have different way. So search for common file upload. It should take it up. If your net is working, there's something wrong here. Indexing is disabled. That's weird. Commons, no, that's not this one. File upload. No, that's my project, not this one. Okay, this is not working here. So what we can do is we can go to pom.xml file, and here we can add the dependency. Now you can get this dependency from Maven itself. So you can just go to Maven website. So you can see Maven repository common file upload. So when you search for common file upload on Google, it will give you Maven option also. You can download any version. I will prefer 1.3, which is the stable version. And you can just copy this file. In fact, you can also download the jar file from Maven. I prefer Maven. In fact, lots of industry people, they prefer Maven project. And let's paste it here. When you say save, you can see it is somewhere in the Java resources. There should be libraries and there should be Maven dependencies. And you got your file there. Can you see that? We got commons file upload and commons.io or commons-io. So we got these two libraries. Now, once you got this, now what next? Now, once you got the jar file, let's create a web page from where you can upload the files. Okay, so let me just go to, okay, let me create a web page. So we'll say right click. I should already get a web page here. Do we have a web page built? Okay, we already got an index page. There's one more issue with the project. It is, see, whenever you create a JSP page or Servlet page, we need something called as a Tomcat server, right? Again, Tomcat or JBoss, whatever is preferable. Let me assign a Tomcat server here. How to do that? How to assign a Tomcat server? Right click on the project and say properties. There should be something called as servers here. You see that? Server or runtime. Where's the option? Target runtime. So you have to search for target runtime and select Apache Tomcat 8.0. If you don't have that, then you have to download Tomcat. You have to click on new, and then you have to select the particular version you want to work with, Apache, then specify the version and click on download. It will download from the internet. But since I already have Apache Tomcat here, we can also use JBoss, but I have Apache lightweight. You click on OK, and you can see all the errors are gone because it was searching for the Tomcat, and we got Tomcat. Now what else I need here? So once we got this page, okay, hold on. So once we got this page, let's create the page. Let's create the required page here. So in the body tag, what I will do is I will create a form tag. Okay, because I want to upload a file, right? So when you want to send something on the server, we need to create a form tag, and in form we'll say action. This action will call something called as upload URL. That's upload. And the type of method we'll be using is post, because you want to send data to server. And in this, let's create input type. So normally when you create input type, when you want to send text, we use input type text, right? But since we have to work with files, so we have to specify input type file. Now, when you say input type file, it will give you an option of select. You can browse your files here using type file. We can also mention name. We'll say file itself, and that's it. That's your input file type. And we also need to send data to server, so we'll say submit button. So that's submit. I guess that's it. That's what we need. Let's right click and let's see if we are getting this. We are getting something which we need. We'll say run on server. I will select Tomcat. Next. I will click on, let me remove the old project from here. Let me just go with the new project, and when I say finish, you can see it will run, and it will run on the server, which is Tomcat, and we got the output here. So you can see that we got a page which says hello world, and it is giving me an option of choose files. Now why we're getting option of this choose file is because we are writing a file here, right? So when you say type file, it will give you option of choose file. And if you can choose the files from here. You can select any file. I already have Java demo.java file. If I click on open, you can see it says demo.java. If I say submit, oh, there's an error because we have not created the server side yet. But I need one more thing here. When I say choose file, I want choose files. It should select multiple files here. And for that, what we'll do is we'll simply say multiple. So multiple is an attribute using which you can achieve multiple files. So you can see we are having choose file. If I refresh this page, we got option of choose files. And if I select this, I can actually select multiple files now. Can I do that? Let me select multiple files. Do I have multiple files here? So we got this one and this one. If I click on open, so you can see it says 2 files. Okay, that's it. That's on the client side. But hold on, there's one little issue here. When you send data, when you send files on the server, you have to also mention the encoding type. Okay, so when you send files, we have to mention the encoding type. And inside encoding type, you have to mention, I'm sending a multi-part document. So it is multi-part, so I have to say multi-part document and some multi-part and form data. So this is this type of data you want to pass. It's multi-part form data. Okay. So now once you click on submit, it will call this URL, which is upload, and on that upload servlet, you will be sending all these files. So clients are done. Let's work on the server side now. And on the server side, we'll be creating a servlet. So we'll right click, we'll say new, and do we have option of servlet here? Yes, we have a servlet. And let me mention a package name as com.telusko itself. And the class name I will say is file upload. Okay. So we got file upload, which extends HTTP servlet. Anything else here? Nothing. So that's my URL mapping. Next. Do we need any method here? We'll only need one method, which is do post. I don't need do get. We'll click on finish. Now you can see once we say that, we get all those extra files. We don't need extra things here. I like to keep my servlet clean. I don't need extra things here. Do that. Let me just remove extra thing. I'm not a big fan of writing curly brackets after the method name. Again, we have two types of people in the world, right? One who puts curly brackets after the method and one who puts below the method definition. Okay, so once we are done that, let's see our web.xml file. Is it mapping properly or not? Let me just go to source. So mapping is done. There's no problem with the mapping. If it is not done automatically in your machine, you can type it manually. You can just see this code here and you can type it manually by pausing the video. But since it is done on the mice and it is done on my application, I'm directly continuing with the servlet side. Now what will happen when you send all these files? So let's say if I'm selecting 3 files. Now these 3 files, when you click on submit, it will call this file upload servlet, right? And on this side, we have to first check. How do we check that? Is it so? See, whenever you send data, it gets inside this request object, right? Any data for that matter. So when you send data like, let's say you want to add 2 numbers. So those 2 numbers you will get those data in this request object. So in fact, your files will be also coming in this request object. Now, how do you verify that you're getting actual files? So we can say if. Okay, we'll do that, those stuff, checking stuff later. We can also do that later. So let's say if I'm sending multiple files. To fetch those multiple files, I will fetch those data and I will put that data in a collection of files, right? So when you say you're sending multiple files, we'll be saying list, and the type of data you'll be getting is something called as file item. Now file item is an inbuilt class inside your common folder, Apache Commons. It's not working here. Okay, we need to import that manually. It should work. Let me expand the library which we have downloaded. It is common file upload. So it should be somewhere inside disk, if I'm not wrong. So if I expand this, it's not there here. If I expand this one, okay, can you see that file item? So we need to import this package. It is not getting imported automatically, so we have to do it manually. Sometimes it happens, sometimes your Eclipse doesn't support what you want to do, so you have to do it manually. So you have to say org.apache.commons.file upload, and inside this file upload we have this file which is file file item, right? And now you can see there's no error. Anyway, it was not giving any error before. And now we'll say our data will be coming in. We can use any name. So we'll say file, list of file items. So every file will be called as file item, and we are creating a list of that. We'll say new. Now how do you fetch values? So for sure our data is inside request object, right? So this is the object, request object, in which you have all your data, but we need to fetch it. We cannot directly use in that way, right? We cannot say request and it will give you all the data. So the way you can fetch it is with the help of object of request or servlet file upload. So before that we have to create object of servlet file upload. Now the awesome thing is servlet file upload also comes from Apache, this commons file upload library. So you can see the importance of this file, this jar file. Okay, so if you want to do this upload part, you need to use common file upload, and we need to create object of this first. We'll say sf for file upload equal to new servlet file upload. So we'll say servlet. My machine is not working so fast today. Servlet file upload, and we'll say semicolon. Now this servlet file upload, in this we have to pass the object. We have to pass the object of disk file item factory. So this file item factory, that's the constructor we have to pass. Item factory. Yeah, so we have to pass the object here. Now once you got the object of sf, okay, so once we got the object of servlet file upload, which is required to pass your request, so we'll say sf dot. So in this we already have a method called as pass request. Can you see that? We got pass request and request. So what this pass request will do is it will return you. So if you see the declaration of pass request, which is inside servlet file upload, again, how to check the documentation. Normally I have this habit of checking the documentation of everything. So if you want to check the documentation, just click on pass request. It will give you documentation which accepts the request object. It will give you the list of file items, and that's what we want, right? That's what we wanted, and we got that. So we got list of file items. Now once you got that, what next? Now what we'll do is once we got the list of items, we can run a for loop, right? We can run a for loop to fetch each item. So we'll say file item. I hope you're familiar with enhanced for loop. If you're not, just go to my channel again and search for enhanced for loop. So I'm using this multiple files, and will fetch one file. So it will first fetch the it will fetch the first item, and it will be inside item class or item object. And let's write that item. So we can simply say it as item dot. Now how do you write the item on the server side? We'll say item dot write, and inside this you have to mention the file name. Now which file name I'm talking about? I'm talking about the file. You have to mention the file object here. We'll say file, and inside this you have to specify the path where you want to store the data. Okay, good question. Where I want to store data. So I want to store the data inside my, where's my project? This is my project. That's my project area. This is where I want to upload the file. And how will I get this path? So I will go to CMD. That's the best way. The terminal. If you're working with Windows, you can go with command prompt. Since I'm working with, let me just say clear. Okay. So now I'm here in this command prompt. I will say command documents, and I'm inside my project, which is file or not. I have to get into my workspace, which is Telusko. And inside that I have to search for a project which is file upload, and if I say ls now, you can see we got these 3 files. So this is the place where I want to upload the file. So I will get the working directory. This is the path I want to upload. So copy, go back to the project, and simply say this is the path I want to upload my file. Path slash, that's the path, plus I want to specify the name of the file. And how can you fetch the name of the file which your user is uploading? We'll say item dot get name this should work. Even if it's not working, we'll do the debugging part, and I guess that's it. If you can do that, your file will be uploaded on server. So take one file and put all your files on the server. It should work. And once we have done that, let's print a message. How do you print a message now? That's weird. We'll say response dot, let me print the message on server itself. We'll say file uploaded. Again, we'll do that, how to upload that, how to print that data on the client side. And I guess everything should work now. If I run this code on the Tomcat server, in fact, we don't need to run this. It's already running in state. It's already in running state, right? Anyway, so I'm running this part, and now it is asking for the files. Hope so it will work. Let me select multiple files here. Let me just upload first file here, which is demo.java. Upload, submit. Oh, it is giving you an error. It is not able to find the upload part. That's weird. We are saying upload. Oh, we should be saying, we need to change that in the XML file, right? Because I'm saying upload, and in XML the mapping is done with something else. Let me check. What's the mapping here? Oh, mapping is done with file upload. I have to say upload. Okay, so now let me just restart my server. I will say, where's my server? It's here. This is Tomcat. Restart. Okay, there's always some type of errors which is coming on the way. Let's refresh it. Let me select Java again, demo.java, and if I say open, submit, oh, now we got one more error. It says class not found exception. It is not able to find file upload. That's weird. It is there. It's here. And it's here. Let me just verify once what is the issue. Again, go back to the XML file. I guess there's something wrong with Web.xml file here. Everything seems good. There's nothing wrong. Let me remove this extra part. This com.telusko. Is it the package name which we are working with? Okay, so the problem is we are putting that into a resource folder, right? It should not be inside resource folder, it should be in Java folder. Let me create one more folder here. Sometimes this is what happens when you work with Maven sometime. So we need to move this into Java. So it should be inside Java, and you can see it is giving me some errors now. Let me import the package for list. Okay, because we need to also input the package for list, right? And it is giving me an error because it may throw an exception. Is that the issue? Yes, it is trying to throw an exception. Let's write everything inside our try catch. So we'll say try and catch. We'll say exception E, and let me just print the exception here. Okay, now let me just format this thing just to make it look better, and formatting is done. I think everything is done now. Let's refresh, choose Java file, it's here, and say submit, and we got one more error. We are always getting some sort of errors. Let me just, I think we have to restart the server. It's not able to find that again. Let me just restart it once again. Okay, refresh, choose the file. Where's the file now? Demo.java, submit, and you can see we have done that. There is no errors now because anyway we are not getting any text because we're not printing and stuff. Let me just go to the console. It says file uploaded. Let's verify. Let me just go to my project. You can see we got demo.java. So we are able to upload a demo.java file. Let me just run this once again by uploading more files, and let me remove this demo.java for now. I want to upload more files now. Delete. Let me choose more files. We'll choose this one, aws.pdf. We'll choose code.jsp. We'll choose demo.java, demo.jsp, and displayContext.zip. We're uploading files. Submit. It will take some time, of course, and you can see we got these 5 files, and that's how you can upload the files on the server side. Simple. So it's that simple to work with this this file upload. That's it from this video. Let me know if you have any queries. Thanks for subscribing.